extended? Isn't this all up in the air still? I mean, we can.
That's absolutely correct. You have the ability to suspend these rules with 2/3 of the body. So you can extend it if you all, if the supermajority agrees. Any further discussion?
Question.
Yes, sir.
So this body also has the ability to come back and reconsider these rules if it turns out that we do want to extend it to 5, correct?
Well, you once these rules are, you would have to have a 2/3 of the body to reconsider. They're going to throw things at you if you try. Yeah, you absolutely could reconsider the rules, or you can suspend the rules temporarily. In the definition, you can make a motion to suspend for one speaker. You can make a motion to suspend it the rest of the day. However you make that motion, if 2/3 of this body agrees, that's what they want to do with these rules, they can. What you cannot suspend is you can't suspend Roberts, and you can't suspend the general rules governing this convention, and you can't suspend election code. You can suspend your rules. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any further? Yes, sir. Certainly, it's germane.
I'd like to add at the end of it, the number may be extended at discretion of the chairman.
Okay. Now there's a motion to adopt language. Let's get the language out. The number can be extended at the discretion of the chair. Is there a second?
Again, 24, I second.
Okay, there is a second to that language. Discussion, sir. I'll recognize you. Speak on your motion.
Again, there may be issues that 3 people on each side is not sufficient to really address the matter, and while someone takes a chance to speak, everybody spent a lot of money, a lot of time.
Okay, let's get the language up there. Let's repeat your language, sir, so we can get it up there.
The number may be extended to the contractor side, the number already affects them, the number may be extended to the discretion of the adjustment. The number may be extended to the discretion.
We'll get there. I'm illiterate, so word autocorrect us. Okay, we're good. The question is on the amended language on the last sentence. Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I amend the amendment, please.
Okay.
That the number may be extended upon a vote of 2/3 of the committee, instead of discretion of the chairman.
That's a redundant rule, and Robert's already granted you authority to suspend that rule at 2/3. If you want to put it in there, you're certainly welcome to. But
It's not necessary, it's part of the rule, but the other part of it is I think you need to stay consistent with Robert's rules. And that's not consistent with Robert's rules, so I'd say I won't support it.
Okay, so you're speaking against it? Yes, sir. No motion. Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Dennis Ricky, SD 28, and I also speak in opposition to this amendment. As was pointed out earlier, this is already covered in line number 9. It would be redundant.
Okay. Anybody else?
Jim Pickle, SD8. I think that gives way too much discretion to the chairman, and he will then be subject to public ridicule one way or the other, no matter which way he rules on that. The reason Robert's rules don't give the chairman that kind of discretion is because you don't want one person making those kind of rules. You want to have a rule that applies to everybody, and if 2/3 of the committee wants to change it, they can. But to just let Steve decide on a case-by-case basis is way too, it's too much of a burden to put on you.
Thank you, Jim.
Point of information. Can I see rule number 9 again, just to take a second crack at that?
Can I read it to you? Will that suffice?
That'd be fine.
At the chair's discretion, a delegate or alternate who was unable to be present during the testimony or an amendment may be recognized for testimony not to exceed more than 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I think Leslie was first one to come to you. Leslie?
I won't speak in favor of it, because in the past, the chair has had that discretion. And what it does, it allows him to read the room, read the atmosphere, understand what the committee, where it needs to go, and he, can be pleasing the committee and the delegates. So in the past, the chair has had that power. And it's worked out really well.
Ed Sarles, SD 17, I proposed an amendment to change it to extended by majority vote.
Okay, what's your strike? You want to strike at the discretion of the chair and add by majority vote of the committee?
Yes.
That's real block, that's not.
No, it's not. Is that for you the way you want it? Okay. So the question, hang on just a second. Is there a second to this amendment to the amendments?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. So I recognize you lay out your amendment to the amendment.
It just gives the control back to the committee, that lowers it to majority votes.
I got you, Mr. Snyder.
Question, yeah, but that means they could take 16 votes to approve. Right, that's right.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? All in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. Little delay there.
The ayes have it. Okay, we're back on the amendment, which is the full bold language. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Yes,
to
sir.
propose an amendment, Scout 166. And can I just enter it on this movement sheet instead of saying it?
Well, say it first. Let's
Okay.
make sure it's for me.
So the amendment would be instead of testimony shall alternate between proponents and opponents, with testimony ceasing when there is no opposing viewpoint or 3 speakers have spoken on each side. I would replace that with testimony shall be.
Okay, that's out of order at the moment because all we're on is the bold language. So sit on that for a second until we come back up to the full amendment. Yes, ma'am.
Senate District Mary Kay, Senate District 31, Mary Kay Figley. I move that we strike the number may be extended by the majority vote of the committee.
The committee has already voted on that amended language. It would be out of order at this point to strike it as the majority has already approved it. Any further discussion on the bold language? Yes, ma'am.
Can we change the word majority to 2/3?
We cannot because you've already voted on the word majority. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of adopting the amended bold language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Thank you. Chairman Rinaldi, do you want to speak? The chair will pause the discussion and recognize Chairman Rinaldi.
I will take up like 2 seconds of your time. I just wanted to pop in and thank you all for taking the time to spend all week here doing this. The rules are so important, so very important, and I wanted to thank you for what is often a very thankless job. So appreciate all of your work on this committee, and I hope you come up with a wonderful product, which I'm sure you will, because Steve is very good at his job. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, members, the question occurs on the full item number 5. Any further discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bowen.
All right.
Amendment.
So, like I said before, I would remove the first sentence of number 5 and replace it with testimony shall be limited to 3 speakers on each side. When proponents and opponents are present, testimony shall alternate between proponents and opponents. So,
Do you have the live doc up?
I do.
Drop an alternate number 5 down there if you don't mind, we can look at it.
That works.
Yeah, it takes a second.
She's not on the live doc, she's on local, so it takes a minute to update. Okay, so the black language is what you're offering as an amendment to
Basically
the
replace
first
everything
sentence.
that's missing Holt.
Mr. Chairman,
Stand by. President, testimony shall be Is there a second to this language? Sorry, sir, your motion dies for lack of a second. We're back on line item number 5. Chair recognizes Jim Pickett.
On the number may be extended by majority vote of the committee. There's, as Mr. Snyder's pointing out, that's 16 when we're all here.
That's correct.
Is it gonna be the committee in attendance, or are we gonna hunt people down again?
No, it'll be present. So once we establish a quorum in the room, if we lose quorum, we stop. As long as we maintain quorum, it's a quorum of those in the room.
Okay, so majority vote of the committee automatically assumes that majority of the quorum.
Majority of the quorum is the way I would interpret that. Any further discussion on line item 5? Yes, sir, Mr. Nichols.
Could you provide the live document? I have the one for the rules, but not for the supplemental
I
rules.
sure can hear this in 2 seconds.
Oh, no, you're not.
So what's your email?
Oh, it's Justin and justinnichols.net.
Got you. John, you need it too?
Yes, sir.
What's your email?
COLKPR, SB22.
COLKEL, SB22@gmail.com. There's your problem, sir. Mr. Long,
Please ask me as well.
what's your email, sir?
FBG Matt at Yahoo.
FBG. Gotcha. Sure, Mary?
MARYKP6145.
KP61?
Yeah, 6145 at Gmail.
Gmail. Sec, I'm getting there. Leslie? Leslie, I'm sorry, Leslie.
Too long.
Okay. Anybody else?
D. Michael Regan at
This may
Gmail.
not be completely accurate, but here it
I'm
is.
sorry, what?
D. Michael Regan.
D. We gotta get this audio up. D. M-I-C-H-E-A-L.
A-L. Regan, R-E-G-A-N. At Gmail.
I'm sorry, one more time. I've got too much noise.
D. Michael Regan at gmail.com.
At Gmail, okay? Anyone else? What, I tell you what, members, let me do this real quick. If you'll just give me 2 seconds here. Let me throw a bit.ly link up so you can just get it really fast. That way I can just rattle that off to you. It'll go right to it. Yeah. Okay. But I'm not giving it out to anybody, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm just gonna give it to you. I don't want everybody in their head. Let's see. That's committee working doc file. Share. If you'll give me just a second, I usually can walk and chew gum. Okay. Okay, go to bit.ly/rules456. Let me see if it's, okay. Yeah.
explain to her that I'm going to use so that when she deletes something, it automatically does a strike through when she converts something to abstract.
We're not in the live now, she's on a local copy that's syncing, so it's because it's too slow.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it does work really good. Okay, let's see.
Steve, repeat that bit.ly.
Let me check it real quick. Okay, it's bit.ly/rules 456. It should dump you right into the whole folder. And then we're on there's a lot of stuff in there. We're on the RPT 2020.
Oh, here we are.
Okay. It does work. And we're on down at the bottom, RPT 2022 committee rules of procedure. Is everybody where they need? Line item number 5, with the bold language included. Further discussion on line item 5. Okay. Everybody, no further discussion. All in favor of adoption of line item number 5, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Yay!
Okay, the ayes have it. Now we're on line item 6. What that is. Oh. Oh, right there. It's an extra carriage strike in there. Okay, we're on line item 6. In the case of an amendment in the form of a general revision, changes so extensive and general that they are scattered throughout the rules, the sponsor and proponents of the general revision shall be permitted a total not to exceed 5 minutes to speak in favor of the general revision. Opponents shall be permitted a total not to exceed 5 minutes to speak in opposition to the general revision. Rules 4 and 5 shall not apply to the testimony under this rule. Discussion. Well, first, let's have a motion to adopt. Is there a motion to adopt the language?
31, Rick A. Phelan.
Have a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
SD14, second.
Got a second. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Clarification, Steve, exactly what are we talking about here in case of an amendment in the form of a general revision? Give us an example, if you would, please, what it is you're talking about. So, because it sounds like you're talking about a global change.
There would be cases where if you amended a rule, it would touch multiple rules. So what this does is a precision. I actually didn't draft this. It's been used in previous rules committees. If someone comes in with something so extensive that it takes time to go in and highlight everything it touches, this rule would give us an automatic suspension. I'm assuming you have what Heather does.
I understand now, thank you.
Is that one of Kathy's proposals?
Virtual.
Virtual, that's right, yeah.
So
That's
we're
something
talking,
that,
we're talking about.
what this does is it keeps you from having to automatically suspend the rules to give them more time. If they're gonna talk in length and we know it's in length, then Rule 6 would apply, they would have 5 minutes. You still have the option to suspend it and give them even more time.
So it becomes an umbrella.
That's right. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Pierce.
This says rules 4 and 5 shall not apply. Rule 5 is will be limited. The way I read this, then there's no limit to the number of people that can speak on the floor and against this rule. Not by number, yes, it's limited by 5 minutes, not by number of people. So we could have 20 speaking either for or against.
You are correct, sir. To adopt this is a need.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Yes, sir. Do you have an amendment?
I would amend this to eliminate, the very last sentence where it says rules 4 and 5, and to eliminate and 5.
You
There.
this is already substituted.
Yes.
What this rule does is effectively suspends rule number 4. Rule number 4 is the timekeeper. So I take your amendment as to strike and 5. That's your language, sir. Is there a second to that?
A second.
There's a second discussion on striking and 5.
Josh Flynn, SD 15, we can always call a question.
Right. Always call the question. You wouldn't call the question. Okay, any further discussion on striking and 5? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, that's gone. Now we're back on that language right there. Take recommendation, taking the S off just for. Yes, sir.
Definitely it's SD6. So there's obviously a lot more to this than what it sounds like. I'd like an exact example. Because the people that specifically would like to do this, I'd like to see it.
Stand by, sir. We can answer that.
I think everybody else would like to understand it more in detail also.
Is everybody satisfied with the, are you satisfied with the?
I'm satisfied with that. I don't know anybody else has, I can explain to them.
Is there any other discussion on number 6?
Well, what is the proposed one for?
That language, the entire language is what we're back on. We're back on, we've adopted the amendments. So the highlighted language has already been adopted. Now we're on number 6 in its entirety. Any further discussion on Rule 6?
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer an amendment to include language requiring them to state their SC number and name.
That's already in 3 and it doesn't suspend 3.
Rule 3 would not apply to that. What's your language, sir?
Okay, so the language would say, after the sponsor and proponents of the general revision shall state their name and SC number and.
Throw it in the block document.
It should pop up.
You don't include Michelle.
Is that your language, sir?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to adoption of the language in bold?
Second that.
Okay. Discussion on the bold language. Sir, I recognize you. I'll speak on your behalf here.
Oh, yeah, I think it makes sense, and actually, now that I'm looking at it, we probably will do that for us also.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Any other discussion? All in favor of adopting the bold language amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're now back on the full language of number 6. Any further discussion?
I've got one more. To do
Okay.
the exact same thing after opponents.
And how's the rest of you?
Let's get the language in here.
Again, it should pop up.
I like that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the bold language. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Would it make more sense to have exact general statements for somebody, they just have to say, anybody addressing, any delegate addressing, the name, so, just number 6.
It would make more sense, sir, but that amendment's already been made on the floor. And we're already halfway through this. Any other discussion? Okay, on the bowl. Okay. All in favor of adopting the bowl amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. We're back on number 6. Rachel.
Rachel Cooper, SB 13. 5 minutes is a long time to speak. So I am against this. If you can't succinctly state what you're for in 2 minutes, then you may need to reconsider what you're saying. So I'm against giving 5 minutes for individuals to speak.
Sir?
I'll speak in favor.
You've got 20 requests for information. Stand by, take your question.
Yes. It seems that the rule as it's written says that the side has 5.
That's debate, sir. I'll recognize you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, I was about to make the same point. The entire side gets 5 minutes. This is actually less time than a regular amendment would give, because a regular amendment would give 6 minutes to each side, 2 minutes times 3 speakers. This is 5 minutes total for an entire side. And so, if anything, for a rule change as complicated as what is contemplated by this item, it might end up being not enough time for the person to, especially if it's something that the committee is interested in, to go through all of the different language. We might end up extending it, but I think 5 minutes is a good starting point for this rule.
Okay, I'll recognize you now, John.
Yeah, I was just questioning. It seems that that's what it's saying is 5 minutes per side, not per individual.
I got you.
Then I would have a
Stand by. Well, you've got a motion to amend the amendment?
yes.
Okay, I'll recognize you for that.
Well, is the amendment, wait, we've already voted on the goal. So I have a motion to amend 6.
That's in order.
Okay, that's what I thought. A total of all speakers. So I would say a total and add of all speakers per side, not to exceed 5 minutes.
Where would you like that at?
So a total,
Okay, so final, last, you want to add a new sentence at the bottom?
nope, where it says permitted a total. So where it says total, that's something different. So I'm saying,
Rachel, I need your language.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
A total of all speakers per side.
Here. Stand by. We don't have anything on the floor to discuss yet, unless you've got a request for information. Members, there's 2 things you can do to shout out. If you have a request for information, means you want to ask me a question. That's in order. And that trumps someone seeking the floor to debate. If you've got a point of order, that trumps all. If you're going to debate, you have to get in line, and we have to have something on the floor to discuss. So if you've got a request, you need to ask me a question, great. But you've got to recognize the
Point of information, sir.
There you go, sir.
Bruce Bishop, ST2. Could you remind the committee members to please speak up? We're falling back into a conversational mode, and it's hard to hear for everyone.
And I agree with you, members. I've got hearing aids on. We're trying to get, John does too, we're trying to get the audio up. I'm getting texts from the live stream. We're going to have to go back to using the mics because they're not hearing it on the live stream either. Are the mics hot?
Nope. No.
They're not hot for the live stream either, sir? Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Sir, that would be rising to privilege, by the way, not a request for information.
Sure.
But I know what your intent was. I'm recognizing Rachel for an amendment.
And so the amendment, and I apologize, am I allowed to add the same thing where after both totals? So
As long as you don't touch well, yeah, you can touch anything except what we've already adopted.
my point is to make it clear for the lawyers in the room that not to exceed 5 minutes. So, in those situations.
now that Rule 5 is no longer excluded from this, would the proponents and opponents be expected to alternate during these presentations? So they would still alternate per Rule 5, but they would get a total of 5 minutes instead of individual time limits.
If we adopt that rule, I understand that would be true. That would be a request for information, sir. We get to teach at the same time. Is that doing what you want?
Yes,
Okay. All right, so the amendment is the bold language. Is there a second to that amendment? Amendment dies for, oh, there we go. Okay, we got a second.
And House ST 14, I'll second it.
Okay, discussion. Yes, sir.
Dennis Regan, ST 28. I speak against this amendment. That language is already in the rule by virtue of sponsor and proponents. And in the second line, opponents, those are plural. So you already have that language in there. All speakers is redundant.
Okay, further discussion?
Friendly objection. Ray Kelly, ST 27.
What's your amendment, sir?
I think side, the 2 words per side instead of all speakers. So I would move for a friendly amendment to strike that word, those words, and just to put per side after 5 minutes.
There's no such thing as a friendly amendment, so you've got a motion to amend the amendment. So tell me what you want to strike and add.
I'd like to strike of all speakers.
Okay. Okay, you want to strike that and add,
After 5 minutes, not to exceed 5 minutes after the word minutes, per side.
Hold on. The only thing that you can touch is the bold language. You can't go in the rest of the body.
Oh.
So you're making an amendment to the amendment, so that would be out of order. The only thing that if you try to make a motion to strike, that's voted it down. So if you're speaking
That's right,
against
that's
it,
right,
you
that's
can
what
do
I was
that.
trying to do.
Okay. Any further discussion on the bold language? Yes, sir.
Yes, Scott, I know this language is a little bit redundant. I think that the word total implies of all speakers, but I think if it clarifies the mechanics of how this works for everybody, then we might as well just include it. We're not wasting time. So I'm in favor of including these words.
Okay. Further discussion? Dwight?
Yes, Dwight Ryan, SD 5. Once again, it's already in the rule. It already says sponsor and proponents with an S. It says opponents with an S. That is inclusive of the proponents and the opponents. It's very, very clear without this. So I would be voting against.
Okay. Any further discussion on the bold language? Jim?
Last speaker, agree with that. If you add more words to something like this, it makes it ambiguous. You want it to be as tight as you can. If you've got two things you think say the same thing, kind of, then there's going to be a debate about which one controls. So since this added language is redundant of what's there now, I'd argue against it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of adoption of the bold language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. The amendment fails. We'll take the bold language out. Yes.
So we had a member join us while we were discussing that amendment.
We've got it. We've checked it. So, yes. Harrison Whitaker is now present for the record. Okay, we're back on number 6. Any further amendments to number 6? Discussion on number 6. Yes, sir.
So I cannot do this because I did vote against the removal of Rule 5, but I think after we, the exclusion of Rule 5 from Rule 6,
So are you debating on this?
I'm debating,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
was pretty critical, I think, to the operation of this rule as I understand it, because what this was intended to allow a group to do is offer a large scale change to the rules with several interacting elements, and then all of the people in their group could speak in a row, and then the opposition could speak all together. Now that we've excluded Rule 5, they will be expected to alternate no matter how long they spend talking. And so I think it defeats the entire purpose of this rule. So I can't make a motion to reconsider because I voted against.
In committee, you do not have to be on the
Okay, then I'll make that motion. I'd like to reconsider the removal of the exclusion of Rule 5. So if my motion were passed, it would say Rule 4 and 5. Or Rules 4 and 5.
Okay, so your motion is to reconsider the amendment that struck Rule 5. Is that
Yes.
right? We have a second from Mr. Schnatter. Discussion on, well, actually, it's a motion to reconsider. It requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of reconsidering that deletion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Okay.
It's pretty close, but I think the ayes have it. We'll reconsider. Now, the only thing that's in consideration is the strike of Rule 5. So discussion on whether to strike Rule 5 or to leave Rule 5 can now apply. Ms. Hickman?
I think it's just what say rules 4 and 5, not Rule 5.
We struck an S at the same time we struck the lesson, so it would be Rules 4 and 5, which was the original.
So we could say rule the second time.
Yes.
So rules 4 and 5.
Stand by. We can only talk one of us at a time here. There we go. Any further discussion on whether to put 5 back in the mix? All in favor? I heard some
Point of
motion.
clarification.
Sure.
So is it 5 shall not apply?
Correct. This takes 5 out of the mix too. Okay. Any further discussion?
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Jason, could you kind of restate your wanting to get back in there?
Right. So if you include Rule 5, then you have two conflicting methods of debate. You have because I think what Rule 6 is intended to do is allow a group that has a comprehensive change to the rules to present the change all at once. All of them get to speak. They get 5 minutes to go through it. The opponents then all get to speak. They get 5 minutes to speak to every point of their opposition. So it combines debate to make it easier for all of us to follow. If Rule 5 is operational, it doesn't let them do that. If you have a group, if you have two groups wanting to speak to the change and their opposition, they still are under the 5-minute time limit, but each individual has to alternate between them as they go. And so it makes it a lot harder to follow the overall change and the overall opposition to it. So I think including the exception of Rule 5 in this restores the original purpose of Rule 6 and allows these groups to better coordinate when they present.
Any further discussion on just adding Rule 5 back? Yeah.
Favor to reinstate and finance?
It's back on basically what we did is we brought the motion to strike back up. So now we're voting on whether to strike. If it fails and 5 stays in there, so it's back. We're back to whether, just like someone made a motion to strike that language. So the motion is to strike and 5. So if you like and 5, vote it down. If you want to leave, it's just like you made a motion to strike. I'm telling you. If you want to leave 5 in, vote the motion to strike down. If you want to delete 5, vote yes. Does that make sense?
All right, so I would be asking people to vote no.
That's right. And then it would stay, and then it'll be considered in the full language. Any further discussion? Does Does everybody understand what you're fixing to vote on and what it means? Okay, I want to make sure. This is our rules of the governor, so we want them accurate. Okay, all in favor of the motion to strike and 5, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. Nays have it, and 5 stays. Thank you. I just heard Steve up there. That's all right. It's no problem. We desperately got to get our audio. I, again, apologize to the audience and the live stream. We don't have in-house audio at the moment. We'll try to speak up. They were in here an hour ago. Now we can't find them. Okay.
Is 6 coming up now again?
The full 6 is coming up now. That's off the floor. I think Virgil actually had his hand up before you. No problem. Virgil?
Yes, point of information.
Yes, sir.
Virgil Victory, SD7. Who determines whether or not this is a general amendment or this is a broader revision? And we're making 2 different classifications. Is that just a board determination?
Very good question, sir. So if the way I would interpret that is if I gave testimony to that speaker as 5 minutes, I would hope that looking at this, we could determine this is a pretty complicated amendment, and I granted them 5 minutes. If you thought that that was unfair, you could call me out of order and say that that didn't meet the threshold of Rule 6, and this committee was then voted. They thought it met the threshold of Rule 6. If the committee did not vote to accept that, to your point of order, then we would go back to Rules 4 and 5 applying. Does that make sense? Okay, I've got a motion over here. What's your, yes, sir?
A question.
Okay, we'll take that.
Mark Russell from SD30. And my question is we're talking about this item number 6 in the presentation of a general revision, allowing 5 minutes to speak for and 5 in opposition. How do we handle, what's the mechanics if someone wants to introduce an amendment to the general provision? What's the amendment for debate on that?
Are you talking about an amendment to a rule amendment that's been placed forward?
No, I'm talking about an amendment to the general provision that's been brought forward.
Amendment to the general provision. Well, that general provision is an amendment to the rules.
Correct.
So this committee would still transact its business the way it would any other proposal. So the idea is if we've got an amendment to the rules that's been proposed, it comes on the floor and this body can then work with it. Testimony is simply to help you decide what you want to do. So motions to amend, motions to massage the language are all in order at that point. Because the general provision is a broad amendment to the rules. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jim, I'll recognize you for an amendment.
Sponsor and proponents of the general revisions state their name, because that means they have to say name, an SD number. So we don't have to say, sponsor and proponents of general revision shall each state their name and SD number. Or we have to say their names and SD numbers to make it grammatical.
Okay, do you have language?
I would like to add letter S after name and number, both places.
Okay, we're touching previously adopted language. I'll take it without objection. Does anyone object to adding an S on the end of name? Okay, let's add that.
And number.
We have to satisfy the attorneys in the room. They keep us on.
No, Rachel and I are going to.
Leslie will teach. She's my grammar Nazi. I'll look for her for a thumbs up a lot. I'm terrible at it. I love the attorneys in the room. Does that satisfy what you want to do? Okay. We'll take that without objection. We're back on the entire language of number 6. Any further discussion?
Yes, I want to ask Rachel. Rachel, she's like, I want her to be, I want you to speak out.
Oh, believe me, I'll speak up.
Okay, thank you. I heard you.
If you guys want to talk about that off the floor, yeah. Just give her the hand, so text her. We're on the language in number 6. John.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Car
If we're gonna take a vote on 6, are we also voting at the same time for something else?
Well, we probably should. Let's go ahead and walk through those before we take a full vote on 6. That, the attorney to my left made the same, the same request. A is now, let's discuss A. Yes, sir, Mr. Sarles. Am I pronouncing that right? That's great. Sorry. Okay. Mr. Sarles.
I would move to make the A, B, and C as separate numbers.
Okay.
Instead of underneath the six.
Is there any objection to making, renumbering that so A, B, and C are separate items? Hearing none, I'm sorry? And A, B, C, and D. We'll start and make those 7, 8, 9, and on. Is there any objection to that? Okay, we'll renumber those. So then now we'll go back to 6. Let's approve 6. Any further discussion on 6? Yes, ma'am?
One more question. Under B, I think there's a typo on the second line.
On line B, we're up on number 6, just number 6.
Oh, you're still on 6? I thought we were in those numbers.
Yeah, I know it, right? Anything else? Any further debate, discussion? Yes, sir.
Point of information, before renumbering, there was no number 7. Was one accidentally deleted, or was it just not there? We skipped from 6 to 8.
This thing's been massaged several times, so I'm going to tell you the chair is not advised. I worked on this quite a bit. Kathy worked on it quite a bit, and I put some of her edits in there for the document to consider. Since we don't have to do a continuation document, this is all basically we're newly drafting this. So thank you for the question. All right, are we ready to vote on 6? Are you ready for the question? Okay, all in favor of adoption of the language on number 6, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Now we're going to go down to A, which is going to be number 7.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make it a 7 because this is only referring to the amendments of in form of a general provision.
Okay, hold on. I don't think you're right because we have no other language that limits when amendments can be filed. I think these actually stand on their own.
The original other paragraph, the original language, that all of that was.
What was the original paragraph? Do you remember?
Well, within the email copy was just 8 paragraph.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me take a look at 18. Who added the ABCD? Did I do that?
Those used to be the ABCD to where we just adopted as the number 6. It's the ABCD.
So that's my okay, table members stand by here. Oh, you're fine. Here's 2018 as adopted. And here's the original rule number 8. That's convention, I apologize. That's it's just page 1 or 120 up. Bad memories. Bad memories.
That number 6 that we just adopted, and then the ABCD.
Okay, that was okay, that is the same language. So this is the 20, which I think 18 actually. August 7th. Okay. So here's what happened, members. The very first preamble was actually, should have been the number 1. And it kind of got thrown in there as a preamble, and then that's why the numbering's not right. In 2020, they took the ABC, which actually should be rules that stand on themselves, which are the governing rules of how amendments can be filed. We should probably go back, if there's no objection, let's renumber these and put the preamble as number 1 and get these numbers right. Are y'all okay with that? Yes. I mean, if I haven't confused you enough, let's just confuse you even more.
Doesn't want to play nice.
Okay, members, so got it. Give me just a second. Let the document that thing. There we go. Okay, now we're back. We have voted on 7, which was 6. Now it's properly numbered. So now we're on to number 8. Everybody on the same page? Thank you for that. We voted to renumber already without objection. If you want to reconsider that, okay. Are you happy with the numbering scheme? Okay. If you're not, we'll work on it. I want everybody to be happy with our product here. Okay. Now we're on number 8. All amendments must be filed with the committee chair no later than 1 p.m. tomorrow. There is no motion on the floor. You have a question? You want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion for amendment.
Okay, so since there's nothing on the floor, then you can make a motion for number 8 any way you want. I'll recognize you first.
I would like to add temporary in front of committee.
Good, man. Okay, so we have nothing on the floor, so that is a motion for the whole language. All amendments must be filed with the temporary committee chair no later than 1 p.m. Tuesday, June 14th, 2020. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion on line item number 8. Mr. Pitt.
Yes, all amendments. Rules committee.
Amendments to the state party rules.
State party.
That's what that is.
Right, so what happens after 101? Permanent.
Permanent's different deal.
Okay, that's what I said, this is just temporary.
This is temporary. Gotcha. We'll have absolutely 0 conversations about, although we may all be the permanent committee, we don't know. We'll have absolutely no governing authority over the permanent committee. In fact, they will adopt another set of rules, which will need to be different for time limits and things like that.
So that was a point of information. Right?
I'm sorry?
That was a point of information.
I'll take it like
well,
that.
I'm trying to learn.
It's a request for information.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a second to adoption of number 8. So I think we already have a second. Number 8 is on the floor.
Okay,
yes,
now
sir.
here's. Sorry.
Bruce Bishop, SD2. I'd like to move to amend striking 1 and 1 p.m. and changing that to a 6.
Second.
Okay, so instead of 1 p.m., you'd like to strike 1 p.m. and change that to 6. There's a second discussion on the time limit on 6. Sure. we're making an amendment to it. Okay, that's what we're voting on is this, that's what's on the floor is the strike and change to 6 p.m. discussion.
Speak in favor of
Sure.
it. I just want to make sure we have more time. There's going to be people coming down early. There's probably people not going to come before us till Wednesday. At least this gives us more time to get some amendments filed to be considered.
Just as general information, I'm not speaking for or against. We have a hard stop at 3:30 on Wednesday. Because I have to take the supplemental rules to the SREC, so we will pause, and the SREC meeting will happen. We'll probably have a dinner break, and some of us need to pop our heads into the caucus training for a minute. But we'll have another hard stop for us to perfect our report to our temporary rules committee report for the first general session, and then it takes some time. We'll need time to do that, so keep that in mind when we're setting time limits on ourselves. We can run the clock out on this thing and have an incomplete report to take to the floor. Just information for you. Okay. Any further debate on striking 1 p.m. and moving to 6 p.m.? Yes.
So, Flynn and Tricia was the chair last time. Do you remember what the time was last year?
It's 4 years ago, and I really don't.
Oh, it's 4 years? I couldn't.
Yeah. It was one.
2 years ago was the virtual, was the last live.
I can tell you it was 1 p.m. on Tuesday in 18. Any further? Yes, sir.
I'll speak against the change. This only applies to filing amendments. So you don't even have to be physically present to file an amendment. You can just go to the Google app and type it in. This doesn't change. There are other time limits on testimony. So if travel or arrival is a roadblock for somebody, I don't think this 5 hours is going to change anything for them. In fact, I would expect a lot of people who have amendments already haven't filed. So I would be against this change. I think there needs to be a hard stop after which we know what's before us and just consider it. I think 1 p.m. makes sense.
How about you, Notice?
Point of information.
Okay. State your point.
Are we talking about amendments filed by committee members or just delegates wishing to submit something for consideration?
I would take this as all amendments. Now, that doesn't mean that testimony ends. That doesn't mean that this committee's debate ends. It just means everything that we're going to continue to take up until we adjourn on Wednesday would need to be filed by the provisions of number 8.
At House Resties 14, I'm going to speak against the change because it's my understanding that everything that was already passed up through the SD caucus conventions is already on the table for us to consider. So all of those amendments, we already have our charge from the previous convention cycle. So I believe that 1 o'clock is reasonable for us to say that we need to take up this business.
That being the case, I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Body already owns it, so stand by. Mr. Stroud.
I was going to ditto. I think the statute that against this, I will vote against this.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. The current vote is on the strike of 1 p.m. and the change to 6 p.m. All in favor of adopting 6 p.m. signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Back on 1 p.m. All right. The floor is open for discussion on the entirety of number 8. Mr. Reagan.
Dennis Reagan, SD 28. I would like to, if it's permissible to do it this way, amend rules that change the number to item 2. This is a requirement statement and it more closely aligns with number 1. So just having them in sequence makes more logical sense.
So your motion would just be to move item 8 up and make it number 2. Let's get the language approved first, and then I'll take a motion to move it as a separate motion. We got to get the language right first. So right now, number 8 is on the floor. Any further discussion on number 8? Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer an amendment to
clarify this. Let me make sure I get it right. All amendments must be filed electronically or in person to the secretary for separated matter. Electronically or in person.
Sir, your amendment would, is already covered in item number 1.
I know that. Clarification on the deadline, I think all in one sentence would be a lot more easy to understand for people to read.
Okay, give us your language.
All amendments must be filed electronically or in person with a temporary committee. No addition.
Stand by, sir. Let me get your language first. Okay, is there a second to that language?
Bruce Bishop, SG2, all second.
Okay, got a second discussion?
Yes.
Stand by. You want to speak on your amendment?
The reason for this, I like clarification of where we're both got. I don't care if it's up above, the line here, a person reads it, it's quite obvious if there's no confusion on what needs to be done. One or two.
Yes, sir. Mr. Snyder?
I disagree. I will vote against this amendment because if we move it to number 2, which will come up in a moment, the predicate's already laid in 1. It's already very, very clear it has to be, how it has to be submitted. And if this immediately follows 1, then there's no reason to be trying to propose with the language. More language just makes it less clear.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I think, kind of echoing that, we had quite a bit of discussion in Rule, what is now 7, about making changes to clarify that end up setting up alternate processes. So I'll follow the pickle principle here, and say that if we make this change, then we would be setting up a parallel process for submitting amendments that is similar to, but you could argue not quite exactly the same as what's set forth in Rule number 1. So I would say let's just leave what's in Rule number 1 there and not about this language in Rule number 8.
Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting the language in bold, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. Okay, we're back on the full language of number 8. Any further discussion on number 8? John?
Yes. Item number 1 says it's to be submitted to the committee. Now we're saying it's to be submitted to the chair. It's an inconsistency that there are 2 constitutions. So, and I move to strike chair.
You sure can.
I'll second that.
Okay. There is a motion to second to strike the word chair. Any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor of striking the word chair, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All right, the ayes have it, striking chair. We're back on number 8. Any further discussion on number 8?
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to discuss this. If one of us receives an email at 12:59,
yeah,
okay, any one of us, and we don't pick it up, but it has a timestamp at 12:59, is that going to be a problem? Because it can be any one of the 30 of us.
That's a very good point.
Yes, sir.
Sir, the way I would understand that, and if that's a question, is at 1 p.m., we will take the live doc offline. Anything that's submitted in paper form, we will pick up, and that'll be the cutoff. So if they get it on the live doc by 1 p.m., under that rule, it would be accepted, or if it's placed in here in the committee and turned in by 1 p.m., I would interpret that as an accepted.
To any one of our members.
To any member or delegate. Delegate alternate. Kathy?
May I offer an amendment that right there where the cursor is, all amendments must be filed with temporary committee in accordance with rule number 1, no later than 1 p.m. That's what I would just add in accordance with rule number 1.
I was close to suggesting that. I appreciate that.
Second that.
I think that just takes care of everything. Yep.
Second, Janice Holt.
I think everybody wins there. Okay, so the motion is to adopt the language in accordance with rule number 1. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the language is adopted, we're back on number 8. Any further amendments to this one sentence rule? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting number 8 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, it is adopted. Mr. Reagan, I'll recognize you for your earlier motion.
I'm not sure how to phrase it. Thank you, Dennis Reagan, SD 28. Thank you for recognizing it. I'm not sure how to phrase it, but I would like to amend Rule 8 by changing it to number 2, moving it up to the top of the list so that it's in more logical language.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, stand by. The motion is to renumber rule number 8, making it number 2, and moving all the rest of them down. That is the motion. Mr. Bickle.
I was going to clarify, renumber everything after.
Yeah. That's right. So what we're going to do is we'll cut that. Go up here. Paste it right there. Okay. Now that's shut everything down. Now it's sitting up at number 2. Any further discussion on renumbering? All in favor of making that change signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We've moved it. Now, yeah, give me just a second. Messed up the content. Give it just a second to update. It looks right. The internet lag here. Well, it is, but mine's up to the lag verse has Yours will get there in just a minute. Okay, the live doc's accurate. It's been renumbered. So now we're going to be on. The redundancy's out, and we just haven't updated it yet.
The redundancy.
Yeah, it's gone.
I'm
sorry?
I think we need extra pages.
I did not underline it, so when it finally. It's actually changed on the master. Okay, there you go. You're correct there. All right, so now we're back.
Chairman, point of information,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
my understanding in rule number 1 that the bit.ly address has to have a capital R for it to work.
URLs are not case sensitive, so you should not
Okay.
have to have it.
It's my understanding with the bit.ly.
I tried the link without it, it's not, might be.
Definitely not a bit.ly expert,
Mr. Chairman, give me just a second. I'm just checking this different.
That is correct.
That's to middle dot for.
So I do not know if there needs to be an amendment to change that. If it is, I
Give
so
me just a
move.
second. Let me just tell you.
Yeah, it is correct. It just does have to be Apple.
Wow.
It does. Yeah.
Stupid silly. Okay. Yes, ma'am, you are correct. We'll make that a capital R.
That does not need to be an amendment.
It's a broken link. So
Okay,
we're
thank you.
fixing the problem. Okay, thank you. Item number 10.
Point of information.
State one.
So on this Google Doc that we're using for submitting amendments, is anyone able to go on there and just add something in, or delete something, or edit something, even in the other amendments that are
It's in review mode, so they can't delete our language and they can't delete anybody else's. It'll show that they attempted to strike it. So that document's sitting in review.
Okay. But they can add to it.
They can add to it. They can paste it, come up in a different color, show that they, and so we probably won't mess with that. All we'll use that document for is to cut and paste over onto a local working document. Because I don't really want our working document when we get into the body of the rules online. All this online stuff is sitting on my server, but everything's subjected to being hacked, even my server, which is pretty secure. And I can call my wife and she can yank the plug on it any time, and it's redundantly backed up to Atlanta, and so I've got duplicate copies running. But all that's irrelevant. It can be hacked. So once we get to working on the rules, we're going to run off a local copy and just cut and paste off. Really, that Google document's great, but we want to grab the language so we're not sitting here typing all that. Yes, ma'am.
We're on number 9?
We're on number 9. Did it update? Okay. We're on number 9.
Okay. Just the grammar on the second line.
Let's get a motion. Well, so you fix it the way you want, and then you make the motion to adopt. You can fix it right here up front.
It's just removing the word new after
State your point.
It's labeled 10 here, 9 on the live document. Is it not updated?
So they put an extra paragraph up. Stand by, guys. I'm not sure why you're lagging.
Does anybody else say 9?
Mine says
It says 9.
Well, I think it's yes.
We've got some internet delay here. Refresh there.
Yes.
Okay. Back to you, Mary. How do you want to make this rule to read?
I just want to correct from 2:30 p.m. noon. Remove noon. Okay.
I apologize, I did that. I was trying to quickly update our actual times. This was 2018 cut and paste. So you want to strike, take noon out?
Yes.
Leave it at 2:30. Okay, does that look good to you?
Yep.
All right, I'll take that as a motion for the language in number 9. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on number 9. Are you ready for the question? All in favor?
Okay, I noticed something. The committee will take testimony on Wednesday, June 15, 2022 from later than 11 a.m.
I just did that second.
Yeah. Should it say no later than 11 a.m. From 8 o'clock a.m. to no later than 11 a.m.? No, it just says from no later.
Yeah, without objection, we'll adopt. Hey, hold it flat, please. Without objection, we'll adopt that language. Hearing none, that language is adopted. Okay, we're back on 9. Any discussion?
So it says from 8 o'clock a.m. to no later than 11 a.m.
To match the day before the language.
It should say from 8 o'clock a.m. to.
Tell it right there. Well, what that's doing is Tuesday, that lets us take it to close.
Right, you just have to say when it's starting. So it should say.
But Wednesday has no start time.
Yeah, it should say from 8 o'clock a.m. to no later than 11 o'clock a.m.
The line underneath.
No, that one's good. Okay. She's still right where you are.
Yeah.
Stop yelling at me. Okay. froze. Okay, without objection, we'll adopt that language. Hearing none. Members, can I ask you to amend that to 9 a.m.?
Yeah.
We've got to get our roll call done, our opening ceremonies, get everybody set down, make sure the technology, if people walk in here expecting to start talking at 8 a.m., they're going to be mad because we're not ready to go. Would anybody object to 9 a.m. both days? No objection?
You want both days, right?
Yeah, I would appreciate both days. If you object, then we'll put it on the floor. I would object to both days. Okay, so we have an objection, so we won't take it. I would ask for a motion to modify those.
I move that you, I'm sorry, you take it.
Kathy had her hand up first.
I move to change 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in both places on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to change it from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Yes, sir.
I'm going to speak against changing it in both places because on Wednesday it'll be our third meeting. I feel like we will have got the process down. It's already limited to three hours that morning, and cutting it down to 2 hours seems like a large bet. I think we can do our opening and roll the whole pipe within 30 minutes.
That is open for amendments to the business.
So, and then I would move to amend the amendment to making Wednesday 8:30.
Okay, so your amendment is to strike 9 o'clock. Second, leave that on Tuesday. Strike the 9 o'clock on Wednesday and take that to 8:30.
Yes.
Discussion, and we got a second. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment making Wednesday 8:30. Yes, sir.
Is it appropriate to amend that amendment to something we just voted on and approved?
There was an objection, so then there was nothing on the floor. There was an amendment made for 9 o'clock, and he's amending the amendment. So we actually are in order, but I appreciate that. Okay, so the question's only on the bold language, 8:30. Any other discussion? All in favor of adopting 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. Everyone that wants 8:30, raise your hand. I have 18 yeas. The motion carries. We're back on the amendment, which is 9 a.m. on Tuesday and 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday. All in favor of adopting the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Now we're back on the full language of number 9. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of adopting number 9, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The language of number 9 is adopted. Hold that just a sec so we get a picture. Well, did you get your picture, sir? Got it? All right. Moving on to number 10. Consideration of number 10 is now in order. At the discretion of the committee, testimony will be in person or by electronic services authorized by the state chairman. I do not believe we have any electronic services authorized by testimony. This was a 2020 carryover, which would not be in order.
Point of information, is that why it's got the red bracket on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. The electronic stuff, I don't have any provisions for electronic testimony. That wouldn't be in order. Yes, sir?
I'll bring the strike rules now.
Okay, we have no motion, so it hasn't been moved. So if there's any pieces out of Rule 10 you think we need, a motion would be in order for that. If that's, we don't want to adopt any of that language, and we can move on to number 11. Is there any motion on number 10, Jim?
Move to, Jim Picklesky, I move to strike both places in red brackets.
There's no motion to strike because we have no language on the floor, so.
Well, I move to adopt 10 without that language.
Okay, so give me the language that you're moving to adopt.
At the discretion of the committee, testimony will be in person, period. The committee will make reasonable efforts to publicize times when testimony may be heard, period.
Mr. Pickle, is that your message?
Except that she's getting referred back to me.
I'm sorry?
Her.
Okay. I will take that back, yes. Thank you. Mr. Pickle, is that your message? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Schneider,
I
I'll
speak against the amendment. I think we should, when you look at 9, it's really a superfluous piece to offer this. If that was offered, if I understand the amendment to begin with, was to accommodate people that were going to be on Zoom and elsewhere. We're not doing that at all this time, and I would vote against this and then make a motion afterwards to strike the entire amendment.
This is, we're considering the entire language. You're speaking against the adoption of number 2.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Guys, I didn't see which one was for you, sorry. I'll recognize you.
Me, this is a serious problem. It's at the discretion of the committee or us. Me, that's the discretion of the
Can't hear.
It's a very good point, sir.
Cannot
You're
hear.
speaking.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's no discretion for the committee to make as far as testimony. His point is, if there was this discretion, we can deny testimony in person. So that the amendment's actually, the language is out of order. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend Rule 10 to remove the words "at the discretion of the committee."
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend striking "at the discretion of the committee."
Second.
And capitalize the T in testimony. That would make it testimony be in person. The committee make reasonable efforts to publicize times when testimony may be heard. Okay. Any discussion on the motion to strike? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of accepting the strike, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so now we're on number 10, testimony will be in person. The committee will make reasonable efforts to publicize times when testimony may be heard. Discussion? Yes, sir.
Quick discussion just in favor of the rule. Now that we've made these changes, I think it is valuable to clarify.
I'm sorry.
So, like I said, the audio's not working in reality.
As soon as they fix the audio up here, we know we're talking, we get feedback. Is the screen working?
Yeah, the screen is working, it's been working the whole time.
I assume the audio screen was on.
Audio's been going the whole time.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, I'm gonna go talk to them about getting the audio in the room, but if you would like people to hear on the screen, then you should try to enforce all kinds of things.
Okay, so, do you have an indication, a level over there, when someone's talking?
Yep.
Would you guys have an indicator when the level's talking? Let's just do a mic check real quick. The screen can't hear the audio. And I know it's weird because we can't hear the audio, so we're not using the microphones. Janice, would you just give it
Yes.
a free count?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
That is working.
You should test it at the normal.
Well, and
Yeah.
let me just give a brief instruction. So these microphones are brief instruction. The microphones are designed to be used within a foot. So if you're in the middle of the microphones, you're not going to be heard well. So Scott's being heard great, I'm sure. But for those in the corner here, yeah, mics are open the whole time.
Thank you. Let's test the second mic. Scott, would you,
Testing. Can you hear me?
is that, guys, we're checking mics here. Is that working? Okay, this one here. Testing.
Yeah, okay. How about this level? Right good?
I'm going to test it to 1 foot mark. testing.
Okay.
We
Do you have
still
one?
can't hear out here.
I'm sorry, we don't have this audio working yet. We've asked for the engineer. We're just trying to get the stream audio working. I'm sorry. They were here when we started, but now we can't find them. So is this one working here? It's okay.
Yeah.
Testing.
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 Dennis?
Testing.
Okay. Hello, people out there in Streamland. Sorry about that. Set that one right there. Hopefully we can't hear ourselves because the audio in the room's not working, but we'll hopefully have the stream audio up. Okay, let's see, where were we? We're taking up number 10, the language as written. Any more discussion on number 10? Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we strike number 10 in its entirety.
Okay, so the question is on adoption. Your motion's out of order. If you vote it down, it goes away. If you vote it up, it stays. So if your motion to strike in its entirety is actually out of order.
Well,
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. You're welcome to speak in debate on it. If you'd like to speak against the motion, you would be in order to do that.
yeah. To my mind, and it's the best one I have, everything that's stated in number 10 is superfluous and of no merit. I don't know how you're going to achieve a reasonable effort to publicize. You know, and the activities of this committee are well known among the people that are attending the convention.
Thank you.
I didn't really get to speak to it before because it got cut off in the middle of microphone stuff.
Okay.
But I think it is valuable to say that the committee will make reasonable efforts to publicize times when testimony may be heard because we are determining those times right now. They're not even finalized yet, and so obviously we are going to have to do something to publicize these. And I think a plan already exists for doing that. And we will publicize when it's going to be heard is an important rule. It's a good thing to include, and we've already got it, so we might as well stick with it.
Gotcha. Mr. Snyder?
I speak in favor of Mr. Russell's opposition to the amendment. I think it's superfluous to 9, and I think that once you've already stated, it specifically says that all testimony is in person. It doesn't say anywhere in our set of rules that there is an electronic option. And in addition to that, the times of appearance are placed very squarely in 9. I don't think we need to try and find some additional way to publicize when testimony can be heard. It is clearly outlined in 9. And so I will vote against this because I'm in favor of striking 10 and total.
I'll go back to you, sir. You got your hand up.
Yes, Mark Russell, SD 30. For example, I would like to have a definition of reasonable. I've discovered in my life that what I think is reasonable doesn't rise to the standard that others may have. They're always wrong. I'm always right.
Thank you. Rachel?
I'd like to move to amend the second sentence to state the committee will ask the Republican Party of Texas to post the working hours of the temporary committee on the convention website.
The problem with that is I don't know if that's possible without asking the floor. So the amendment may not be in order because I may not be able to. We may not.
I mean, there's a schedule on here, there's platform committee information on here. So I'm just wondering to find out.
Stand by, just stand at ease for just a second. Is there a vessel to post the hours that testimony will be taken from your committees on the website? It can be done. Okay. I do not have in-house audio. We just got screen audio tested. We had some screen complaints. So we think we've got the screen audio up, but we don't have house audio, so those attendants can't hear. We're still. Our microphones are working as far as they're going to the stream, but they don't have the speakers in the room hard enough where the audience can hear it. So we need in-house audio is not working. The mics are working to the mixer, to the board. They're going out on the live stream, but they're not going to the speakers in-house. They're not turned up at all. Thank you. They can put it on the web. Okay, so I'll recognize you for your motion.
So I move to amend the second sentence to state the committee will ask the Republican Party of Texas seek temporary committees, working hours. On the 2022 state convention's website.
Okay, do we have your language there?
Well, there's some spelling. Yeah, I know.
Is that the gist of what you want to
That's the
say? We'll
gist,
get the
yes,
spelling
sir.
correct. Is there a second? I'll second. Okay. Stage one?
Mr. Chairman, we're working on the rules for the rules committee.
That's correct.
Rules to the RPT staff. I don't think it's appropriate.
I'm sorry, stage one order again?
I'm saying that the document is the rules for the rules committee to operate by, and I don't think we should be adopting rules saying what we're gonna say to the staff. That's not how we operate. I just don't think it's pertinent to the rules. I'm just asking.
I understand. I think your point of order is overruled. It's reasonable for this committee to ask staff to publicize the work of this committee and the guidelines that this committee sets forth. So we are a committee of the RPT, which is encompassing in the websites of the government. Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
My objection to the amendment is the same as it was to the previous, which is, again, as the first was denied. I don't think we need it at all, and I'll vote against it, strike the entire amendment.
Okay, further discussion? Janice, you're next.
Am I able to say opposed?
Sure.
Okay. This rule deals with when public testimony will be heard, not necessarily the working hours. So I will be voting no on this amendment.
Gotcha. Jim?
I think it's important, that we say testimony will be in person in 2022 because the last, convention was virtual. And, I don't know, people are sure that they can't give virtual testimony this time in addition to in-person testimony. I went back through the first bunch of rules, even though it just says amendments are in writing, there's nothing in there that says testimony in person when it comes to the act. So I think it's important to say that. I think it's a good point of clarification. As far as ask the RPT to publish or post the temporary committee's working hours, I agree with last speaker. I think it should be post the hours of testimony before the rules committee or something like that, to that effect, just because that's more clear. By the way, I think our working hours are already on those. Yeah, so that would be, and then I think also we want to strike out the like publicizing. I think Rachel's amendment is to.
Okay. We're not on that. We're only on the bold language at the moment. So. Any further discussion on the bold language?
One question. This is not pertaining specifically to this, but a general question overall. We've already approved something, and we've despised something that would make an improvement to a previous rule. After we vote on this, can we go back and change a previous rule? Specifically, making an addition to 9, saying the committee will take testimony in person on proposed amendments.
so let me answer your question.
Yes.
A motion to reconsider our work with a two-thirds vote is in order.
Yes.
If we need to modify these, or a motion to suspend a rule in its entirety would be in order at any time you can continue. Thank you. Rachel?
Sir, I take the, Ms. Holt's point, on number 10, and maybe it would be better, I move to amend my amendment to say, post the temporary committee's, hours to receive testimony as outlined in paragraph 9. So strike working hours and say hours to receive testimony as outlined in paragraph 9.
Is there a second to that striking? Let me stand by.
Second.
We have, okay, now we have a second. Now I'll recognize you.
Was is the language that we're voting on in bold, was that intended to replace make reasonable effort with font size?
Yes, so good, and strike that.
We're not actually on that. Let's get your bold language, then if you want to amend and strike. Is that language now correct? It's hours to receive testimony outlined in paragraph 9?
Paragraph 9, rule 9.
Okay, there's your language. Yes.
Again, I feel like the intent of this was to replace make reasonable effort with.
Are you debating on this, or are you asking a question?
I'm asking a question because I'm trying to clarify or that's.
I would agree with you, however, the bold language is all that is on the floor at the moment, so the amendment to the amendment is the only thing we're talking about at the moment.
Okay.
You want to massage this more, let's get through this first. Yes, sir.
Point of entry, how many rule 9s do we have?
My screen has 4.
I mean, we have general rules, we have whatever rules we have. It just says, it says rule 9. There's a lot of rule 9s that float around.
This is committee rule number 9. I understand, thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah, hold it.
I want to vote against this because I think we can fix all of those, add 2 words to number 9.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question.
We have actually no question rule in place at the moment. It's out of order in committee until we decide we're going to adopt it. Yes, sir, Mr.
Bruce Bishop, SD2, I'd like to speak in favor, since we did not previously post when we would take public testimony. I think we need to make every effort to put something out there that shows delegates when they can come speak to us.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, point of information, are you going, notwithstanding this rule, are you going to ask for these times to be posted on the website?
If you direct me to through this rule, yes, sir, I will. I do intend to post them on the door as well.
Well, that was, I'll debate now. That's not necessarily the answer I was hoping for. Is it, if you were just going to do it anyway, then we don't need a rule about it. But if how you, I would like for these to be posted online. So if that will only happen if this rule is adopted, then we need to adopt it.
Well, let me answer your questions. I have our staff doesn't have to comply with my request. Staff does have to comply with the will of this committee. So if you adopt this rule and say, hey, there's a rule in place on this committee, they have to accommodate it to the best of their ability. If I just go down there and tell them, please do this, they can tell me to take a hike. So,
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Thank you. Any further debate? All right, so we're on hours to receive testimony as outlined in Rule 9. That's all we're talking about. Any further debate on that? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, the ayes have it. Working out. Now we're on the bold language. Ask the Republican Party of Texas to post temporary committee's hours to receive testimonies outlined in Rule 9 on the 2022 State Convention website. Actually, is there any further debate on the bold language?
Are we only talking about the question, the old language Okay, I thought we said it was strike that.
That's not in order, yes. We're only talking about the bold language. Any further discussion on the bold language? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. The language is adopted. Now, everything on Rule 10 is in play. I'll recognize you, sir, for an amendment.
That House RST 14, I moved to strike everything after website, reasonable effort. The intent of the previous motion was to replace that language.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to strike the language on the screen. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right, we're back on number 10. Any further discussion on number 10, Mr. Snyder?
Yes, I propose an amendment to 10, striking all language in 10 to eliminate the flag.
Your amendment's out of order. Voting this down will accommodate that.
All right, then I will, okay, that works.
I think, John, you beat Kathy by like half a second before I
Is a motion to amend the amendment in order?
No, well, you can amend number 10. The only thing you can really touch is testimony will be in person at this point. Kathy?
I just want to speak against,
Okay.
I'm going to say why. I'm speaking against all of number 10 because I'm hoping if we beat all of number 10 and delete that, we can go back and insert the words in person in number 9 and just clean all of that up. So I'm speaking against.
Nothing yet. Anything else on number 10?
Because in favor to the point that, and to your previous discussions, that this would require the party to post the hours, whereas otherwise it would just be a request and there would be no requirement to post the hours for public knowledge.
Okay, let me go to the point of information first.
9 is the hours. There's nothing in 9 telling the public what those hours are. So the second sentence of 10 is not redundant, is it? That's a formal question.
I don't see a redundancy in it. I think you were next.
Senate District 31, Mary Kay. I want to make sure I understand. So if I vote nay on number 10, number 10 just goes away.
That's right.
Okay.
You vote yes, we adopt it. Any other discussion on number 10? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll speak in favor of it real fast, because I don't understand, now that we've made all these changes to this rule, I don't really understand why we would take it out. I think it's important to clarify the testimonies in person. We can do it here, we can do it in language elsewhere, but we might as well do it here. And the posting of the hours on the website, I think, is important for our delegates. And now that we've workshopped language that I think satisfies both making sure it's not redundant and also making sure it's actionable, then I think we have a very strong rule here that accommodates most people's original objections. So I think we should just stick with it and pass this.
Right.
I move to strike testimony will be in person.
Okay, we have a motion to strike testimony will be in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Glenn, I'll recognize you.
I think this is the happy medium. We get to keep the good part of it. It was always two conflicting items going on in my brain, and then we can do the testimony in person back online, and we can keep the best of both worlds. Sorry.
Any other discussion on this motion to strike? Yes, sir.
Jason, I support the motion to strike because that was part of the original intent to strike the whole thing. People just thought that language was sort of proposed to begin with and morphed into other stuff that I agree it could be useful to delegates, knowing where to go to testify. So I support this. We should go there.
Yes. We're not sure we're going to amend number 9 yet. It's going to take a 2/3 vote to amend number 9 and put it in person there. And if we do, probably we'll have a 2/3 vote to take out testimony will be in person for 10, because then it'll be redundant. So I think we leave it in now, when we get to 9, fix 9 by 2/3, come back, fix 10 by 2/3.
I agree. Mr. Snyder?
I will vote against all of it until we get rid of it.
Any other discussion on the motion to strike? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Whoa, all in favor, raise your hand.
I don't.
10. The nays have it, the strike fails. That's it. Now we're back on full language of number 10. Any further discussion?
So clarify what was spoken prior.
Members?
I didn't need an dissension because the ayes didn't meet the threshold. Would you like me to go back and take the clarification out of it? There was only 9 yeas.
So you're calling division. So all in favor of accepting the motion to strike, raise your hand. 7, 8. All opposed? Okay. The nays have it.
A reasonable intent, and you can follow the vision. You don't have to. Well, that's, yeah, that's a good. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, sir.
Also, 9 split update. I don't know what something changed.
We're not messing with 9 right now, so it's.
No, I mean, all the other four is showing up, 10 is not showing up actually. I tried to.
No, it's not updated. She's on my.
We've got a little bit of an internet lag here. I don't know what the status of getting our router up is. Somebody else editing this document, or you just looking at it? If you're editing on top of us, you're going to cause problems because mine is right, and now yours is. And this should be the master yours. I ask you to refrain from editing this document unless we've asked you to put your language in there. Okay, we're getting there. Is that right on here, sir? Okay, thank you.
That's what complicated, so.
Yeah. What's the language that doesn't look right to you?
Well, it doesn't have the publication on the website.
Right. Yeah. Everything just out of
Show me. I mean, I'm not in favor of it, but it's.
Right. Well, my ability to back up is now, let's get the language back. Someone help us with the language that it was supposed to have. Yeah, we lost it. Be just a second. That's going to get shot. Okay, are we back to correct here? Is the screen correct? Okay. All right, so we're back on the complete language of number 10. Any other discussion on number 10? Yes, sir.
Point, here's a question.
Sure.
Want to make sure that we clarify for us exactly what this vote will mean. Yay means approval, and
Yay means approval, and nay goes away. This is an adoption vote. Anything else? You ready for the question? All in favor of adoption of number 10, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. I think the ayes have it, but division. There you go. All in favor, show of hands.
It's just not good. It does not good. This is really
16. Interesting. All opposed? 12 opposed. Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my vote to aye to make it 17.
All in favor, raise your hands.
Sorry.
Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. All opposed? There you go. The ayes have it. The language is adopted. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a proposal to reconsider rule number 9. Can you scroll down just a bit? And I would propose that we make it read, the committee will take live.
Let's stand by. Motion to reconsider first.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you want to reconsider number 9. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor of reconsidering number 9, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. Thank you. 2/3. Oh, you're gonna make me count? That's fine. All in favor, raise your hands. Sir, you don't have 2/3. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to number 11. Okay, number 11, the committee will enter into formal work session open to the public, but no testimony or debate by delegates or alternates or other committee members for the purpose of perfecting its report on all proposed amendments at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, June 16th. We will adjourn no later than 11:59. Is that consistent with our testimony hours? 2:59. 11 a.m. and then we go into work session. So that is consistent and would be in order if someone wants to move adoption of that language. Okay, is there a second?
Question?
I don't have a, hang on just a second. Is there, okay, got a second to that language. All right, the language, the question's on number 11.
Wednesday's the 15th.
All right.
Yeah, Wednesday's the 15th, not 16th.
Did you have questions?
The date should be the 15th.
The 15th is Thursday.
Okay.
I think we can take that without objection. Sorry, typo.
Point of information, don't we have a hard stop on Wednesday?
We have a hard stop set, which would be for us to go for the supplemental rules to be delivered for the SREC meeting. So we have a hard stop there, but we can continue. We can come back and work up until 10:59.
Mr. Chairman, last time we actually appointed a vice because we were running low on time and we actually kept going while the report was being delivered.
Well, consider that should there be a time crunch. Any other discussion on number 11? All in favor of adoption of number 11, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. I have voted, sir.
Would you fix for Wednesday?
Yeah.
I thought I should fix it.
No, wait, the motion. We're going, sir.
Slow.
All right. Number 12 is up for consideration. I have a motion to adopt the language in number 12.
So moved.
Okay, second? Second. All right. Questions on number 12? Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Number 13, up for discussion. We have a motion to adopt the language in number 13. Dennis?
I do have a question, and I'm trying to understand the language of this one.
There's no language to discuss yet, but if we get a motion to adopt
31
language, I'm
moves
certainly
to accept.
stand by. I'm certainly willing to answer your question. Mary Kay?
31, Mary Kay Thielen moves to accept their.
Motion to adopt number 13. Is there a second? I will recognize you for the question, Dennis.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm trying to understand this. It's a little bit unclear. A delegate or an alternate who was unable to be present during the testimony of an amendment may be recognized for testimony at what times, where, when, it does not say. Are we going to recognize, if we have an amendment on the floor, somebody's unable to testify, we pass the amendment, they come back 3 hours later, are we going to listen to them? Just for a second, listening to them?
The final work product is not complete until we finally vote on it at the completion in accordance with rule number 11. So for instance, the way I've just given you my opinion of how this rule would be interpreted. If someone's down in resolutions testifying and we got past the rule in our work product where they would testify, they could come back and testify on a previous rule that we've passed. But our final vote is that report, we can perfect it in our work session up until our deadline. So everything is up to consideration for our report until that hard deadline. So you can go back and change it based on the testimony of that delegate or alternate.
The quick question.
When we get into permanent, we are likely to adopt a rule that forces us to, once we get past them, to keep going because we only have one session to perfect it. But as far as the temporary committee is concerned, it's all in order until we have the final vote on that temporary. Is that answer your question, sir?
I believe it does.
Thank you. Any further discussion on 13? All in favor of adoption of 13, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Number 14 up for consideration. Who's adding numbers here?
Me.
Who's me? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adopt Janice Holt, SD3, adopt Rule 14.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt number 14. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, Kathy, I assume you're proposing rule number 15?
Yes, sir.
I'll recognize you for your motion.
Kathy Hayes in District 21. I'm pulling a rule that we adopted in 2020. Verbatim, it was our rule number 1. General rules shall be reviewed in sequential order. Once closed, the rule may only be reopened with the 2/3 vote for body present. I'm bringing that before you.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt Kathy's language on rule number 15. Discussion?
I guess some information might have been, is this in general throughout our discussion, or is this only during our work session?
It does not say.
Okay. So this is not the language that you're proposing? Without objection, let's let Kathy refine her language, then we'll, second, you can revisit your second if you like.
Point of privilege. Something
Okay, I've got 3 people talking to me at one time, so I've got a point of information here. Yes, sir.
After we give her second answer, is this where we consider
I apologize, your privilege actually trumps his information. What's your privilege, sir?
So, I believe something Ms. Hagler typed in or did in the editing wrote the live document, and it's not updated. So there's something off about this.
What you're saying is Kathy broke the lie.
Yeah. So,
I would ask you to just freeze right there. Give me your language and let's get it in on the master. And then we'll see if we can get you refreshed.
Chairman, audio.
we updated on the.
Oh, yeah.
Get updated on
Yeah, you just have to refresh. We're all on your web page.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Is that working out there in digital?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Awesome. Start over? Okay.
Beat that hard after the morning class.
Where's your language at?
Oh, okay, so that's number 1. Number 1 on the 23.
web browsers for just a second. That's okay. Just close your web browser for just a second. Close out of that tab, and let us get the language, save it, and then we'll reopen it, and hopefully it'll resynchronize. I actually think it's an internet lag from the master here back out. See, it's okay for me. If you'll just close out of that and reopen that document, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, does that look around the screen? Okay. Delete once closed, there you go. Is that your language? Okay, is there a second on this language?
Second.
Second, okay, discussion? Kathy, would you like to speak? I'm sorry. I'll get that back, pass that back.
Just speaking in favor, we need to have a logical order that we're taking the rules in. It makes sense just to start with number one. Once you close number one, you got number two. Once you finish number two, you got three. If you see something, oh, we should have done something else in number one, no, we can go back with the 2/3 majority and reopen it. Otherwise, we're going to be jumping and popping all over the document. So it's just a logical way to do business.
Gotcha.
Again, point of information, is this only in the our official work session after 11 a.m. on Wednesday, or is this taking up things between now and then?
This would be for, of course, we do the rules for the rules committee first, then the supplemental rules, and this would apply once we begin working on the general rules.
So, clarification, if we get to the general rules before 1 p.m. on Tuesday, which is the cutoff time for submitting amendments, I guess only by 2/3 we're able to go back and take up.
That would be my interpretation. I'll go to you, sir.
Mark Russell, SD 30. I think the recognition of sequential order has merit and bearing to the work of the committee, but the wording relating to the 2/3 of the vote to reconsider, that's covered adequately in Robert's Rules of Order, which we're constrained to follow.
Thank you.
So I would move to strike the last part, just to remove redundancy and confusion.
Okay, let's be clear. You debated before your motion and supported your motion, so make your motion and then your supporting debate after it has a second. But thank you. So there's a motion to strike. Which language would you like to strike? The last sentence? Okay.
The last sentence, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to strike the last sentence. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion on that? Now it's where you debate.
I apologize if I you had a glimpse of my sequential thing. Now, and I emphasize particularly to Kathy that I believe that there's merit in the reviewing by 2/3. My only objection is that that's already covered adequately by Robert's rules, which we're constrained to follow.
Okay.
I'll speak in favor of his amendment. I think it's good.
Okay. I have some more. Let me think about this for a second.
Point of information. Will we be voting on the rules as we go through?
That's what I'm thinking through right now. If we have a final vote on each line item, then we've disposed of that business, which would require a motion to reconsider to take that business back up. By your rule, I would almost be obligated to take a vote to close each line item as we go along. And then that motion to reconsider would apply, in which case your debate would be correct. I'm just thinking that we created a trap for ourselves. I think we're okay. Leslie?
I'll be voting against this because there are times when we read it, we agree to move on, and I think we're going to vote. So I'll be supporting the rule as it was presented by Kat.
Okay. Sir?
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Right now, we're only on the strike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I support striking.
It'd be a hard time making an amendment on strike. Any other discussion on the strike zone? Yes.
When we get into the general rules, are we in fact, once we voted on, let's say, rule number 1, does that fall within the definition of it being in sequential order, so it closes that deal out? Or do we vote at the end and vote, these are all rules, and then it's closed
John, it is my belief that until this body perfects its report, the entire report is in order to be amended by this body. Understanding that, the sequential order rule would apply, but unless there is a motion before to adopt that rule to the report, then it would still be in order. If the motion is made to adopt that rule and add it to it, so you're basically adopting the report, then it disposes of it and would take a motion to reconsider. It's what you do with this rule. Of course, would accept the motion to adopt it and add it to the report, which would close it out, or it can be left pending and we can move on. Yeah, I don't want to get us in a trap door where we can't go back and perfect this report, because if you don't have 2/3 and half this body wants to go pop those and eat fish, they can vote that down and then we're done. So don't shoot us in the foot here is all I'm saying. And I apologize, I'm not trying to debate, I'm just looking for trap doors in this. But we are on the motion to strike. Any other discussion on the motion to strike? All in favor of striking that language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, it's stricken, so it reads, the general rule shall be reviewed in sequential order. Yes, sir, I'll recognize you for a motion.
All right, I would like to add language saying the general order, after the word order, I would say, except for general revisions considered under rule number 8. So, right now there's a conflict.
Well, there is no conflict. All Rule 8 does is modify the speaking time for complicated rules. It doesn't create a conflict, nor does it define what a general provision amendment would be. I don't see the litmus test here for number 15. I believe you're out of order because your amendment doesn't really do anything. But let's work it through. State your amendment again.
So shall be reviewed in sequential order except for general revisions. I'll put it this way, except for general revisions that affect multiple rules.
Okay, is there a second to that?
SB 15, second.
Okay. Go ahead and think that out.
So here's the issue, is that once we've locked in, the way it currently reads, once we've locked in rule number 1, then if we have a revision that is or an amendment that's presented later on that affects rule number 15, 33, 41, and 1, we can't make that overall revision because 1 is already locked in. So I would not want to go back to 1 and consider an amendment that would just affect number 1. But if we're working through the later rules and we realize there's a conflict and we need to amend an earlier one, then we have the 2/3 provision for that. But if there's a revision that, as it is presented, affects several rules at once, then I think we need to be able to consider that without being hamstrung by this provision.
We didn't get your language down. We didn't get your language. I apologize.
Shall be reviewed in sequential order except for amendments that affect multiple rules.
Any further discussion on the addition of the language? Rachel?
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Some of us are new to the Rules Committee, and some have been on 500 times. So could you kind of tell us, so once we start accepting testimony, we accept testimony on Rule 1, but somebody comes in later, a day later, and provides testimony on Rule 1, and we've already passed that rule. How would that work? Can you tell us?
It would take a motion to reconsider, and a vote of 2/3 of this body would go back and amend that rule based on that testimony. So if there was a particular amendment submitted by a delegate, they didn't get to testify, and we didn't take up their amendment and adopt it. They later came in to speak on their amendment. A motion to reconsider that rule could then be made, and their amendment could be considered in that rule and disposed of, and then we would move back to where we were.
Okay.
This is the trapdoor.
I'm not a fan. Thank you.
Okay. Let me get my brain wrapped back around. Is that language correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
But that is got me, it's jogging my thoughts. And I
Okay,
realize
hold
I'm
on.
the problem with this.
Virgil's next. Virgil, I'll recognize you.
Thank you. Virgil, Big Creek.
If you can get that mic a little bit closer, the house can't hear us very well in the live stream.
I'd like to follow up a point of information.
You guys, I can't hear, please.
Okay, aren't we going to consider testimony basically as one segment and then the consideration of the rules as a separate segment? Or aren't we kind of confusing the two things here by saying, okay, if testimony comes in, I mean, we cut off testimony and now we're going to consideration. And that's what Kathy's point was, is that we're going to do it in sequence to keep it in order. Okay, so the testimony's already been in. So my question is, isn't that the sequence that we're going to do the temporary committee business? That we're going to receive testimony, then we'll start the consideration in sequence of order, so that all the testimony for Rule 1 will already be in, we'll consider Rule 1, and then keep going. And then if something comes up later, then we can consider something or
I think I understand what you're trying to say, and yes, we would, for instance, bring Rule 1 up for discussion. All amendments pertaining to that have been submitted. We'll take testimony, and then we'll perfect that rule, and then move on to the next one. Once we've kind of adopted that to our report, we would move on to number 2. If someone wanted to come in and accept testimony, and here's the trapdoor we've created for ourselves, because Rule 13 allows us to take testimony on something previous. A motion to reconsider to take that testimony into consideration and re-massage that rule would have to happen, and 2/3 of this body would have to approve it. Once we enter into our work session, I see us going back top to bottom to perfect our document. So in case I believe that's what you're asking, we would go back through it sequentially, top to bottom, after all the testimony is done, to make sure we have an accurate document, and then a final vote and off to the General Assembly. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, sir? Okay. I'm going to go to Scott first, and then I'll come to you, Scott.
Sure. Well, let's go ahead and get through this amendment, and then I have to debate on the entire rule.
Okay, so you don't have any further discussion on the bold language?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
I'll go to you, Ben.
All right, and as I read this, what this would technically allow me to do is if I had something to affect 5, 9, and 12, but we have to be on 2, I can just do something in there, say, I want to talk about those, whatever way that's technically written. It's a concept I understand and agree with, but I don't think that's correct. I'll vote against it.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We've asked for longer reports. I hope we get.
I can talk loud. I actually am in favor of this. It's my understanding this is in the closed session. All testimony has been completed. And I've worked in committees where we've jumped around first page to 5th page to 20th page, back and forth. I'm all for sequential order when testimonies are completed and we are finalizing our rules for the Republican Party of Texas. So I'm in favor of this.
To be clear, this rule applies to the entire session, not just our work session.
And I'm against it. I think it needs to be just more. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you understand what you're voting on.
It just needs to be in a closed session. I don't mind jumping around when there's no testimony.
I got you. Hang on.
Actually, it was a point of information. So if we're on Rule 9, we've gone down and we're on Rule 9. And Rule 9 touches 6, 3, and 22. you're saying that we would not be allowed to go back to 6 and 2 because it was part of 9?
This bold amendment that is in question would allow us to go back to those if a complicated,
But before we wouldn't have been allowed?
Until we adopt 15, yes. Once we adopt 15, that takes us to sequential order, we would not be allowed to without the bold amendment or a motion to reconsider. You have the ability to reconsider anything with a 2/3 vote of this body. That bold language allows you to go back into others if you have a multi-rule amendment. Does that make sense? Nick, go to you.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay.
Take out except, words except for. This would not preclude revisiting prior rules. That was affected by
Okay, so you take the comma and capitalize T at the end of the word. That's a separate statement.
or that entities rules of effect. Prior rules affected by amendments that affect them.
How does that read, sir? Is that your
This
intent?
will not include prior rules affected by.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
To be revisited.
All right, discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Do we have a second on that amendment to the amendment? I apologize. No? I'm sorry, are you seconding it?
No, I'm not.
Is there a second on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, it fails. Let's go back to the original language.
Request for information. I just want to clarify. So, this would essentially, let's just say we're hearing testimony on rule number 1. Rule number 13 will still allow, when we finish up that rule, and then later a delegate comes in and wants to testify again on rule number 1. Rule number 13 allows you to recognize them for testimony, and based upon their testimony, we could then have a motion to reconsider upon 2/3 vote and revisit rule number 1, right? Is that
I
correct?
understand that.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Okay, we're back on the amended language. Any other discussion on the language in bold? Yes, sir.
It's Mark Russell, SD 30, and I want to ask a question. I promise I won't make a motion at the end of it this time. So,
I owe you a copy, sir. I'll take care of that.
as I understand this then, the only significant difference we're making is allowing for someone to come in and testify on a previously adopted motion or provision.
My interpretation of this rule, sir, if adopted, would be, Rule 13 allows testimony no matter what, so I can recognize, Rule 13 gave me the authority to recognize the testimony.
Right.
The committee does not have any ability to act on the testimony unless Rule 15 was adopted. We had a motion to reconsider that rule, or that had already been passed, or the testimony or proposed rule touch multiple rules. Then it would allow you to open back up the rule that's already passed. Does that clarify your?
That, I understand that, let me test that.
Okay.
So as I understand that, then when you come up and make that motion and do that, it's still gonna require a 2/3 vote.
Yes, sir.
And that's a provision we already have, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this provides no new provision to the committee.
This does provide new instructions to the committee because without the adoption of Rule 15, we can move up and down the rules in any order, and anything can be moved and considered. So we could be on in the list of Rule number 9, and then you can move an amendment to Rule number 13 that would be out of order. This rule would force us to take them in sequential order and not come back to them unless the motion to reconsider happens. And then I interpret it as once we enter the work session, after all testimony closes, we go back to the top of the list and take them in sequential order one more time.
But there you're speaking to the sequential order, which I consider to be as good as strong coffee. And that's a good provision in that statement, in Rule 15. But I'm, at this point, my conversation goes recreational, so I'll shut up.
Yeah, and it's 2 o'clock and bathroom breaks are in order, so recreational discussion. Any further discussion on the bold amendment to the language? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now we're on the entire language of 15. Any further discussion on line 15? Yes, sir.
So this is Scott. I think there's another issue with this language, and it's something I didn't think about before. But we are accepting.
You have a motion, sir.
Well, I'm debating.
Don't debate. There's nothing on the floor. So I apologize. We are on the floor. I've got my mind stuck in the amendment.
Yep.
Your debate, sir.
Okay. So we are accepting new amendments. All amendments must be filed in accordance with Rule 1 no later than 1 p.m. Tuesday, June 14th, 23 hours from now. But after we're done with these rules of procedure, we will go into debating Rule number 1 in the RPT rules. And so we've locked in Rule number 1 this afternoon, and delegates still have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to present new amendments for Rule number 1. Then we have already decided something that they still have the opportunity to put before us. And so I don't know if that means this rule should not be passed or if we need another amendment to account for that. But that I think is a big issue with this that maybe we didn't think about at the beginning. So that's all I have.
Okay. Any further discussion on number 15?
I'll be happy to discuss it. Rachel Cooper, SD 13. I oppose this rule because it's not limited to our work session. As a lawyer, I'm happy to go in sequential order of things, but it does not make sense to, in my opinion, to have our whole time together in sequential order and limited in that way. So I am opposed to this rule.
Yes, sir.
I may offer a amendment.
Okay.
Now that we're back on the full Rule 15, I would propose language that says in the once informal work session, I would start this with the phrase once informal work session. And to limit that, to limit this concern about bouncing back and forth to our official review of it.
Page 1.
What's the formal work session?
Formal work session is prescribed in Rule 11.
I mean, I can add that language as
Well, you don't have a second yet, so you can keep.
I second.
Well, hold on. Don't second it yet until he gets back to his.
Once in formal work session in accordance with Rule 11.
Thank you.
Second.
Very good. Okay, the motion of the second is to add the language to the formal work session in accordance with Rule 11. General rule shall be reviewed. Discussion on the bold language. Okay, Leslie.
Leslie Thomas, SD 23, speaking against. I don't know, for the last 18 years that I've been coming to the Rules Committee, on committee, and off, it has always gone sequential. It is very important to go to sequential because you have to have we have a short time and we have a lot to do in order to get through it. And we have to have some parameters and constraints. And this is the biggest constraint that we'll put on ourselves that is very necessary. You have to be on your toes. You have to be on your toes and know what's coming so you don't miss it. But that's on us to do that. So we know 2 comes after 1, 3 comes after 2. We know that, and so that we can be prepared for it. But we have to do it sequentially so that we can do it orderly and within the time constraints that we're given.
Okay.
So District 31, Mary Kay Freeman. More of a question. If we went sequential order for the testimony, at least the people wanting to talk would know about when to show up to speak. They should be here all day long anyway for the next 3 days, if they really wanted to discuss. But I'm thinking, I'm controversial myself earlier, I'm predicting that maybe we should have sequential for the testimony as well, so the public would know when the subjects at hand are coming up.
Jim?
Amendment to the amendment, correct. Jim Pickle.
Get it, Mark.
Jim Pickle, SD. Amendment to the amendment, punctuation matters. Once in formal work session, there shouldn't be a comma after that because you're going into the formal work session in accordance with Rule 11, right? It's not a separate clause.
Is there any objection to deleting the comma? Hearing none? Thank you, sir. Okay, recognize Dwayne. Did you have debate too, or is that, well, that's a separate item.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. I would like to support as a prior rules member. As a prior rules member for 3 times, I would like to support what Leslie Thomas said. And what I would caution on this approach, every single delegate that comes to testify before this committee had the ability to testify in county as SD. And the charge of this committee, I mean, we have to decide if it's primarily to take what has percolated through the system across the state and use delegate testimony as an adjunct to that, or if we're going to direct our whole order of business around delegate testimony. And I mean, it's a lawful thing, but that's not the way it's been done prior. We've always done it in sequential order, and it's worked out. So, I mean, they've already had their opportunity at a prior level to get it to this committee and submit it to this committee as well. So, I just wanted to caution that, and I'll support what President Thomas said.
Any other discussion?
Just remember, delegates will not come and testify on rules in sequential order. They won't. Somebody's going to come in later this afternoon to testify on Rule 39, and then on Wednesday somebody's going to come in to testify on Rule 1. So you have to be able to go back and reconsider if someone says something meaningful we decide we want to change. And that was the whole point of just Robert's Rules, says we can go back and reopen anything. It's just that if my hot button, I don't even know what it is, I'll just make it up. If my hot button is Rule 9, when we open general session, I'm going to start hollering Rule 9, Rule 9, Rule 9. We'll do that before anything else. That doesn't make any sense. For us to do our business very simply, and think we're considerate enough that most of us will do a motion to reconsider when we realize someone has something to add.
Yes, sir.
Can you just, well, with this, there's no longer public testimony being accepted. As I understand this, based on 11, there's no longer any public testimony being accepted, so it's just us going through the process.
If this amendment to the amendment is accepted, correct. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? You ready for the question? Members, you're voting on the language once in formal work session in accordance with Rule 11. All in favor of adopting that language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All in favor of adopting that language, please raise your hand. All opposed? The ayes have it. The language is adopted. Now we're back on the full language of Rule 15. Any other discussion? All in favor of adopting Rule 15 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 15 is adopted. I'm going to be unorthodox here for a second. Show of hands, just a survey. Who's in favor of using the previous question in this committee? Let's get them up high, please.
Oh, that's a toughie.
Okay, so, tell me.
Just a quick question. Do you want to use the rule, the previous question rule in committee? If you do, we have to adopt it. It's about 15. So a motion to adopt the previous question would be in order. I would help you draft it if you decide you want to use it. Does anybody want to make the motion? There's a motion to adopt the previous question. What it should read, I'll give you a recommendation. Rule number 16 should be, the motion to the previous question shall be in order in accordance with Republican Party of Texas General Rules number 16. Okay, we'll draft that for you. The motion, the previous question shall be in order in accordance with Republican Party of Texas General Rules for all conventions.
Chair?
Give me just a second to get the strap.
The majority.
Okay, is there a second to this link? Second. Okay. I'll recognize you, Mary Kate.
This question, so when you call the question, it's just a majority vote, right?
It is a majority vote.
For those who don't know, I would like the chair to explain exactly the procedure and the time when it can be used.
Rule number 16, I'll read it to you. Well, you have rule number 16, so there's no reason you need to read it. But the key points are, at any convention when the previous question has been moved and seconded, sustained by a majority vote, the question shall be deemed to have been called. You're all familiar with calling the question. At any convention, a motion to move the question or close nominations concerning elections, including the election of delegates and alternates, shall not be in order until there's been a reasonable opportunity for additional nominations, debate, or amendment. That only applies to nominations. So if you obtain the floor in the same manner as someone seeking to debate, if call the question, it's seconded and sustained by a majority vote, we're done talking about whatever we're talking about. Everybody clear on that?
Let me finish my question. I guess I didn't explain. So, once you go forward in time, you start discussion of the next item. I would like him to explain to y'all, can you go back?
That's a general question, go back to me.
Go back to the prior question. Just want to make sure everybody understands what we're voting.
You can go back and move to reconsider. The previous motion for previous question does not negate the 2/3 of the body's ability to reconsider any item previously considered. Yes, you can.
One of the things.
Sure.
This vote right here on this rule right here, is that a 2/3 threshold?
No, sir, it's a majority threshold. RPT rule number 16 modifies Robert's rules to a majority instead of 2/3.
Well, then on C, it says our state convention committee by 2/3 adopt this rule.
Adopt a rule to use the question. It does not tell you what the threshold is to call the question.
Right, so this vote here, right now.
We need 2/3 of the committee to be able, so the 2/3 rule still protects the minority voice in the rule, whether to use the question. So 2/3 of you have to decide to kill debate. But once that previous question is in order, it only takes a majority to stop the debate.
Charles, I'm sorry, I passed you.
You had a question?
No, I think my question is on that point C. It says the subcommittee may by 2/3 vote adopt a rule allowing the previous question. I just want to see, so we have to vote by 2/3 to enable this rule to be added.
This rule will take 2/3 to adopt. Once it's adopted, it's a majority vote.
Which, as I understand, is my motion on the table.
That's correct. Did that clarify? Did I say it wrong? I may have.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions on amendments, debate on the adoption of rule number 16?
Sure, I'll debate. I think I'm against this because a majority is too low of a threshold for previous question. We have, if 2/3 of a group agrees to end the debate, then I think it's reasonable to end the debate at that point. But a majority being able to use previous question, I don't know why this state rule is written that way. Maybe that's something we can consider changing. But I've seen this abused before, especially when there is an amendment that someone wants to make and a majority thinks they have the advantage and tries to call previous question to prevent them from making it. I've seen that happen enough times that I think a majority threshold for ending debate is too low, and so we shouldn't have this as part of our rules. I think we need to just hear debate and hear all of the amendments that are presented, and then pass our report when we're ready to, and not use previous question with a majority vote. If it were a 2/3 threshold, I would be fine with it. The majority, I don't think is high enough.
We go to page menu.
Page 12. Page 12. I've been attending these things on consistently since '84, probably more than I'm born, and that's been one of the greatest bitterness I've seen from many people is the abuse of this call for the previous question. It's abused too many times, so I think we should get it down.
To the District 31, Mary Kay Freeland. I actually am in agreement. I've been here many years, and there's been topics I really wanted to hear debated out, and the question was called too early. I'm against this, so put it out.
Josh Flynn, SDJC. Chair, just one question. Would you allow somebody to call the question immediately after a debate started?
There is no rule that would keep someone from calling the question if it was in order. They have a right to make it. Members, I'm going to recognize you fairly in the order that you attempted to obtain the floor. The things that interrupt are points of order, points of information, or if you rise to privilege. The previous question is moved in the same manner that you obtained the floor. And I'll do my best ability to make sure that you're in order. If someone tries to jump
apologize for being a little confused. What is the threshold for voting this, making this rule adopted right now?
To adopt Rule 16 requires a 2/3 vote of this body to adopt it.
And then, after it is adopted, then by calling the question, the majority could then cease debate on an issue later on.
That is correct.
I think so.
You have a question, you debate. Okay, I'll get to you in a second. Mary Kay?
Actually, a question.
Okay.
This is not only for this committee, but this is for the general session as well?
No.
Just for this committee?
We're not making rules for the general session yet. We haven't gotten that far. We get to do that next.
Okay.
I'm gonna recognize Joshua first.
Without this rule, would we still be able to call a question, just the threshold would be 2/3?
No, sir.
So we would not even be able to call a question. So even though I've been on this committee for 12, this is my 12th time on this committee. And I've seen people go in and out, and then they'll go from him to him, and then back over here to him, and then back over, and then they just go on and on and on. I mean, I've seen it multiple times, and many times. And when we don't have the ability to call the question, that will happen on every single rule. And there are some things that we all know what the answer is, and it's simple. And normally, what I've seen in the past, each chair is different, of course, but usually the chair won't allow somebody to just come in, make a motion, and then call a question. Usually, you have a couple of people say it, and then when they start being redundant, then the question is called. And so the chair would sit there and not recognize a question until there's been at least a little bit of debate.
I think he asked the same question.
Mike,
Microphone, please.
Thank you. Jim Pickle, SDA. Does the 3, 4, and 3 against 2 minutes each still apply to this?
No.
It doesn't.
Well, if we're in the middle of testimony, your motion for previous questions out of order. We're taking testimony from delegates. We're not going to shut the delegates down. It will be out of order until the testimony is taken because we've invited them to come and speak. They have a right to address this body. This is in deliberations of this body. The motion for previous question would be in order at that point.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I will remind this body that the motion to reconsider by a 2/3 vote would still be in order, even if you called it question. That might alleviate some of your concerns, because the supermajority of this body can still go back and take it back up. It may not. I'm sorry. I'm not debating for you, but
yeah, I don't think that solves the problem. If you're in a situation where there is a strong minority that wants to be recognized, then a majority use previous questions to cut them off. And then it would now require a 2/3 vote of the body to just cut them off to restore their ability to speak to that issue. So we're in a really terrible position with this, because I think pretty much everyone would like a previous question rule with a 2/3 threshold. That's what we're used to in, at least what I'm used to in every other parliamentary body I've ever been a part of. So I don't know why the RPT rules limit us to a previous question with a majority threshold. That is something we should change when we're considering RPT rules. But a majority threshold is too low, and I just don't think we can allow it.
We go to Dan, then I'll finish.
Okay, like Josh and I have sat together in many meetings, and I've been doing this for 40 years. You're not trying to necessarily cut off the minority, but the result is already predetermined. If you want to listen to all of the minorities, you're going to be here from now until next year. You've got to cut off debate and go forward. Once the decision is obvious where you're going, 50% plus 1 is what you need, and you've got to do this. That's all there is to it. You know, the minority may not like it, but that's just the way that it is, or you'll never get through the proceedings.
Mr. Chairman, Leslie Thomas, SC23. I would like to move to amendment number 16 to state the previous question with a 2/3 threshold shall be in order, and strike in accordance to the end of the sentence.
Leslie, your amendment's out of order as it violates RPT rule number 16.
Never mind.
There is none discussion.
in the spirit of that, I'm going to ask this question. Since this is worded saying in accordance with rule number 16, and since we are not going to take rules in sequential order, then could we not, when we begin general rules, change the general rule 16 to the 2/3 rather than majority, and that would fix that? Is that?
The rules as are not binding until after they're finally adopted by the convention. So we're governed by the rules as written until after the convention finally adopts them, and then they become binding to the party. To the next. Well, they govern everything that's up through the next convention. You have a question? Second question.
First question, so that we have clarification to your explanation. So if in fact we voted, when we get to the general rules, to go to a 2/3 instead of majority vote, that would not apply to this convention until it's voted on the floor, and it would apply to the next convention and not this one. So if we adopt this rule this way, it doesn't matter what we change on Rule 16, because during this convention, it will be the majority, and then if we change Rule 16, it will be 2/3 on the next convention. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Question?
Yeah. And I think this was Leslie's, and I think this was part of Leslie's question as well. If we don't include in accordance with rule number 16, are we able to have a previous question?
No, we're still good.
That's the only way we can do that.
You have a question or debate?
Parliamentary decorum.
Okay.
Could we just use Robert's rules to limit debate?
No, because rule number 16 of the general RPT orders modifies Robert's rules, and it's not discussion.
Parliamentary requirement. Is it possible to create a quasi-rose bush rule that would allow us to do that?
You would have to give me some language, sir. Those 3 cups of coffee are hitting. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Justin Nichols, SD 26. I want to speak in support of the rule and echo those sentiments by my colleagues, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Pickens. One of the things that really does bog down people's involvement in these types of bodies is the length of time it takes to accomplish business. I don't think this rule or the spirit behind it is to limit debate or silence people, but it is to effectively work through the business of the body. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:30, and we still do not have the rules by which we will operate for the rest of the week. If there is merit and validity for having a procedure for us to move our business along, given the timeframes that we have, and I would encourage each of you to support this rule.
Any other debate on the adoption of rule number 16? All right, we're going to take a vote. All in favor of adopting rule number 16, please raise your hand. All opposed? You get it, Tiger. The ayes have it. I'm sorry. That rule is adopted. Any further amendments to these rules of procedure? Not, I'll entertain a motion for final adoption. Did you have an amendment to the
I have
rules?
a previous question, or not previous, but
Grab the mic, sir.
question. There is a line through number 15 and 16. Is there a reason why there's a line through 15?
It's not on the master copy. Do you see that here?
Yeah. It's online.
Yeah, you may want to hit refresh the web page. Okay.
Senate District 31 moves to adopt. Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this body of work? Hearing none. All in favor of adopting these rules of procedure signify by saying aye and a vote. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have some rules to govern ourselves. Okay, hold on. Members, I have been told you cannot bring any food that you didn't purchase from the George R. Brown into this room. Not my job to police it, but they were very adamant. I don't know what the food options are here. I know Amy Hedke's got snacks because she put it on Facebook. In her wagon somewhere. So, we need to decide what we're going to do for meals, breaks, all that. I can tell you we're fixing to recess for a break because it's 2:30 and I had way too much coffee. We need to decide that. Do you have something along those lines?
I was gonna ask if we could all get a copy of the perfected rules that we just adopted. Can we get a hard copy?
You want a printed copy? Give me some time on that. I'll do my best to get you.
I have a printer
Do you have a printer? Yes.
on the cards.
That's part of the referees.
Okay, so members, just a quick open discussion. What do you want? How do you want to handle meal breaks? I don't know what's here. You want to go try to, and I'm talking about Tuesday and Wednesday as well. Do you want to go try to grab something, come back? What do you want to do? I don't know if everybody's eating lunch. I ate breakfast. I haven't had lunch. I'm going to go try to find a snack for today. So let's think about that. We'll take that up at the beginning of each day. How about that? Without objection, let's take a 30-minute work for you. Let's take a 30-minute recess, grab a snack, walk around, and we'll come back to order at 3 p.m.
Back in your old 259? Yeah. Great. Never been. One Bruce on the committee did your
Hey, Leslie, found Marine. Found Marine over here. We're about Saturday, you got John.
This is the best room.
I got a Marine on the other side of me. This is not okay. What did you swap with Leslie? Sit next to the Army guy. Yeah.
So, if you'd like to do that, I would be happy to. Okay?
The Texas GOP won and go on the Wi-Fi to get the password for that.
Well, I know they set the router up here, but they didn't give me anything on it, so, let me, see what I can find out. I'm still trying to figure out where the extra tables are.
We were trying to find the Starbucks that was open.
Yeah. We found when I run out I don't trust any seriously. Members, Leslie Thomas is risen to privilege. Since we did not have adequate microphones when we got started, we didn't go around the room and do introductions. She's asked that we go do introductions around the room, and the guy that needs to go first just ran out of the room. There you go. You're coming back. We'll start with SD1 if you don't mind. Go around the room and introduce yourself and anything you'd like to add. I think Leslie's writing a book on conventions one day. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's use the microphone if we can.
I'm Carl Byers. Today is my first day as the county chairman of Upshur County. I beat a incumbent and by 83%. So I worked hard on my campaign and the results show. I am a sports official, so rules is one of my fortes. I'm all about rules. So my SRAC knew that, and she said, I have a committee that you would love, and so she appointed me to this committee, and I want to thank her for, I want to thank my SRC lady and my SRC man. And I don't know, I'm married, got 2 kids, graduated from Stephen F. Austin. That's a great school. And I guess that's it.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Bishop, SD2. This first year serving on rules, I haven't had to take a week's vacation. I retired in April of last year. I'm a retired sports official, so I like rules too. This is the best place to be. I know it bores a lot of people. They'd rather be a platform that we know better.
Hello, my name is Janice Holt of SD3. I was on SREC for most of the last term. And my husband and I own our own business, which allows me to do fun things like this. It is fun, right? It will be fun. So anyway, I'm glad to be here, glad to be working with each of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Houlihan. I've been a lawyer for about 15 years. Started out as a Navy Gen, really as a national security law expert, cybersecurity, so I did my rules. Also a former congressional candidate for District 8, did not win. We gave it a good go. did the best we could with the resources we had, so really proud of our race. Now I'm the director of legal operations for a group called County Citizens Defending Freedom in Texas. So really proud about the future, ready for the future to take back our country with constitutional conservatism. So thank you very much.
My name is Dwayne Wright. I'm now SD5, thanks to our redistricting. I served as SD3 Rules Committee person for 3 times. And so it's kind of neat to get into a new SD and then get to serve as their Rules rep. I'm San Jacinto County Republican Chair, flipped the county 7 years ago as a claim to fame. We replaced all the Democrats, 13 of them, in one election with all new Republicans. I'm also the executive director for the TRCCA, the Texas Republican County Chairman Association. And it's great to be here and see some new faces and some of the ones that we've had some really good debates in the past. And by the way, Bruce didn't mention it, but he was chair of this committee 4 years ago. So it's neat to see him on this side of the fence. So anyway, it's going to be great.
My name is Virgil Vickery. I'm an attorney here in the Houston area. I've been on as precinct chairman for 20 years, served on the county level. This is my first time on the state committee, first time on the rules. So I enjoy being here and expect to learn a lot.
Hi, my name is Jim Pickle. I serve as the SREC for Senate District 8, which is Collin County, Rains County, and half of Hunt County. Got that position when Abraham George went to be the county judge in Collin County in December. Matt Rinaldi told me you need to be on the Rules Committee because you're a lawyer. I see I'm in good company. There's plenty of other lawyers on the committee. 2018, I ran for Dallas Court of Appeals, second highest court in the state, and that was the Beto year. 32 Court of Appeals races, 31 of them went Democrats. The only one that survived was Daffy Bass in Fort Worth. So according to the Supreme Court, we lost 700 years of judicial experience in one election, which is huge. This Court of Appeals is where all the laws made. So we need to take those courts back if we can. I also have the pleasure of being in politics most of my life, and in 2020, I was the elector for Senate District 8, and so I got to vote for President Trump, and my vote actually counted. So I'm looking forward to working with you all next.
Jim, wasn't that Robert Francis or? Mike Snyder, Senate District 9. I'm a recovering journalist after 30 years on the dark side. And I'm a lifelong Republican. I've been at every national presidential convention since 1976. I was there when Reagan ran the first time, so it was kind of a fun thing. After leaving Channel 5, after 30 years in Dallas-Fort Worth, I decided to run for office. I ran for a Tarrant County tax assessor collector, and I lost in the runoff. So, I've been a precinct chair of 2 different precincts. I have belonged to 2 different senatorial districts. I was redistricted out of Senate District 10 to Senate District 9 now. I served on the platform committee, and now this is my first tour at the Rules Committee, and I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, my name is Harrison Whitaker, SD10. I've been a Republican since 2008. I've been involved since 2008. And just want to go over how I made it to where I'm at. It seems like everybody else has a pretty long history and tenure about being in rules or being a lawyer or something of that nature. I actually stood up in courage against my county chairwoman because she was holding the date of the convention on the wrong date. I stood up and opposed, and I had confirmation from my SREC that it was on the wrong date, and the body wanted to continue. It wasn't until we got our email from the RPT that was sent out as information that the county conventions would be held the next week. That's when the body actually took what I was saying as true, and I effectively got the meeting stopped. Eventually, Susan Wright reached out to me and asked me if I would like to serve on the Rules Committee because of what I had done. I view it as a great honor. So I view it as a privilege to serve with each and every one of you here today. I appreciate every one of y'all for your talent, your time, your tenacity here, and I look forward to working with y'all.
My name is Terry Lia Wilson, and I've been a grassroots activist for 40 years in August. So my first convention was in 1984 here in Texas, and I was on the State Board of Education for 3 terms. I served on the SREC. We sold everything, moved to the beach. We have 5 kids and 4 grandkids, and we were just involved in the party. I became the SD11 Galveston County Chair. And we saw a race for Minette. Mays Middleton ran for Senate, won his race, and so I just won mine. So to take Mays' spot, weren't planning on it, but yeah, we had lots of prayer. And do we really want to leave the beach for even 5 months and visit the swamp in Austin? So, but yes, we are. We're just committed to the issues, and it'll be my first time on Rules. I've been on legislative priorities and resolutions. So anyway, just glad to be here.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Pete Neege, born and raised in Texas, 4th generation, and true constitutional conservative. Married for 47 years, 60 years. Been going to these conventions since early '84. I served on numerous committees, chairman of the SD12 convention, was presidential elected for CD26 in 2020. Just ran an unsuccessful race for HD65, but it was a lot of fun. I had a chance to stir things up a little bit, and so I'm glad I did. But it's a privilege to be here with each of you, and I thank you for the privilege. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Cooper, and I am in SD13. I am the precinct chair for downtown Houston. I actually live across the street. So if you have any questions about Houston, some I can answer, some I just will throw up my hands, I don't know. But I'm a native Houstonian. I was a prosecutor here in Harris County for 12 years. I am the lawyer for the Republican Party of Texas. I do not wear that hat when I come in here. So I'm here to just serve. This is my first time on the Rules Committee, so I may ask some stupid questions. But I'm really just trying to figure out, get to the bottom of things, and I'm just so happy to be here to serve with all of you. There's so many grassroots people. Josh Flynn has been on Rules he started when he was 11. Leslie Thomas, you greeted me as soon as I walked in. So many wonderful people. Thank you so much. I really look forward to learning from you.
And any teacher with their merit will tell you there's no stupid questions. Questions are for everybody. My name's Eddie Hauser. I answered it at Eddie and Edward, so no problems there. I have been working for Republican candidates for more than 34 years, and it's just I was sitting on the table as a kid, sucking off those. So I was born and raised here in Houston, and now live in South Austin in SD14. This is my 9th convention, and my first time on the Rules Committee. I have participated on the Rules Committee at the Senate District level in Travis County, and so that's why I was asked to, if I was interested in stepping up and being here with you guys. I look forward to having much more lively debates in the next couple of days, and it seems like we have had a very respectful and open group here, so I look forward to working with you all.
Josh Flynn. I used to say when I got here, I'm a dad. When I was here at first, I had 2 young children. And now, all these years later, I'm a grandpa of 2 young children with 5 kids. But my greatest accomplishment right now is my son just joined the Marine Corps last week.
I'm Dan Pickens. I am not a lawyer. I'm glad I'm not a lawyer.
Hey, just to clear the record, I am not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer.
So I'm the one that actually, I work with Texas Instruments. I make a lot of the analog chips that are everything from your cell phone to your laptop. So I served on the SRAC for 8 years. Also chaired the rules committee on the SRAC, and I love rules. Been involved in rules for literally 40 years.
Ed Sarles, ST17. I'm here this week for Jim McFadden, who was not able to make it this year, but hopefully we'll see him again soon. And I've been in party for over 20 years. I spent most of my time in the platform committee, but also observed the rules committee meetings here in the state over the years, and also served on the Harris County Rules Committee.
Hi, I'm Chuck Beers. I'm from Austin, and I emphasize the following strongly: that is Austin County, not city. We have the same voting percentages, just in the opposite direction. I got started in politics, I guess, probably when I was about 7 years old back in California. My mother was an election judge and allowed me to sit in and watch voting going on. And when I got old enough, she let me sit in and watch them count ballots by hand, so I know how to do a recount. I started in politics here in Texas in the early 90s when we moved here. I did precinct chair, took over as county chair back in 2000, served for 3 terms. Had to resign because of work, got my secretary to run. He ran for a while, he took it over again. And then Buddy got old enough to retire and said, I took over for you, you've taken over for me. So I'm back as county chair in Austin County. But I've had an enjoyable time. Managed to get on the committee here, and looking forward to working with everybody. The biggest comment everybody has told me when I said I was on rules is, boy, are you a sucker for punishment.
Robert Castaneda, SC19. I think we are the largest in area in the entire state. Covers from San Antonio out to Alpine and Uvalde is in that area. I live in South San Antonio. As I hear everybody, from SE1 to my neighbor here, everything has prompted me to mention something. You sports officials, I was a little league coach. I was always the guy that read the rule book to try to see where I could get the line. You know, it's like, how far can I take? Am I catcher wear or first baseman's mitt? And the answer was yes. So I was able to do that part. So it was always the rules thing. You said something and I forgot what it was because I got off on that one. But I know what you said. I know exactly what you said with elections. I worked in the county computer department for Barrett County, and I ran the computer room. And so with that, I saw many elections being processed through the computer systems. I was a precinct chairman my first term. Lamar Smith, a former congressman who's retired, was wasn't a college classmate of mine, but we were alumni from the same university. And he said, Robert, I need a precinct chair in this precinct. That was 1980. And that was when we put precinct chairs' names on the ballot, regardless if you were opposed or not. So I still have that frame somewhere where Reagan at the top, my name at the very bottom, which is very proud today for PMT. So I've been involved in politics for a long time. My wife more so. She's been doing a lot of stuff. Currently, she's running a campaign for congressional candidate against one of President Trump's campaign prosecutors, Joaquin Castro, out of San Antonio. So Kyle Sinclair for Congress. If any of you are so inclined to look him up or interested in helping Kyle, we would appreciate it. I think it's with the red tidal wave going to happen. I think we have an excellent opportunity of flipping that seat, which would make Congress even redder. Because we know it's going to turn red. Being the rules guy, yeah, everybody says have fun, but for me it's like, yeah, it's going to be fun. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Jones. I live in Senate District 20, so that is half of Hidalgo now. Well, once the new lines go into effect, and then Brooks County, Jim Wells, which is where I live in Alice, and then half of Nueces County. So, I just finished my first term as SREC. I served on the SREC Rules Committee and realized that I absolutely love rules. I don't know why, I just do. So, of course, I wanted to serve on this one. And then I also am the secretary for TFRW. I got started in politics running for office, which was kind of crazy. I ran for county commissioner, and then I didn't quite win, but I got involved in a bunch of other things, and served with Mighty Texas Strike Force, went all over the place, and just I really, really loved loved my time on the SREC. Hope to get to serve another term, and then also just love working on the rules, and I'm super excited to learn this just from everyone here with all this experience. I can't wait to hear all the reasons for and against, and just hopefully be back again and be professional at this next time.
Well, y'all probably already know by now, I'm Kathy Hager in Senate District 21. And like I tell people at church, if you want to remember my name, just say Chatty Kathy and you'll remember my name. So in 1992, the day after Clinton got elected was the day I called my friend in Christian Coalition. And I said, man, I'd like y'all to have this thing under control. And she said, I want you to come to a meeting. And so I've been involved ever since. I served 9.5 years on the SREC and then 2 years as a state party secretary. Been county chair for about a little over 5 years, and then I quit doing that when it was time to start doing some work for my mom. Been involved in elections at quite some level, where I've done election contests and recounts with election attorneys across the state. Probably work for, I would say, 5 or 6 of the election attorneys you might know. And right now I'm helping with training for Protect the Vote, which is a combined effort between RNC and RPT. To help people get trained in election integrity and the different aspects of an election. So rules are important to me, and I know how they affect our work at different levels, and so I just look forward to working with each one of you.
I'm John Carr. As you can see from my nameplate, I don't spell John right, and I don't spell Carr right either. But another tag with that, that's the way it is. I am a retired Green Beret colonel, combat veteran of Vietnam and Iraq, and I worked on capturing Saddam Hussein. But I got involved with the Republican Party when I was living in Durango, Colorado, and I was the campaign chairman for Ronald Reagan for Southwest Colorado. And in between times of doing my military service, I still remained active. I was the county chairman for McLennan County, which is Wake. And then I served 2 terms there and decided I wanted to run for SREC, and here I am. I am also a practicing lawyer, but I'm trying to retire. So, but I am glad to be here. In fact, it is this young lady right here that said, John, you need to be on the rules committee. So, followed her advice.
Hi, I'm Leslie Thomas. I got started with a couple of guys that are sitting there for like 14 years ago. We started coming to rules because we knew our platform was almost perfect, but it meant nothing. And we knew for it to mean something, we had to get the rules changed. So the grassroots started to come to the rules, and we started getting appointed to the rules. And so that's my background is grassroots. And we do get and there is a tension between grassroots and the people that have to run things, because they want efficiency, and we want to muck things up and make sure that our opinions get considered and our voices are heard. So I've had experience with Kathy and Dwayne, and I can tell you they're wonderful people. They're reasonable. If they're talking to you, you need to listen because they have real concerns, and don't shut them down. Because county chairs do not get paid. They have to run these the elections and stuff. But the grassroots, we still have our issues that we want. So anyway, danger ahead. There will be contention, but they are there are reasonable people, and we can come to resolutions on that. Clint Moore, for the grassroots, he is responsible for the convention being as big as it is, for the 7,000 delegates. and making it grassroots, I mean, easy to get in, to be part of the process. Because you know the Democrats are very small. And their SREC are actually taken out by people in the establishment, like judges and people elected people. But ours are really grassroots controlled. And I just want to recognize Clint Moore and then Chris McDonald. Just the hole that these two men left because they're untimely death. I cannot speak to the vastness of it. Chris McDonald is the one who led out on legislative priorities. And it was a hard-won fight, and we won by 1 vote. And it was hard. So I just want to remember those two and hope that some of y'all can take up their mantle and carry on to ensure that the grassroots still have their voice.
My name is Matt Long, in Senate District 24. I live in Fredericksburg. I have a daily radio program in the morning that is Christian conservative, Texas-only politics with a focus on engagement. That's my key, is citizen engagement. I'm also the president of the Fredericksburg Tea Party, and we have been training and taking people up to the Capitol to testify now for the last 4 sessions. And that is my gig is engagement at the Capitol, and I do live close enough that I can get away with that. So I'm there for all our friends who are in El Paso and Amarillo and Tyler and Beaumont, and we're close enough to go there. And so I'm here because of 4-5 sessions of insanely frustrated with going into people's offices who have an R by their name and could care less about the platform that so many tens of thousands of man-hours are being put in, not only this week, but the time leading up to it. And so I'm here on the Rules Committee because I want some accountability for the elected people in Austin who have the magic R by their name. And this is my first committee, and I wasn't too sure if I was going to say this, but my family and all my old friends, when they say Matt Long and Rules, those don't ever even come close to one another. I have learned over the years, though, the best way to be a really good rule breaker and not get caught is to really know the rules. And so maybe that's what I'm here to do. So thank you. I'm very glad to be here.
My name is Justin Nichols. I'm from SD26. I am an attorney that practices and lives in San Antonio. The only thing I will say is I'm 6th generation Texan. I'm very proud of that. So I think it's not something working on.
I'm Ray Gonzalez, SD27, down in the Gulf Coast. I am also an attorney. If there's any saving grace that I went to medical school before I went to law school. I do not practice medicine. I only practice law, but I'm happy to be here.
I'm Dennis Reedy, SD28. I live in Campbell, and I was able to participate as an observer 2 years ago. And one of the committees that I sat in on was this one. I spent a number of hours down here, not nearly as many as you guys are working, but observing, and was impressed enough to throw my name in the hat, see if I couldn't get on the committee this time around. I'm relatively new at this. I don't have a lifelong history of participating in politics, but I'm here to learn, participate, and contribute as best I can. And I can thank Steve, curse Steve, for putting me out in the committee. Thank you.
Hi y'all, my name is James Peinado. I hail from Mountain, Texas, more specifically El Paso. Our SD just recently has expanded out, so I'm pretty excited to meet more people from Pecos and to go as far as Alpine as well. Very excited. This is my first time on the Rules Committee or any committee at this stage of the convention process. This is my 5th convention overall, if you count the convention from AG Little Hawk 6 years ago. But I remember back in 2012 when I was with a bunch of other first-timers, and we were saying, you gotta study the rules, you gotta study the rules, and so we were like, we had 20 minutes to eat a sandwich and read rules that it was all Greek to me, looking at it for the first time, going, what is going on here? But in the years since, I've definitely come to really appreciate the importance of rules. It's my understanding the word Republican means like the rule of law. Like that's what we govern ourselves by. So in principle, it's important for this party to have sharp rules that are fair and achieve what we're trying to do together. And when you don't have good rules, things fall apart and it ruins processes and stuff like that. I'll just end on two. I'm also like to see rules that empower the grassroots to get the things that we want done, and to a degree hold those politicians with the magic R next to their name accountable. But I also respect the fact that I feel like I understand that there's a balance between all these things, and so I believe that this esteemed body will come to a good conclusion on many things. So thank you.
My name is Mark Russell, and this is the first time I've sat on the Rules Committee. Well, I've sat in the bleachers since 2014 and watched what was going on. No one threw me out, so when I got elected to serve on the Rules Committee, I accepted it. Pretty glad. I retired. My professional life was working as a medical physicist, treating cancer with radiation, and so that you understand rules. That's one of the important aspects of that. I ended up in that position because all the positions for lawyers were taken. For fun, I love music, play the guitar, doing woodworking, fly recreationally, love parliamentary work, and I've done quite a bit of parliamentary work. And serving with the Republican Party in Grayson County, this past year, I was voted the outstanding volunteer to Grayson County Republican Party. So I was pretty proud of that, surprised and proud. And look forward to working with you people here in this committee and doing something meaningful without wasting a lot of time. So with that, it's time to pass it on.
Mary Kay Phelan. This is my first time on the Rules Committee. I've had the privilege of serving on legislative priorities, platform, credentials. I found them all very informative. My whole goal is to take back the knowledge I have today and teach the Republicans that it's not just voting on election day. That's not where it starts. That's the finish line. And we need to educate our Republican people on grassroots, on where all this begins, and get them involved. My father was the county chair many years ago, and I didn't know that until I was elected the county chair for Hudson County in 2011, and I'm still the current county chair. And I found it so fascinating, again, a year's worth of preparation for that primary coming up, and that runoff. We've had a runoff every year I've been county chair. For once I want to just have a primary. And, happy year. But I am running for the SREC Senate District 31 committee woman this year. And looking forward to, again, educating our new district. This 31's been kind of carved again. So it's going to be a whole new 45 counties in the District 31, but I think there's another county here that has, another district that has even more counties. 28. So, glad to be here. Thank you.
It's still working. I'm your SREC member for Senate District 28, coming off of 51 counties. We were reduced to 48. You took one of them. Thank you very much. But they took us, they included Wichita Falls. So we go all the way up to Wichita Falls and all the way down to Menard. It's a very long Senate district, so we go back and forth on actual mileage to travel. Appreciate that very much. I am an SREC member from SD 28. I'm the chairman of the SREC Rules Committee, Leslie. Proud Navy combat vet. I'm glad we have a lot of them in here. And I believe in William Shakespeare's quote from Henry VI that says, first, let's kill all the warriors. That was for you. I'm happy we got some sports officials. We know who to ride now. You guys do any college games? Can you know about? We need to talk later. Happy to be with you. First time chairing this committee. Long time involvement with it. I'm excited to chair it. We do need to get moving on. The next thing we need to consider is the supplemental rules to the 22 state convention. I've got a draft that is in the online folder. Hopefully you're there. We've got it up on the screen. It should be up on the live stream. Give it a second to get there. Yes. If you open your drive, it's going to be the third file down, 22 convention supplemental rules doc. Okay, what this mimics is the 2018 rules, not 2020, because we don't want to talk about that anymore. Those were specifically drafted a lot for a virtual convention, and nobody wants to relive that. In fact, in some emails going back and forth this week, somebody said something about virtual, and I wanted to kill them. So, if we don't put the word virtual in these rules, the supplemental rules, I'll be happy. So let's consider the first rule. Rule number 1 will be in order. Kathy?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in rule number 1, except for the comma after revised. Like that.
The comma after Robert's Rules of Order newly revised, you want to delete the comma? We're making an original motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So the motion is to adopt rule number 1. Now these are not binding or binding. We're kind of drafting them from scratch, so we need to move the original language each time. It's not a continuation. We continue our regular rules. We don't have to continue these. So a motion and a second to adopt rule number 1. Is there discussion?
And then also, don't need to comment. We're on a separate clause.
We can't hear.
Yeah, thank you. We don't need the comma after convention because there's no separate clause sitting on.
We could take that without objection. Okay. Any discussion, amendments to rule number 1? All in favor of adoption signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule number 1 is adopted. Rule number 2 is in order. Chair recognizes Dennis Reagan.
I move to move the comma from in line 1, the comma after the word of needs to be backed up 3 words and placed after the word to.
You're on rule number 2?
Yes.
So you want to adopt the language with the corrections you're making?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me again what you want to do.
I move to adopt the passage by moving the comma from after of in line 1 to directly after the word to.
Okay. Do we have it the way you want it now?
Yes.
Got a second? Discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rule is adopted. Rule number 3. Chair recognizes Mr.
Move to
Bishop.
adopt rule number 3 as written in our
Gotcha.
In front of us.
So is there a
What's
second?
in front of us?
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt rule number 3 as drafted. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule is adopted. Rule number 4 is in order. Do I hear a motion to adopt language for rule number 4?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adopt rule number 4 as written. Discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Moving on to rule number 5 is in order.
Have we, there's just it seems to be a red note that says verify for staff. Have we verified that that room number is correct?
That's in number 5.
5D.
I have texted out asking for staff to verify. I believe that's room 216 is the staff room. I'm getting the verification. So if you'll accept an edit of that staff room after the fact, I appreciate it. We have a motion to adopt rule number 5. Stage 1.
Ted Sarles, I see 17. In the first line, we put the year 2022. Is that necessary, or do we remove the year and not have to update that every year?
I don't see a need to have it or not have it. It indicates that we are looking at these every year.
Janice Holt, SD3, I move adoption of rule number 5.
Second. In its entirety as drafted?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second? Any discussion on rule number 5?
We need to put anything in there, you need to discretion to change.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say, with the ability to add the room number.
I mean, without objection, if you'll let me edit that room number, this is going to be ratified by the SREC anyway, so we can adjust it if we need to. I'm 99% sure it's 216. Just check the text real quick. I haven't got to apply yet. I'm pretty sure that's it. You can delete the verified stuff. Okay, so the current motion is to adopt rule 5 as written. Any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rule is adopted. Rule number 6 is in order. That is a question. I'm not sure about the lights, if they're going to be the way we normally have them.
Question, please.
Sure.
We did do C.
We adopted 5 Holt. We did everything.
So you saying they may not have the light?
Well, I just need to make sure that all the colors are available and that's been done. Let me just, let me find out. Quick question. Are the white, blue, yellow, red lights going to be available on the floor, or is that going to be the same as it always is? Okay, we're drafting that in the rule. And then the staff room that they will turn in chair applications to, which one is that? 216. And, oh, and the other, somebody can figure out what the password is to the Whiteout. I don't know about that.
are gonna be the same as, is written there, and it is gonna be, staff room is gonna be 216. The password to the local Wi-Fi here is capital RPT, lowercase CON, 2022.
Excuse me, could you repeat again? Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I turned the microphone. Well, I don't want to tell the world. Capital RPT, lowercase CON, 2022.
Thank you.
I don't know what the ID is.
I think it's Texas GOP1.
It's probably Texas GOP1. I noticed there's surveillance man out there too. It's kind of creepy. That's me.
I wonder where 1, 2, and 3 are.
They're at my house. Yeah, I've got those that mesh net thing at the house, so it's surveillance man 1, 2, and 3. And my neighbor keeps changing his, like this week it was every day I'm buffering or something like that. That's kind of a thing going on with my neighbors. Okay, great. Okay, we'll clean up. We need to swap out now. What is your? It's up to you. Y'all can jump in anytime she's ready to come up with it. That sounds good. Okay. Rule number 6 is in order. Okay, we've got a motion to adopt rule number 6 as written. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ken?
I have an amendment to that. I'm not sure if I missed my window or not.
To rule number 6?
Yes.
Your amendment's in order right
Okay.
now.
In the, after all the lights, it's not up there, you need to scroll up just a bit. After being recognized, but before otherwise addressing the convention, that part, I believe it needs to say the delegate shall state his or her name, and then the next lines, it should be, and the purpose for which he or she seeks recognition. It's kind of third party. Talking about the delegate.
You're opening up a pronoun argument, aren't you?
But I am including both. Yeah, sorry, it's the English teacher thing.
What are your? Give that to us one more time, Dennis.
You're replacing the delegates with his or her, and then the next sentence, for which he or she seeks recognition. You're replacing the word delegate in both sentences. There are only 2 genders here.
Okay, we got the first part. What's the second part?
The word delegate in the next should be he or she.
You want to delete the word
And
delegate?
then, yes, and then delete the delegate.
We need to keep the delegate. The gender can go to the, you can go to he.
But it says there, the delegate shall state his or her name. And it's in the same sentence, so it's still referencing the name of the delegate.
Is that your language there?
Yes, sir.
We didn't highlight the strike, but okay. So the question is now on adding his or her and he or she is the amendment. Discussion. Do we have a second on that? Second. Any discussion on the amendment? I would like to speak against. Okay.
Yeah, because SC 16, I kind of understand he or she, but I would rather have their name instead of he or she.
In the first,
I understand.
Okay.
Sorry. In the first part, you're stating the delegate shall state his or her name, county or senatorial district of residence, and the purpose for which he or she seeks recognition. So you're still talking about the same.
Their name, the delegates shall state their or
Any other discussion on the amendment? John?
John Carr, SB 22, I speak against this amendment. The word delegate is not gender specific. And this day and time, when there's so much going on with, about he and she, what constitutes an he and she, I would just like to leave it just like it is. Tell us, so I ask you to vote that down.
Yes, sir.
I believe because of all of this controversy about,
Let's get the microphone.
I believe with all of this controversy about gender, I think we need to have it in there that there's two genders, a he and there's a she. And that's it. There's not any other genders.
Point of order. We don't make
State point.
this evening we text from people viewing live. All they can see is the front table, and they've asked that you remind the delegates to state their name and district so they'll know who's speaking.
I think we're doing a pretty good job of that, but I'll remind you to state your name and city district. It's not exactly a point of order, sir, but thank you. It's a privilege.
I'm against this amendment as well. We do rule, sorry, Josh Flynn, SD15. The main reason is we don't change rules because of the political climate, because in a couple of years it may be different. And right now, it's perfectly proper to say there and then.
Okay.
Just want to clarify, my amendment has nothing to do with political climate or anything. It's more of a English proper positioning of grammar. So other people have said other things, but that was not the intent of my motion. And I'm Janice Holt, SD3, consent instance.
Any other discussion on the amendment, the he and she amendment? Yes, sir.
Justin Nichols, SD 26. I'm going to vote no because the schools already provide for a grammar committee to fix these, and I want to discourage participation in non-substantive reviews of the rules that just bog us down for another 10 minutes. So I encourage us to vote no, so that if it is a purely grammatical issue, we leave that to the province and the committee for that purpose.
Any further discussion? All
And are we voting on the name that's been that? Ed Hauser, SD7. Are we voting on an amendment or is this still original name?
No, we've already gotten to number 6 is on the floor. This is the amendment to
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All in favor of adoption of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. The nays have it, the amendment fails. Kathy.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a quick amendment here on the second one.
Let me get us back to the original language real quick.
Yes, sir.
Just a second.
Name and district too. There you go.
Got it back. All right, Chair recognizes Kathy Gaines.
SG21 Kathy Hayward. In that last paragraph, I would like to make an amendment to strike the county or striking those two words.
Okay, so you want your amendments to strike county or, okay? Okay, questions on the motion to strike? Any discussion?
You want me to explain why? The main purpose of identifying when you speak is so that you know what delegation you're from and what county you're from will not tell us which SD you're supposed to be sitting with, so we'd like it to be specific to SD.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to strike, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're striking that.
Sorry.
I'd like to move to insert the word blinking after white light in the middle paragraph so that it corresponds to the other and lower paragraphs.
And easy, just a sec, we're going to swap out secretaries. Stand by, we've got a motion that we need to get his motion addressed first. Dennis, would you like to make that motion again, please?
I move to insert the word blinking, probably in parentheses, after the words white light in the first line of the second paragraph so that it corresponds to the upper and lower.
Just to the white light?
Down the middle paragraph or still in the paragraph.
I'm sorry.
After, in the middle paragraph where it says point of order, parentheses, white light, insert parentheses, blinking. Up at the top it shows blinking light. In the bottom paragraph, the last line refers to a blinking light, but nowhere in the middle does it say blinking light.
Blinking light, say blinking white light. Is that the way you want it right there? That'll work. Okay, is there a second friendly amendment? Is there a second? Members, I cannot hear. Got a second. I'll recognize you for an amendment to the amendment. I can't imagine what you can amend on the word blinking, but.
I was just going to, at the friendly amendment, you accepted that it's both say, if one says blinking white light, put blinking white light on top, or you can say 3 words on top, the first and second term.
Not sure I understand what you're asking for. So you want to add white?
That's my, yeah.
That's actually a separate amendment, so stand by. Let's deal with blinking white light first. Leslie?
Leslie Thomas, SD23. This is not nonsense. Anyway, if you go to review, you can get an edit feature on this so that you can see your stripes and you don't have to recreate the document review.
We had it turned on earlier, and it wiped the documents, so we shut it off.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It caused an internet conflict. We'll try to test that offline and see if we can get that working for tomorrow. Okay, we're on the amendment adding blinking in front of white lights. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of adding blinking, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. We're adding blinking. I'll recognize you, sir, if you want to make that amendment.
Sure. Yeah, so just for on this scroll number 6, everywhere where it mentions that blinking light, let's just use the same 3 words, blinking white light.
Okay, so right there, do we see any other place?
I saw those three credit.
Who's raising a point of order? You got? Okay, what's your safety point? Okay.
Is not the blinking white light a point of order. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Red light instead of yellow light instead of red light for motion and working.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm just asking a point of information because below it, it explains it. Interrupting motions are the blinking white light.
You are correct that the interrupting motion in the example given is a point of order, blinking white light there. I want to clarify that language at the top too. I don't see it to be out. Anytime the white light will be turned on, it will be blinking. Okay, the motion was everywhere, so we're going to see two places. Are you happy with this language? Are you?
Yes, sir.
You're happy with this? Okay. Any discussion on the word white twice? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Blinking white light is inserted. Yes, sir.
I have a question relating to rule number 6.
Okay.
I've been a floor parliamentarian since 2014, and in every instance, the parliamentarian was the one who determined which light was turned on, and there's another thing with the sergeant. It says where the sergeant of arms uses both the microphone and the white light. In my experience, the floor parliamentarian handled that exercise. The sergeant of arms did not. In fact, they would ask the floor parliamentarian, what do I need to do? We wouldn't yell.
Where's your question, sir? I'm sorry, I'm waiting for your question.
All right. In our language of number 6, we identify that the task of turning on the blinking lights is the task for the sergeant of arms. And I'm raising the question, should that be the sergeant of arms or the floor parliamentarian?
I believe it to be the sergeant at arms myself.
Under the advice
I'm sorry.
I believe it to be the sergeant at arms' responsibility to turn the lights on and off, not the parliamentarian. Does that answer your question?
In this committee, it does. When we're in the convention hall and I'm working as the floor parliamentarian, I'm going to have a question again.
Well, I mean, this is where we're drafting the rules, sir.
Which is why I raised that question in this committee.
Okay, so are you asking me my opinion? I'm not sure if you're debating or making a...
No, I'm definitely not debating. I'm asking for a source that identifies that that's a task to be delegated to the sergeant of arms. Is that identified in another document within the Republican Party of Texas? I don't know.
And to my knowledge, it is not governed anywhere else other than here.
Do you mind if I answer this question?
I'll recommend it.
Okay. So the way it's been done before, let's say we got 6 mics. Okay, at each of those mics, you may or may not have some kind of parliamentarian that is there. But who controls the buttons is usually a sergeant at arms. Because he's standing there, he's not going to let anybody else start punching the button, switch to talk. Now, the parliamentarian, if he is there, may go up and down as people are lining up. They may ask questions. He goes, no, that's going to be out of order, can't do that, whatever. But the sergeant at arms is controlling those toggle switches on the line. Okay, does that answer the question for you? He's like, I'm the boss. You're not going to touch this thing unless the parliamentarian.
Well, you've answered that question, but that's not been my experience.
That's
the point I'm making. And I've got some bad experiences.
Well, without objection, let me make a statement here. The parliamentarian does not have the right to interrupt the delegate's access to the floor, nor does the sergeant at arms. They are to turn on the lights when the delegate wants access to the floor. That's their right, not the parliamentarians to decide if their motion is right or they're doing the right thing. They're there as an encyclopedia to assist the delegate to forming their motion properly if the delegate chooses to use them. Otherwise, the delegate has the right to make a stupid motion on the floor. I know what you're talking about. Mr. Hayes and I had a heated conversation about it, and the Dallas police officer that tried to handcuff me and drag me out the Dallas convention floor for screaming at the parliamentarian because he wouldn't let me make a point of order will prove that point for you, sir. You weren't the light parliamentarian at that one, were you?
I think I was. I wish I wanted to.
This is perfectly within the capability of this committee to decide this now. If you want to make an emotion to amend, that would be your option there, sir. But I hope we've answered your question.
Well, you talked about the.
Yeah, I apologize. It wasn't my intention to influence your debate, but that's.
No,
I'm kind of passionate about this one because I had a pretty rough.
Well, I can see that even so.
It was almost just like Amy getting drug out of the Capitol. It was going to be. I had to bring it up. I'm sorry.
Well, I just know if anyone else here served as a floor parliamentarian, you have. I would expect you would have. It's my experience that more than a majority of the people that go to the mic to speak, they're professional at that. And they'll do like I do sometimes. They'll speak to a point of order, which is just an introduction to debate.
Sure.
And in that context, the sergeant of arms, I would say, is timely. He just doesn't have the skill to understand what the nature of the interchange is going to be.
Are you going to make a motion?
No, I'm asking a question and I'm giving an answer.
If you're asking, we're having a conversation here, which is out of order, sir, but that's the chair's decision to decide whether that is improper. The delegate's access to the microphone cannot be impeded. We have stormed the stage screaming point of order because we couldn't get access to the microphone because sergeant at arms or parliamentarians didn't want to allow us a chance to speak, and that is not the job. They're just there to facilitate turning the lights on and on. So if someone comes up and makes an improper point of order, it's up to the chair to call that out of order, not anyone on the floor. And you need to keep that in mind when you draft these. You cannot get in between a delegate and access to its chair and access to the floor. Although sometimes I get it, people say and do stupid things that are out of order, but that's not the floor's decision to make, that's the chair's decision.
I had a chair chew me out once because.
Yeah. Sir, we're going to have to move on because we're having an exchange. We need to move on unless you're going to ask another request for information or make a motion.
No, my last statement is that my education is complete.
No, thank you, sir. Dwayne, I'll recognize you.
I was just going to say that I've worked in my at convention.
Work that one, sir.
And I know when he's talking about it, has happened that many times.
Yeah. Any other, are we still on, have we voted on blinking yet? We're still on. Should we accept blinking? Okay, we're back on rule number 6. Discussion on, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Ed Sarles, ST 17. I'd like to make an amendment.
State your amendment.
After the list of lights, before the last paragraph, to add, the sergeant at arms shall activate all lights for which delegates have requested recognition. After the list of lights.
Sergeant at arms. All Is that your
sergeant at arms shall activate all lights for which delegates have requested recognitions.
Is there a second? We have a second. One more time.
The sergeant at arms shall activate all lights for which delegates have requested recognition. And for consistency, I think sergeant at arms, capitalize sergeant at arms.
Okay, discussion? Would you like to speak to that?
I think this makes it more clear that there's a responsibility for the sergeant at arms to recognize all the delegates who are there. And have a valid point to be recognized.
Further discussion? All in favor of adoption of this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. Strike. Okay, we're back on the rule number 6 language. Any further discussion on rule number 6? All in favor of adoption of rule number 6 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rule is adopted. We're on to rule number 7.
Under information ST14, there's the rule immediately following is labeled rule number 7A. Should that just be subsection A, and is that considered, are we taking that up as part of the
Well, there is no motion on the floor, so we're not taking up anything at the moment. So as soon as we get some language, there may be a good question there. Leslie?
Mr. Chair, I move for rule number 7 to be debate on any motion or resolution shall be limited to 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers against, with each speaker limited to 2 minutes, except for the plain discussion, which shall be with each speaker limited to 2 minutes, period. The chair shall have the authority to extend debate in his discretion.
There you go. Is that your language?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Discussion on rule number 7. All right, we got a motion and a second to adopt rule number 7. Any further discussion on rule number 7? That's not an amendment. This is the original motion. Okay, state your amendment.
My amendment would be to change the word 4 to 3.
Go to your mic, state your name and
Champions ST16, I'd like to change the word 4 to 3 in both cases.
Okay, there's a motion to amend 4 to 3. Is there a second? All right, discussion on changing 4 to 3.
The reason to do this, you may think that comes out to 6 times 3 or 6 times 2, but it actually ends up about 20 to 30 minutes, no matter any way you do it. You continue to add more people, the time on the allotted debate continues to get 45 minutes. It just happens all the time, no matter what the time limit is. No time you keep switching people in and out. That's why we need to limit this to the number in the minutes as much as possible.
Okay, any further discussion on changing 4 to 3? All in favor of changing 4 to 3, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Changing 4 to 3. Now we're back on the full language of rule number 7. Mr. Chair.
James Pinal, ST29. I'd like to speak against this amendment. I spoke in favor of decreasing the number of persons But I do believe that decreasing the time, there's just a lot of issues that I've always found it very valuable to hear perspectives, and sometimes these perspectives have a lot of detail and nuance, and so I value that extra minute for everyone that wants to speak for or against on an issue. I think that is time well spent. And some of these issues are complex, and you're trying to, I do think that a lot of times people live in bubbles, and I always think it's important to get outside of the bubbles. Regardless of what side of the political spectrum you were on, it's always very valuable to hear the other side, and I think that extra time.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak in favor of the 2 minutes. 2 minutes is a long time if you're concise and you zero in on the issue, and it forces them to zero in on that issue. I've served on the city council. We have a 2-minute rule, and I'm telling you, they can do it in 2 minutes. They can read 2 pages in 2 minutes. If you do 3 minutes, there's a difference. Having compared the 2 and the 3, there's a difference. You start getting wrangling. So if you just squeeze it down to 2, they know they have to say the essential, and they say it, and I think it's actually more efficient.
ST-29 Kathy Hager, and I'm speaking in favor of that amendment, mainly because remember we're talking about general session on the floor at this point. Later on we can talk about a little more debate if we want to when we get into our caucuses, but on the floor we do want to keep it clear.
I'm going to speak in favor, especially because we just cut half of the original, or the previous years, because what was in there originally was 3 minutes for debate on general resolutions, and then half that time for plaintiffs, because we wanted to allow as much conversation, as many claims to be covered. We've just extended the time for plaintiff-by-plaintiff discussions by making it 2 minutes, when that is most of the discussion that is going to be happening on the floor. So discussion over rules, we cut by a minute, but we just extended the discussion over claims. So I'm going to speak in favor of this minute. I think 2 minutes just makes it simple across the board. Like Leslie said, 2 minutes should be pretty reasonable for any discussion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the adoption of rule number 7 language? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Rule number 7 passes. We're on to rule number 7A is open for motion.
I'll make a motion to Kathy Hager, ST-21. I'll make a motion to adopt Rule 7A as written. Can I change it?
It's an original motion, so you can state it how you want.
I'm going to rename it as Rule number 8. But go ahead and leave the rest as written.
Oh, okay. These aren't auto numbered. So it'll take us a little while to do that. Okay, do you have a question?
Yes, I'd like clarification from whoever, Dan Wiggins, ST-16, clarification of exactly what this means, other than the obvious, I'm just going to read the platform plain, I want to hear this. Is there any other meaning that there's trying to happen in 7A? In other words, what is the goal of 7A?
Sequential order.
In the platform, you start at the top, so we keep that down.
You don't want to have a discussion offline.
Yeah, no, I'm asking for whoever.
Point of order, is there a motion on the floor has been seconded?
I'm trying to get there, but we're arguing. Floor will come to order. We're on Kathy's motion. Let's get your language proper, and then we'll go second.
So my language is exactly the content as it's written, just changing it to rule number 8.
take us a while to change.
I'm going
this.
to change my amendment, just leave it as rule 7A.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is, rule number 7A as written. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on this rule. Y'all hit it. Let's go with Jim.
Jim Pickle, somebody asked about what this section means. I think this is going to the fact that when we are on the floor debate, you're no longer going to vote plank by plank. We're going to vote section by section. Hasn't come up yet, but that's what I've been hearing through the grapevine. Obviously, I'm opposed to that. Some grassroots guy, but I think that's what 7A is meant to do, is say, voting section by section. The chair just presents section, and everybody gets an opportunity to vote on the section. So I guess I move to amend it, Rule 7A, to eliminate it.
You're just speaking against it, Jim.
Yes.
Motion there. Okay. Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to do it again. Notice that when we did the rules for the Rules Committee, we started at 1 and we went through 15, and now as we're addressing these, we started at 1 and we're working sequentially through the document because it's logical. So all that's saying is that in the platform, we're going to address the preamble, then we're going to address the first section, then we're going to address the second section. It's just saying it's in the order that it appears in a logical sequential order. It's not trying to read anything sneaky into it. It's just saying let's make a logical order, and that in the order that they're presented.
You get to add
And Hauser ST 14. I'm going to speak against this because it's my understanding as I read this rule that it was an attempt back in the days before we broke up the committee into multiple subcommittees. The committee report was presented as a whole to the floor, discussions allowed blank by blank, and then the vote was called on the platform as a whole. Right now, in these rules that we will be considering, in rule number 12, it already says that we have, there's all of that is, rule number 12 is specifically geared towards taking up, it's labeled procedures for adoption for the platform legislative reports. So this rule, if we take up rule number 12, it will be it's already going to cover this issue. So I'm speaking against this rule, and then that will also clear up the numbering issues.
I got you. I'll recognize you, Wayne.
Yes, Glenn Ryan, SD5. I'm speaking in favor of the rule. When counties submit their resolutions and their paperwork, and I'm a guy that likes to align systems, we have to put them in sections. And the sections are the titled sections that are being referred to here. You have to put it under education or under government or whatever, and there's all these different sections. That's how we funnel the information to the RPT to begin with. So I'm fully in favor of keeping that system in place.
Okay, who was up first? I looked down and checked the text. Let's do the point of information first.
So my question is this the effect of 7 doesn't really have any effect because 12A defines how the platform reports would be considered section by section.
I would agree with you. Yes, sir.
Can I make an amendment?
You may. Use the microphone.
Carl Anderson for just a moment. I'd like to make an amendment where it says the chairman shall have, the chairman shall present the platform section and plank in order it appears. Does that
make it, I mean, that way, I think that take away some of the fears and some of that they will not be able to address a certain point.
Can we have a second on that? The motion dies for lack of a second. We're back on the original language of 7A.
Question, Chairman.
Let me get to the question that you mentioned.
Mike Snyder, ST9. How does this comport with Rule 12? Rule 12 specifically addresses.
I would say it's redundant.
All right, I'll be opposing this entire plan.
Okay. I heard an amendment over here.
So Dan Regan's ST16, I'd like to make a very similar amendment to what he said, but put it at the end. Statements from delegates on the section and plans.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. All right, the motion's on the adoption of and planks. Any discussion?
Can you speak on the okay, so the reason for this is that a lot of times there's a detail along the section. And before, when we've discussed this on the floor, we may discuss the plank, the section, but we discuss each plank one at a time. And I know there's been a push to try and do the whole section. It's a lot easier to vote on, in essence, one paragraph at a time instead of the whole section. Then you can vote on the whole section if you choose afterwards, and we vote on the whole thing. But if you don't vote on the planks one at a time, and that happens to be 1 page or 2 pages long, and there's 10 different changes in there, then you got a lot of stuff to cover with amendments on the whole thing. That's the reason to do that.
Gotcha. Any other discussion?
How's it important? ST14. I'm speaking against including planks because until we bring up Rule 12, it's not even really germane, but we likely will not be calling for a vote on each plank individually from the floor of the convention. So this ruling is going to conflate what the chair's responsibilities are. So this change amendment would in essence require the chair call a vote on each plank of each section, and we have more than 300 planks on average in our thing. So if we want to get out anytime this year, it's probably not worth including those two words.
Terry Lia Wilson, Senate District 11. I concur. It's clearly outlined in 12, including planks. So I think that if we're going to add anything, let's wait till we get to that. Therefore, I'm voting this rule down because I do believe it's redundant.
Any further discussion? Yeah. We'll acknowledge that Mr. Snyder said, yeah. Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, part of what point was parliamentary proceedings. Is it possible to skip over 7A so we get done on 12 and back?
You can move the table.
Move the table to 7A.
Second. Motion to table Rule 7A. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion 7A is tabled. Rule number 8 is in order.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask people to please use the mics?
We're trying to go. We're doing the best we can. Rule number 8 is in order.
ST14, so moved.
All right, we've got a motion to adopt the language for rule number 8 as written. It's on 2 pages there.
Second.
Discussion. Motion to amend.
Microphone.
Hold on a second. Scroll so I can see it. Yes. Rachel Hooper, SC13. I moved to strike the language pursuant to the Texas election code.
our rules should be coupled with the Texas election code. Our rules should be self-sustaining if we believe that we're a self-sustaining organization. So you are going to see a theme from me to strike all of the references to the Texas election code over the next 3 days.
Leslie?
Mr. Chair, I'm speaking in favor of this. So Idaho voted, the Republican Party of Texas and Idaho voted to decouple from their election code, their legislators. And it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that it was a private association and they could do that. It gives, as a grassroots person, there are laws that are in place that are hard laws for grassroots to operate. And we can't get around it because we can't change the election code. And that election code restricts the grassroots operations in the party. There's a second reason, I think. So anything that is in the election code that, like the election of precinct chairs, the election of county chairs, the party would take that back and they would be our own rules and we would make those laws. They could be exactly the same, or they could be, something different, but they would be ours, and we would have the influence over those. We would make that call. And I would also, and I'm not advocating this, but as an example, in Idaho, when they moved to go to decouple, they closed the primary, and before they decoupled from the Idaho, they weren't allowed to. So it was the party making that decision. Now I'm not advocating for open or closed. I'm just saying it should be a party decision and not a legislator's decision.
I was looking down which one of you guys was first.
I'm sure you will. I'm Carl Watterson, we're District 1. I know there are individuals in the Republican Party who think that they don't have to obey the law, and they think they can do whatever they want. We've had some chairman, matter of fact, we've had a county chairman did whatever she wanted, and she broke every election law. She probably would have him on the books. It cost. There were lawsuits from at least 2 of them that I know from voters, and some from the other individuals and organizations. It cost the county party $18,000 in lawsuits because she was not obeying the Texas election code. And so, if you go down this road where we're going to ignore Texas law, there are ramifications for that, and a lot of times those consequences are very, very costly for ignoring Texas law.
My privilege is this amendment is not intended. Sorry, okay. This is Rachel Hooper, SB 13. Don't y'all know me by now? This amendment, the intent is to not violate the law. The intent is.
Privilege. If you want to add that in the bank, you can, but Jim's still text.
Sure.
STH and Pickle, I'm in favor of this amendment. We are not saying that the Republican Party people can violate the election code if we take this out. This is the second instance of the Pickle principle, which is you put more words in, you create ambiguity. More words do not create clarity. Less words create clarity. And like my colleague says, we are a self-sustaining body. We make our own rules. We are citizens of Texas, which means we still have to obey the election code individually. But this is not telling anybody that we, as a party or as Republicans or voters or citizens, can violate the election code. That is not what this means. It just means we run our own rules,
period, and the election code runs its own rules. So I vote in favor of this because it's not doing what a lot of people in this room seem to think it is, which is giving us carte blanche violating.
Ditto.
I'm just like echoing Rush Limbaugh. I got 4 hands popped up all at once. Grace hadn't got to talk much. We'll wait for her first.
I usually wait so someone else can say what I'm already thinking. It works out pretty well. Grace Jones, SD20. I would like to also speak in favor of this. I believe not only are we not going to need to worry if we do remove references to Texas election code, and we do remove the portions of our rules that cause our rules to be subservient to Texas election code, this isn't going to allow for runaway county parties. This will actually enable our party to do more, I believe, because our rules actually mean something. We aren't waiting for legislators to pass laws to help us out. So we can now be free to run our party appropriately, and the delegates can change the rules. So it will actually allow for more order, I believe.
I'll go to Matt and then Kathy.
Matt Long, is it me?
That's you.
All right, Matt Long, Senate District 24, and I want to speak in favor of this as well because I do want to decouple from the Texas election code because we are our own entity. And besides that, getting the Texas election, whoever enforces that, getting them to enforce it is near impossible. And so I think maybe we would have a better chance if we can internally enforce our own rules through whatever process we come up with. But I do not want to see Texas lawmakers tell us how to run our business, and especially when it comes to, I understand that there is a Texas election law that says we have to take anybody that puts an R by their name. And so if that's true, and that's with election TEC, then we do need to decouple from that. Thank you. Kathy.
SD21 Kathy Bigler, I'm going to speak against it because if you look at this rule is about the allocation of votes. And the state election code says that when you're running business from the state convention at the state level for state issues, you have a weighted vote whenever you have these votes. That's all this is saying. We're going to have weighted votes, not one man, one vote like we do on federal day when we have a presidential election, and where a congressional district is one man, one vote. So the only thing that it's saying pursuant to the election code in there is about the allocation of votes, which is if I'm in a county that has a delegation of 30 and I'm the only one who shows up, I get 30 votes. And I think that we would be doing the grassroots a disfavor or go against the minority to take out what the election code is doing there, which is say we're going to have a weighted vote and a senatorial district votes.
Kathy answered my, and she answered your question, but I think this.
Sounds to me like ratings on this SD27. Sounds to me like this amendment is not to say that we're going to switch the weighted votes to one vote, one vote per person. What it's saying is that we're going to respect the weighted votes, but because we want to, not because the Texas election code tells us to. That's what it's saying. We like the rule, but we like it because we want to, and we're going to follow it because we want to, not because we're told to do so by the Texas election code. There's a great example. Texas election code requires that candidates for for county chair deliver their application to the current county chair. That is such a stupid rule. If you are challenging your county chair is going to then receive the application here. I'm going to challenge you, and then your county chair has no motivation, to accept your application or to correct any issues. If he or she sees an error in your application, let's wait for the deadline to finish. to end, and there's, in other words, they're going to try to kill any opponents. Wouldn't it be nice if we all had the opportunity to file our application for county chair, not with the county chair, but with the state party, at least have that option? Well, it turns out we don't have that because the state election code tells us that that is the only filing authority. Why should they tell us, why should the Texas election code tell me that I cannot, that we cannot, the Republican Party of Texas cannot modify the rule so that we can then allow candidates for county chair to apply with the state, state party?
Yeah, we're getting a little off topic. Let's
Right.
stay on the rule here. Thank you. Thank you.
Senate District 31, Mary Kay Field. From a county that's 23,000, a very complacent county, even though we vote 90% Republican, we only get like 27% come out to vote. So the allocation is very important to the rural area. I'm a little bit leery that if we get it away from the Texas election code, at what point do we start saying, okay, each county gets one vote? I might go for that. Or do we start going to the majority vote? Well, then the rural area is going to be left out. So I'm a little bit leery of just jumping off into this. I would like to see more thought into this process before I just vote to leave that.
Okay. All right. I saw John first, and we'll get over here and then over to
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Carter, SB 22. Eric Blake just showed me what the election code says, and it says that we may, it doesn't say we have to follow the code. And Eric is willing to read that off if you'd like to hear.
who's got the code?
Eric Blake from
I'm willing to testify if I'm given the permission from the.
There is no testimony here, but if you confine your comments to just reading the code to us, I'll recognize you.
Yes, sir. Eric Blake, SD 22, State Code, Texas Election Code 174.068, voting at convention. The State Executive Committee may adopt rules concerning voting procedures for any party convention. If the State Executive Committee fails to adopt rules, then the delegates selected by a particular precinct convention who attend the county or senatorial district convention are entitled to cast a number of votes equal to as many delegates as that precinct convention is entitled to select, and a person may not vote a proxy at a county or senatorial district convention. So,
thank you.
Yes.
You. John.
My point is that it's not a matter of either following the election code or not. We have under the code, we have the right to prepare our own rules and adopt them, and I speak in favor of this.
Ed?
So, Ed Sarles, SB 17, a similar point in section 174 of the code, which applies to the state convention, 174.096, says the same thing. It says, we, the rules committee, the state executive committee shall adopt rules. And then it says, if we don't adopt rules, here are the default rules.
Okay. There we go. I'll get you next. Let me go over here first.
James Pinell, SD 29. I speak in favor of the motion of the amendment just because we are a private political club. The Texas legislature is composed of a more than, unfortunately, significant fraction of non-Republicans. And then amongst those elected Republicans in the state legislature, they do not really consult through the platform themselves. And so I just think this is a very important, taking back sovereignty of our own private political club, and I think we should adopt that mindset. If you are concerned if we were to go with, one vote per district or weighted by something, we can choose. If we wanted to change it to, instead of by the gubernatorial votes, we could change it to the last U.S. Senate vote. We can do that. That's within our power. And so I'm just in favor of the overall, not referencing the Texas election code.
I just had a point of information. I just had a point of information. If it's, I'm SD1, Carl Byers. If all we're talking about is not mentioning the election code, that's one thing. If we're talking about having the right to defy the election code, that's another thing. I think your example was defying the election code.
Are you making?
And, yeah, I'm asking a question. Are we?
Can we get there?
Yeah, I'm asking. Are we saying we have the right to disobey or to defy Texas law?
We're
I guess that's what I'm
saying.
That's
That
what I'm asking.
so we're striking language.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, it's one thing to not reference.
Now you're debating.
That's
Do you
what
want to
I'm-
be recognized
yeah,
for
that's
debate?
what I was asking.
Okay. The motion to strike doesn't imply anything. You're welcome to take what you want from the debate.
Okay.
Dwayne, was you done? Ed, we'll go to you then, Terry.
I'm having listened to this discussion, especially including the at SC14, having listened to this discussion and especially having looked at and presented with the language of the Texas Election Code, I am in favor of striking this language because whether this language is there or not, the language of the Texas Election Code says we may. That means we can do whichever we want. We can follow them or not. It doesn't matter. So whether we fight, whether we want to follow them or not, it doesn't matter. We're still following the Texas Election Code, whether we explicitly say it or not. So following the pickle principle doesn't need to be in there because we're already going to be following.
I object to use the pickle. Let me go to Terry, then you pick.
Okay, Terry Lia Wilson, ST11. I'm reading the code here, and while I understand your concerns, in this particular section, all it is doing is having you follow the rule if you don't make rules. So it says the state executive committee shall adopt rules concerning voting procedures for the convention, period. We do decide that. The grassroots does decide that. Then it says, if the state executive committee fails to adopt the rules, then you go along with what's in election code. So I don't see the harm, I see the good in having it in this particular section. I'm told grassroots totally get what you're saying, don't want to take power away from the grassroots. I don't think that citing that here does that because the code specifically says that we make the rules. If we fail to make the rules, then this happens. So I'm against striking that language.
Thank you, Trustee Terrell. Is it in order to call the question?
It would be in order to call the question.
That call the question.
Motion for previous questions, there a second? Second. All in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now we're going to go to the motion to strike. All in favor of striking the language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The language is stricken. Now we're on rule number 8. Any further discussion or amendments to rule number 8? Are you ready for the question? Yes. All in favor of adoption of rule number 8 as written, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We've adopted rule number 8.
Mr. Chairman,
Stage 1.
Wainwright SB5. So are we going to define, or did we just give the chairman the right to just define what the district weight is just now? Because it says the chairman shall explain the allocation of votes by district. Does he get to say, we're going to give it to you one by one, or I mean, like the CDs do, or I mean,
Go back to your state party rules to show how the delegate allocations occur.
Okay.
That's
We
the
do it
governing
so well.
authority for delegate allocations. All this rule does is directs the chairman to explain that rule prior to taking the vote, so everybody's clear. What this does is he says, hey, this is the delegate vote. All of you representatives need to stand up and pull your candidates. That's kind of what this does. Did that answer your question, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, rule number 9. We need to correct the date in there before we make that motion. And I did verify with staff that's 2/16. we have a motion to adopt rule number 9?
Second.
Okay, I've got the second, now we'll go to your point of information.
Is it supposed to say 10 and 5 minutes? Or is it supposed to?
Give me just a second there. Let's get to 22 there. Yeah. I have some requests here. Let me get some. I've got a request from the Convention Planning Committee to take applications to 9:30. That gives the secretary 30 minutes to get to the stage and get situated. Is there an objection to changing that 8:30 to 9:30? Hearing none, we'll change that. An additional request from the convention team who's managing the schedule to set the chair, vice chair candidate speeches in 5 minutes each. Is there an objection to 5 minutes? Hearing none, we'll insert 5 minutes. Okay, that's all in this rule. Okay, there's our language. Do we have any discussion or amendments on the language for rule number 9? Grace? Microphone, please.
Grace Jones, SD20. I don't want to be a troublemaker, but okay, wait, is there a motion on the floor? Yes? So I guess I would amend the 5 minutes to 10 minutes. I would like to.
Is there a second to amend 5 minutes to 10 minutes? There's a second. Discussion?
Okay, I'd like to speak to my motion. I'm all about saving time and everything, but I do feel like these are really important jobs, and we need a little bit more time to hear what they have to say.
Further discussion? Yeah.
I will speak in favor because, for instance, we have 3 women running for vice chair this year. There's a lot of people who have not seen any of those forums, and they need the speech time to make a decision on who they're going to vote for, so I speak in favor.
Further discussion? Rachel?
I'll speak against Rachel Cooper, SD13. Not that I don't want to hear from the candidates. I've attended their forums. However, the schedule, as you may or may not know, the schedule is already laid out by the planning committee for the convention. And time is very tight. And so it's my understanding that the individuals who are putting the convention together have requested 5 minutes because that is the way things are scheduled at this time.
Robert here.
James Cano, SD29. I speak in favor of extending the time to 10 minutes only because, fortunately, very rarely if ever do candidates for chair or vice chair make it all the way out to El Paso, Texas. We just do not have the opportunities that other parts of Texas have to get time with these candidates that have such important, roles to play. And it's just hard to. A lot of precinct chairs that are very involved locally with the Republican Party are just kind of clueless. And so I think that since we cut time elsewhere on debate, I think this would be valuable to use some of that extra 5 minutes for.
I am against the change. Terry Lia Wilson, SD11. I'm against the change. I do feel like it's important to us to keep the time. As a candidate myself, 5 minutes is a good deal to explain your platform. Most of the delegates, and if it's their first time, God bless them, but they still have access to the forums that have been presented. Those are all public. So I do feel like 5 minutes is enough. I do remember, and it's not the same day, but I do remember when we met last live, they were closing the hall in the SREC, and we had to postpone bylaws, which we really weren't supposed to do, because, we were running out of time, the convention, and I think that's what we do when we keep extending speech time. So I'm against it.
Matt Long, Senate District 24, Senate District 24, Matt Long, and it's very, very frustrating when we're trying to decide who's going to be the leadership of this party, the biggest Republican party in the country, and we're just going to shut people down because of the convenience or somebody's schedule. And I'm not being rude, but I see this in Austin quite a bit, and it gets very frustrating when they say, well, we'll be here all night if we let everybody have 3 minutes. Well, damn it, we're going to be there all night then. Excuse me. This is important. This is very important. And so I understand trying to keep a schedule and all that. And I think we can come up with efficiency in other places and not limit the people who are actually trying to get their voice heard. Thank you.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. I would actually like to join the speaker against this change. If you're running for a state party chair or vice chair of the biggest party, you should have reached out to the delegates and everybody prior to a last minute, let me get in the door and make a speech. So it requires a lot of ongoing interaction with the delegates, with the staff in the office, and all of that goes on. You don't hire a CEO and make the 5 minutes make the difference. That should just be a reminder of who they are, not an introduction.
Ed Sarles, ST17. I'm in favor of the shorter time limit. The candidates also have an opportunity to address the SD caucuses the night before or the afternoon before and in the morning before the nomination should take place and have their circuits there. So there's plenty of opportunity outside of the state convention for them to make that introduction.
Matt Long, Senate District 24. I am still opposing this change. I want to keep it at 10 minutes. There are some people who don't have the ability to get out ahead of the game, whether it's financial or other reasons. And so if this is someone who's a serious candidate and they're going to be limited as a candidate because they don't have the financial or the wherewithal to go out and hustle all this before the convention, I want them to have the opportunity at the convention so that it's not just a privilege that those who have the wherewithal to get out ahead and get out early. Thank you.
Any further discussion on changing 5 to 10 minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. We're back to 5 minutes. Now we're back on rule number 9. Any further discussion on rule number 9? You ready for the question? All in favor of the adoption of rule number 9 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule number 9 is adopted. Now we're on to rule number 10. Do I have a motion for rule number 10?
SD14, so moved.
Okay, I've got a motion to adopt rule number 10 as written. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on rule number 10. You ready for the
Maybe we
question?
have a moment to review that. Sure.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Stage 1.
Bruce Bishop, SD2.
It's my understanding, when you present this to the SREC on Wednesday, they can then take these and amend them themselves, is that correct?
They can.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we ready? Ready? Secure that. Virgil?
Turn it off first, I've changed my procedure on that.
It appears that Virgil Vickery, SD7, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 are almost identical.
The only difference is teller and boat watcher.
Could we combine those statements in one paragraph?
Okay, I don't yet, I'll take one.
SG 21 Captain Haber, I would move that we delete the second paragraph, and at the end of the first paragraph where it says number of tellers, we would just add and boat watchers.
You want to leave the second paragraph or strike it?
I want to strike the entire second.
I thought I heard you say leave. I thought that. Okay, so boat watchers at the top, strike the second paragraph is your amendment.
Watcher needs to be seen.
Okay.
Mimic the amendment above, the second to last one, it says each candidate may appoint at least one additional teller.
Okay, that's out of order at the moment. All those in order is what Kathy did, which is the bold language and the strike. Any discussion? All in favor of adopting the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the amendment carries. Jim, I'll recognize you for that amendment now.
Question I've gotten is just ignorance on my part, I'm sure, but is there only just one teller? Can you have 3, 4, 5? I know you can have more than one boat watcher. If so, you need to add additional tellers, or one additional teller. Can they have one additional boat watcher too? I mean, I'm not sure.
It's not defined.
It's not. That's why I
As long as it's an equal number.
It is an equal number?
As long as it's an equal number.
As long as it's an equal number. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the caucus scripts and see what we're training the caucus chairs to do, but it's not really defined how many tellers they get. You started one additional one. You started at 0.5 and 6, there might be a problem. I think you're right. I think. You got a point of information. Is that what
That's what I have to.
Let's, let me go to Ed and I'll come to you guys.
So, in looking at Rule 16, which is also talking about voting, my understanding from this is that the teller is working for the election administrator or the caucus chair overseeing the election, and the vote watcher is working for a candidate to see if their votes are recorded correctly.
I would agree with that statement. Give me just a second. Yeah, but I still don't see the finance and actual number. Janice, you're your,
Yes, sir. Just a point of information, just some clarification. That last paragraph that begins, if more than two persons, that is referencing, talking about, if there are, like, we have 3 people running and no one receives a majority of the votes for the chair or vice chair position, whichever it may be, then you do a runoff. And then that's what that's talking about, correct? I think I know the answer to that, but I just want to verify and make sure. It's in the caucus, and then referencing back to the prior paragraph where it talks about after they've taken the votes and they report the vote of the caucus to the convention secretary, then that goes to the nominations at that point. Is that all correct? Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Janice Holt, Senate District 3.
I want to clarify something that maybe you can help me. I have sat on nominations before, and I remember taking the sheet straight to the nominations committee.
Yep.
When did we insert secretary? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
Well, I mean, we have the ability to impact that now, so that's the process we need to adopt. We need to look at that a little bit more.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the second paragraph, last line, to say, and, comma, in turn, report the vote of the caucus to the duly elected member of the nominations committee from that Senate district.
If I may, Stephen, do you have an opinion on that either way? When the caucus gets done and they've got the sheet that says the binding vote for nominations, does the secretary need to record that prior to it going to the nominations committee, or should we take that straight to the committee and let the committee chair report that back to the secretary on conclusion of that committee? This is our convention parliamentarian, by the way.
I think you just take it to the nominations.
I think that would suffice, and then he can report all that to the secretary. Okay, so let's get your language, your amended language right. I apologize if I was reading at the same time. Let's give that to us one more time.
The second to line is report the vote of the caucus to the Senate district member of the nominations committee.
I think the chair would be the chair of the nominations committee.
Well, but it would be, doesn't each Senate district nominate someone to the nominations committee, correct? And
Yeah,
then that person takes it on to the
they do carry it on. That's correct.
So we would strike convention secretary, and so it would not be the chair, it would be the member. That, instead of chair, it would be the Senate district member of the nominations committee. The apostrophe S, yeah. And then striking convention secretary. And you can do what you want with the period. I'm not sure you're striking it, moving it, whatever you're doing there. Wouldn't want to get into the grammar, spelling, format, anything.
Do we have that the way you want it?
Strike convention secretary.
Okay, we're going to strike that. Is that how you want it after we did strike?
Well, convention secretary, yes.
You got to get her language right first, Hank. Bear with me. Okay, is that your language?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to this language?
Second.
There's a second. I'll recognize you if you want to speak to your motion.
No, I think with it being verified from a parliamentarian, I believe that is the steps that it would take in order to be appropriated to the correct committee.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, Mr. Chairman, the way I guess is not is this section of this rule applying to just reporting your vote strings, or is it reporting the vote on the chair and vice chair election? Because it looks like it's just a vote string to report to the secretary.
This is the binding vote from the caucuses to the nominations committee. We'll go to Leslie to Dennis.
I will make a motion to amend. So report the vote of the caucus to the nominations committee chair.
Okay, so you're.
By the Senate districts, elected representatives. So what happens is you elect your nominations person,
Hang
and
on,
they take
hang on,
the.
hang on. I'll have a second on your language. Let me get it drafted.
Okay, the chair of the nominations committee by the Senate districts elected representative to the nominations committee.
Okay, is that what you're after?
To, yeah, conjecture to the. I think it's the second I'd like to speak on the motion.
Is there a second on this language?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, what happens is that they have the election, you get a piece of paper from the caucus secretary, they sign it, they hand it to the person who's been elected to the nominations committee, they take that and they deliver it to the chair of the nominations committee. And I think that reflects that.
Janice?
Janice Holt, Senate District 3. Thank you, Leslie. That does clarify it even more because it adds the language of what happens with that piece of paper as it leaves. Thank you.
Yes.
Point of information. We're talking about what happens during general session here. This we're in the general session section. Later on, we're going to talk about votes in the SD caucuses. We don't report to the nominations committee from the general session.
We got a board here.
Because the nominations in Rule 13 will govern what happens in SD caucus, and we should only be dealing with general session votes on state chair and vice chair. In which case it is reported to the convention secretary by the delegation.
Oh, we're messing with the wrong rule. Thank you for catching this. You're right. We need to go back to the original language on that. Well, it actually is out of order now, this morning, so we've got to return. Yeah, so then all of the amendments up until the language originally moved and seconded on is out of order, so we're going to return to the original language on this.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. I've got people texting me like crazy, and I was trying to read them all real quick, and I missed that too. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the language now. We want to mess with this anymore, Janice?
Point of information then.
Please.
Janice Holt, SD3, why would it say again in that second paragraph, any senatorial district caucus?
The caucus chair still runs.
So they're not talking about our designated time when we got it. I'll be quiet now.
That's what I was like.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, so what would happen at that point is the secretary would call the roll, and the caucus representative would come forward and report those results.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
Maybe this needs to be.
Yes.
Ken Sarles, SD17. I'm going to replace the word caucus with delegation in the second. Each senatorial district delegation is the delegates from each county within the district. It's like the delegation chair. Yeah, I think caucus in this section should be delegation. I was talking about a delegation on the floor, not a separate caucus meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the caucus chairman. They can select somebody new on the floor, according to this rule. Is that your point?
Just where it's saying caucus, it really means delegation.
I agree, but we said caucus chairman, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the same as caucus chairman.
First sentence, just the second word, caucus. Sentence, delegation. Caucus has a meaning of self-confidence.
It's talking about a delegation on the floor of the convention.
Is that what you're going to edit? Is Senate district, senatorial district delegation?
Right. I believe in all of these.
There's too many people adding to this, so let's just stand by like Ann's language first.
I believe everywhere in Rule 10 where it says caucus, it should be delegation.
Okay. Is that the motion, the amendment you're making?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me the places.
There's a bunch of them.
Okay, so your motion is to replace caucus chairman with delegation chairman everywhere at rule number 10?
Everywhere it says caucus with delegation.
Let me get the language right here first.
Like in the second row, twice in the second row. The first paragraph also says commission for delegation chairman.
This is the senatorial delegation chair. It's there too.
No, I think you're out of order. So caucus chairman has to stay in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, there's delegations inside the caucus. So this is directing each caucus to elect a delegation chair to represent each county, to collect their votes and their voting strength and report that back to the caucus chair, who reports it to the secretary. By changing this to delegation, we upset the whole process. I believe your amendment to be out of order. Okay, we're gonna get back to our original language. Any other amendments or discussion on rule number 10? Janet?
Typical SDA, the first paragraph, my understanding is the tellers are picked by the chair, right? And the watchers are picked by the candidates, right? Okay, well, you've got each candidate may appoint at least one additional teller.
So I think we messed up when we struck that language too, because they are two separate things.
Right, so I think maybe the chair may appoint at least one additional teller. Not the candidates, they don't appoint any of them. The chair appoints the tellers.
The chair appoints the tellers, the candidates appoint their watchers.
Right, so what do you want to say on that? Instead of each candidate may appoint at least one additional teller, maybe each candidate may request one additional teller, or to be appointed by the chairman, or the chairman may appoint at least one additional teller.
Okay, let's get, you've got the floor, let's get.
Okay, let's do that. Let's say the chair may appoint at least one additional teller. I can't spell aluminum the first time right either.
That's redundant. The chair is already appointing the tellers. It's allowing the candidates to appoint the teller on the teller committee. You read it in its entirety. Tellers for each vote shall be appointed by the caucus chairman. Right. This is caucus. So that's there's two sets of tellers here. That's why we have the other paragraph. Let's get back. Let's take a look at that.
What the original language said watchers.
It's because it's two separate. There's lots of tellers on the floor. Then there's and the vote watchers are pointed at the upper level. That's the original language. You got that. Just a second, let me get this language put back. We've added this rule time and time again. Yeah.
I'm going to change my amendment, I think. My amendment is just to strike the sentence, each candidate may appoint at least one additional teller.
Let me get the language back. Let me get us back, and then we'll go to work on this. Yeah. Okay, let's everybody take a second. Let's read this through, and we'll apply the 50. This is not how this is. It's actually. We're heading. I appreciate that. Okay. Jim, let's go to you. What do you want to do?
Consent District 8, rule number 10, first paragraph. I move to strike the sentence, each candidate may appoint at least one additional teller, and in the next sentence, change the last word from tellers to watchers.
It's going to put it in conflict with the next sentence.
Is it?
Okay, so Jimmy, you've got four. Let's get the language the way you want it.
Equal number of watchers, get tellers out. Okay, can we do the second paragraph now too?
If you want to make that as a combined.
Okay.
The first sentence is redundant. It says the actions.
We're going to wait and let Jim get his language perfected and then talk about it. So stand by.
Yes, and then the second paragraph, strike the sentence, each candidate may appoint at least one additional vote watcher. And if you want to be really anal about it, I guess, this is the first number of vote watchers instead of watchers. I don't know if that's what kind of waivers is going on there. Number of watchers. Vote watchers.
Yeah.
That's all, absolutely.
Okay, you have it in your language?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All right, discussion.
Just in favor of the amendment, clearing up the difference between watchers and tellers. Candidates don't appoint tellers, they appoint watchers, which is now consistent with. And because the last sentence of the first paragraph says all candidates get an equal number, I assume that if I'm a candidate and I get 8, then you get 8. And you get, so everybody gets the same number. If I pick 8, you pick 9, then I just get an additional, we all get 9 or the same number, so I think that clears it up.
Anyone else? Dennis? Then we'll come to you, Eddie.
I'm going to have to go against this. Dennis Rinkin, SD 28. I'm going to have to speak against this. Now you've got both paragraphs saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And in the original configuration, paragraph 1 was teller, paragraph 2 was vote watchers.
Exactly. And there was
Question?
Go ahead.
Does the candidate ever have a right to sway with another? The candidate wins. The candidate doesn't get to choose this thing. My understanding is that the candidate gets to choose the watcher, not the teller.
I would agree with that statement. Ed?
If you read the second paragraph, the sentences in the second paragraph are identical to sentences in the first paragraph. So the second paragraph is redundant.
That's correct. You're correct.
So I'm recognizing Mr. Rice.
you want to write SC5, I guess we point out and say they're word for word.
May I amend my amendment?
Let me recognize that first.
I would ask the chair, are we, can we call this question on? Right now, it's my understanding we're considering this amendment, and then we could still further choose to strike the second paragraph. That's redundant after that, right? So if we could.
Point of information.
Statement 1.
Do we have the original language?
We had it just a minute ago.
That's what we just went
Yeah.
So is it in order for me to amend my amendment?
Depends on if you're going to significantly change.
Well, it's not to the floor, is it?
Sorry?
It's not to the floor, is it?
Yeah, it's been seconded, so it's the floor owns the amendment. Okay. You can move to withdraw and start.
No, Okay.
Okay, but, let's, all right, any further discussion on this amendment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the amendment's adopted. Now, what do you want to do to this?
Mr. Chairman, now I make another amendment to rule number 10, to strike the entirety of the second paragraph as being redundant of the first paragraph.
Second. Okay. Got a motion to strike? We've got a second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to strike, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now we're on the full amendment language. Let's get that strike down there. There we go. Any other discussion on rule number 10? Hearing none, all in favor of adoption of rule number 10, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule number 10 is adopted. Members, it's 6 o'clock. Does anybody want to look at dinner or to keep going? Skip dinner? I mean, at minimum, I want to take 15 if we're just going to come right back. If you want to go try to grab dinner, then we need to recess for longer. What do you want to do?
Also need to check.
Oh, so we got dinner, check in. Who else wants to go grab something to eat? How long you want to go?
Yes.
Eat an hour?
Move for an
Mr. But we got too many people yelling at the whole.
I'll move that we temporarily adjourn from 6:30 to 7:30.
6:30 to 7:30. I'm getting ready to recess this right now, and it's 6.
6 to 7.
I need a break. How about an hour and 15 minutes? That work for everybody? Come back at 7:15.
Yes.
Any objection to recess until 7:15? Okay. Do you have an objection?
I do. I would like to consider Rule 11 because it seems pretty simple and straightforward. And Rule 12 is going to be what we're going to be on all night.
We're not going to be on Rule 12 all night, and I can tell you why in a minute.
Yeah.
Before we recess, would you like to go with understanding what's happening with Rule 12? I'm willing to explain it to you real quick if you want to take a minute. The Rule 12 addresses point-by-point voting. There was a financial decision made not to lease the machines, the Scantron machines that we normally use. So we started looking at, well, we're going to have to go back to the old way of adopting the platform on the floor. There was a tremendous amount of, and we didn't know this until very late in the game. There was a tremendous amount of pushback on this. So there are 3 different options that are being considered out there. One of them is Scantron. We are not going to have all the information on what it's going to take to draft this rule before we get done with this. What I'm going to ask you to do is leave this rule alone. The SRAC is going to have to amend it either Wednesday, or there is a possibility that by close of business this evening, we will have answers back on the Scantron company where we could draft this. So we need to table this rule until we have the proper information, because anything we do is going to have to be taken up again. But there is an effort, and I can say with absolute certainty is we will have point-by-point voting on the floor. I just don't know what method and what the vendor and all that's going to be until it all gets negotiated. Janice?
Yes, Janice Holt, SD3, we're going to take that up before or after we break?
I'm going to ask you to leave this rule alone.
What I guess what I'm asking is a motion to postpone that.
There was an objection. Hold on. There was an objection to recess into 7:15. They wanted to go ahead and get Rule 11 done with the heartburn that 12 was going to take all night. I don't think we're going to be able to take up 12. So is there an objection to recessing until 7:15? Hearing none, we're in recess. Can you lay us back up? You got us? Okay. Kathy, I'm going to recognize you for your motion to reconsider.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to reconsider rule number 5 and then request of the convention secretary would like to add a phrase.
It would be 5B. There's a motion to reconsider. Is there a second? Second. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. It's quick. The ayes have it. We're going to reopen 5B. Kathy, I'll recognize you for the amendment.
Yes, sir. So on 5B, the third line where it says the resolution shall be filed with the secretary of the convention, we want to add the words or his designee. Or her.
There.
Or his or her designee. Or their designee. Thank you. Thank you.
We want the grammar police to have something to do.
Okay, there's the language. Any discussion? Lay it on.
Put his and her in there, but it's not even proper English to be there and procedure. The there is plural and the secretary of the convention is singular, so this is not proper English, and it's and it's got to stop. Thank you.
Okay. I'll recognize you.
ST14. Speaking of, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to ask, since our names are already published online as who is representing each district, is it okay if we just say our SD instead of having to say our name?
What was our governing document?
Well, that
Trevor Norris, man. Yeah. That's just delegates. That's not committee members.
Yeah, it's delegates when addressing and testifying.
Is there any objection to just using your sense district number? Hearing none, so ordered. All right. Now we're back on this amendment. Would you like to be recognized for the amendment?
Yes. Okay. So I'd like to offer the amendment of just saying is because the secretary for this amendment, these rules are only.
Okay, hold on. So make the motion first.
I move to change to amend it to just say is.
Okay, so strike there and add is. All right. Is there a second?
Wait a minute, it's not.
Second.
These rules are governing this.
Yeah, but we got a second, so the motion is to strike there, add is, we got a second. Now discussion. I've got too many people. Stand by. Edward has the floor. We got to quit.
My amendment is that these rules govern this singular convention. This singular convention has one designated secretary, Virgil Cruz, who is a man, and therefore it is not proper to just recognize his designee.
Further discussion? Yeah.
I speak against the amendment, only because he's not the permanent secretary of the convention until he's voted in as permanent secretary of the convention. So until we get that for sure, I wouldn't think we would want to do that.
Okay, let's go to Janice, then Leslie.
Okay, Leslie, wait a second.
Okay, Leslie.
I'm going to speak for this because in English, if you're not sure if it's male or female, you go with the male pronouns. So to say his it's not an indication that it's going to be a male. It's just an indication that it's a pronoun that refers to the secretary of convention.
Janice?
And tell me if I'm out of order, but I think.
You're out of order.
Thank you.
You can't
You got it.
I
Wait on it.
Actually, I do think it will be, but I won't say it. I think we could correct it a different way and say, or the secretary's designee.
As it is in C.
Instead of saying his, her, their, anything, or the secretary's designee. That way it's whatever.
Okay. The way to do that,
I know, yeah, what's the proper way to do that? Say no to this and then.
vote this down and then amend it again.
I call the question.
No, I don't think it's necessary. Is there any further discussion on this? All in favor of adopting the strike and adding his, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
Okay, it fails. We're back on there.
Yes, SD3, I would like to amend this to say the resolutions shall be filed with the secretary of the convention or the secretary's designee. Or you can say, I'm sorry, be filed with the secretary or the designee of the convention in the staff room, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think that's right, or should it be separate? The first
Can I hear the person speaking for all side conversations or come to order? Okay, give us your
one more time. The resolution shall be filed with the secretary of the convention or the secretary's designee in the staff room, and then the rest is the same.
Strike there and add the secretaries.
Correct.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion. All in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All in favor of adopting the amendment to the B language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're done with B.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to do the same thing in C? I'm asking.
Members, these rules die on Saturday night. They don't have to be, we can apply to pickleball to them. They don't have to be perfect. Our next body of work does, and I don't think there's any other substantive amendments we can make to that, unless you just want to. Okay. So if somebody scream at Virgil and say you're welcome. And then let's get back to rule number 11.
So moved. SD14.
Got a motion to adopt the language as written. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion on rule number 11. Any discussion on rule 11? All in favor of adoption of rule number 11, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule number 11 is adopted. Rule number 12 is in order. We got word at dinner. RPT is committed to purchase a Scantron machine and all the material to conduct a plank-by-plank ballot. It will be conducted exactly like 2018, where we adjourned the convention, we turned in all the Scantrons, they were tabulated, and the results were reported after the fact. It will be a little bit of a lag because the machine will be at RPT headquarters in Austin, and staff will probably employ tons of volunteers to get it all tabulated. It'll take them a little bit longer, but now we have it in-house, crisis averted, Rule 12 is now in order. Kathy, will you? Okay. So we need to take up rule number 12. The language in rule number 12 is the language of 2018 that was a plank-by-plank Scantron style vote. So I would, that rule is now in order. Who's up first? Rachel, I'll recognize you first.
So I moved to adopt Rule 12 with an amendment.
Well, we're adopting it in its original language, so make it say what you want in your original motion.
I would move Rule 12 as written, except for 25 minutes should be 15 minutes.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay. The motion is to adopt, we can highlight all that, take the yellow. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the red with that thing. Okay.
I'd like to amend the amendment.
Okay.
Paragraph D, I think we should say 88 legislature.
No, we can.
So I add that amendment, so multiple changes.
The whole language is on the floor, so it's not an amendment to an amendment, it's an amendment
I'm adding here
to,
changes.
striking that 88 section. That is in order. Is there a second?
Second.
Let me handle that one first. Any discussion on 88 session? Without objection, we'll accept that. What's your next one?
In paragraph D is in number 6, change 67.
Sorry, I couldn't, what?
Okay, so you just want to change the platform principle shall be considered finally adopted if at least strike 60 and add 70% in favor. Is there a second? Second. Discussion.
All right, the reason for this is the platform, at this time when this was done, they were looking at a platform of only a little over 200 planks. Today it's well over 300. This thing continues to grow exponentially. And the reality is that if we become something to everyone, we eventually become nothing to anyone. And so somehow you've got to rein this in and have things that are really significant to the largest, to the vast majority, or you really become nothing because we're just playing the game with people. And you're getting people now, you'll know, it's very difficult to get people who agree with everything that's on the platform already. And we really need to have something where there's a little more consistency in where we are and get some control over this. It's out of control. Thank you.
Tell the legislature to pass stuff. Sir. You have to refrain from speaking or we'll have you removed. Good.
I'm going to speak to this amendment in favor of the original idea of doing plank by plank voting by Scantron and allowing delegates to have their say was in order to drop some of the least popular ones. To date, we have not dropped any, and so raising the bar for allowing us to drop some would seem reasonable for allowing that process to actually serve its purpose.
Let's go to,
I will probably say the most unpopular thing. There is only one person around this table that is headed to Austin come the new year. And the truth is, sometimes part of this convention has turned into fancying itself a legislative body. And at the end of the day, what happens is that there are sound bites and planks and positions that get passed by this plank by plank by plank voting that are used against us as a party statewide. And I know that's not fun and popular and it might be seen as anti-grassroots, but it's really not. The truth is, we have to acknowledge what we are, and that is a party that's meant to get our party officials and candidates nominated in our primaries elected in November. And so I concur with the amendment being made, because I think we as a convention must concern ourselves less with being a legislative body and more with positioning ourselves to being a winning party. And I think this amendment furthers that.
go ahead.
SC 17, I just note that in the last convention, there were only 3 planks that got less than 80%. And they were in the high 70s, so it wouldn't really make a difference. I think what would be more effective if we wanted to do something like this would be to say the top 250 planks stay in the platform and use that as a way to cut out the stuff that's less popular by just picking the very top, whatever it is.
SC 21, I love this amendment, but actually I want to make it better. I would like to make an amendment to change it to 80% because when my kid, I guess I need to wait for a second before I speak to it. Because when our kids are in school, an 80 is the lowest form of the above average grade you can get before you get to a C, you know, at 79. And I don't want our platform points to be a C or a D in order to get into the platform. I want it to be in the top 80%. So I really think, I'm excited that we're willing to raise the bar, and I love everything that's been said, amen, amen, and ditto, but I want it to be 80.
Further discussion on 80%.
I want to ditto that, but I want to ditto that SD9. And I want to emphasize that if we don't find a way to filter down and start chopping down the number of clients that we have, folks, that's why people don't come to the conventions. That's why they don't want to go to the senatorial districts, because we go ad nauseum on adding the clients. I think 80% will help that. I agree with that, and I'm voting yes.
Let's get to Leslie next. I'm sorry, I think Leslie was next. I apologize.
SD 23. People come to the convention because they have issues, and they have spent hours and days in the platform, going from subcommittee, talking to each other, talking to the representatives, and before they come here, they garnered support at their precinct convention and at the SD convention. And that is the heart and the soul of this convention. And you do not want to incur the wrath of those people who come because of platform. In fact, have you been to, and I know you have, remember the conventions where we didn't do plank by plank, pre-ministerial, where they would just shut down debate, they would rush through it, and the people would just be heartbroken. And so with ministerial, he started running it correctly, giving the people a chance to talk, and then with this plank by plank, we got to see it and take our time with it. That's what they love about this convention. It's the ideas and the soul of our party that is reflected in that. In fact, I was just talking to people over there that I was on the platform committee, and I got something in it, and I come back every year to make sure that that's protected, that it's still in there, because it's a very important idea that I want for us. It's a document that so if you want to read the preamble, that kind of gives you, and so when we were in Dallas under Wayne Christian, when he was the head, he's the one who introduced the preamble. And that was just to give you like the cliff notes of what the platform was. That was giving that snapshot. But the planks are our reasons. And if you really want to know who we are, you read the platform, and it will tell you who we are. And that I have had people who read it from the Democratic side that they're just amazed, because it goes in and it tells them why. They don't get that on their side. They don't. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm preaching.
I'm going to go to this is the one that will come over to you, Terry. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Carl Myers, SD1. Is it on? Carl Myers, SD1. I'm in favor of our resolutions is one of those things that I agree with you, that resolutions is the heart and soul of our party. The problem that I do see is that many of these resolutions are designed to divide our party, and some of those do not need to go to the west side. And I think an 80%, if 80% of our party agrees on a plank, then that just goes to show we're united on that. If you can't get 80%, then probably, we're divided on this particular issue. That means probably, in my opinion, if we're divided on this issue, that just helps the Democrats. And the more we're united on issues, especially issues, and I think where we can be united even more is on those issues that are important, priority issues. And that's where we really need to be focused, is on our priority issues and not some of the peripheral issues that we have in our party. Thank you. Jerry?
Yes. Terry Leo, SC11, Terry Wilson. I'm going to read something real quick. Scott Bowen and I were having a discussion about this yesterday that I think outlines it well. I agree with Leslie Thomas. That is what I remember the beginning battles of putting the pro-life plank in, when we didn't have it in the party. That's why I came. That's why my church came. That's why the group I hung around with came. I think it's important, and I disagree a little bit with what you said, and I am the one going to the legislature. We give we are the delegates. We give the electeds the direction in the end. That's why we have those legislative priorities. But I want to read to you what Scott said, because I think how I always think of the platform is it is a doctrine of the church. Not everybody agrees on every last jot and tittle, but he said we really have a three-tiered system. Principles. They're short and timeless. Everyone is expected to agree on these as a matter of values. We have those in the party. The platform is encyclopedic. Anyone should be able to figure out the standard Republican position on any conceivable issues, but it's impractical for all of us to agree on everything. And then we have our priorities, specific time-bound goals for the session. Even if you don't agree with them, you are expected to support them also, that we can move the ball forward in the same direction. So I am not in favor of this. I mean, I want to continue our platform to come from the bottom up. And I know it's lengthy, but I'm in favor of that. I think that does include more people, not exclude them.
I'm going to speak in favor of 8%. No one thinks, and just want to remind you that if we were putting on the amendment, which is 8 from 7, so if not, it reverts back to the discussion on 70. But anyway, I am a dork. I have downloaded, I have a copy and a record of every platform committee report from every convention that I have attended, and I have ever requested from the state office the full ballot report of votes for and against on each plan, the results of the vote. And I took it a step further and weighted that with an abstention as well, because our official report only says votes for and votes against, but there's also a value of there's not enough people that voted. There are people that did not vote yes or no. So I look at those things and I have those records, and I can take that to any of my friends that want to discuss. I live in Austin, so I have friends all over the political spectrum. And I have those records, and I can take that to them and say, look, this is how many people in that room support this. And the truth is, when you include the abstentions, it drops it down even further. But the reality is, the purpose of this document is to distill the most important actionable values to those in the legislature. And when we have a room of 2,000 delegates, we're not all going to agree on everything. But those values that we can agree on, those are what's most important to act on. And that's what I see the purpose of the platform is. That's why I support the 8%.
So guys, getting to SD16. I guess I've been confused by this over the years, right? I've been working on the platform since '82, right? I like verbose, very specific, we believe 1,000 things, right? What's the problem? Oh, it's too big. Well, then don't read it. But it's there that gives you everything that we believe as a majority. Now you turn around and want to make it 80%, which I agree this time we probably won't lose any of the clients. But I just looked at the list. In 2 to 4 years, we're probably going to be in the cannabis business. Okay, do you want to be in that? right? You've got to look at what you're doing. What is the problem? You put a preamble in there. If you don't read the whole thing, read the preamble. Right, I agree 100% with Leslie. We've been through this so many times. Every time we get together, people want to try and shrink it. Why do you want to shrink it? You want to shrink it because the politicians don't agree with 100% of it? I think the majority of people in this room probably agree with 100% of it. So why not leave it? A lot of other states use it, they read it, and that's what they base their platforms on. I say we leave it at, I'd even go to 50 or 55%, not go to 80%. So I say leave it at 60. And that way the platform, if y'all really want to do that, I'd like you to walk down the platform committee and tell them that's what you want to do. Is 80%. See what they have to say about it.
One information, Dennis. 1628. Correct me if I'm wrong, and that may very well be, but we currently talking about 80%. This is applying only to a portion of the platform. It's platform freedom, priorities, and principles. Other planks are at the simple majority.
This is the record on the record vote for each plank. But
that is not the case. The first sentence, platform planks shall be considered finally adopted if a majority voted in favor. That's the way I read it. The preamble, priorities, and platform principles shall be considered finally adopted if at least 80% voted in favor. So I agree with your interpretation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So then, so I'm different kind of, but piggybacking on that one, this whole discussion about shrinking the planks, this isn't even affected by this 80% change. Is that correct?
Well, I see it.
All right. So back to the original idea. It sounds like the Ravens out is SC27. Sounds to me like the first argument is, do we shrink it or not? If you're in favor of shrinking it, then we all signed up to be on this committee, and so we shouldn't be in a rush to get out of here, but we also shouldn't be in a rush to waste our time. So if you're really serious about shrinking it, and 80% is only going to eliminate 2, take it down from 300 to 298, then you really haven't shrunk it. So if you're really serious about shrinking it, I don't think a percentage is the way to go. I agree with Mr. Sarles that if you really want to shrink it, then say the top 100 planks become our platform. And that's a real distillation of what our principles is. Because even if you go to 85, what we go from 300 to 295, is that a really and we just spent 30 minutes trying to reduce this. If you're really serious about shrinking it, I think it's got to be capped at a number instead of a percentage.
Let's go, maybe Jim.
Mr. Chairman, SD12, the goal is not to shrink the platform. The goal is to get something where we truly represents the party or the large scope of the party. Because if you only have 50% of the people or 51% of the people agree with something, you don't really have a party that stands for or behind that. You have a very divided party. And to agree that the party then represents to the public that, oh, we all stand behind this, that's just not true. The history, if you want to know where this came from, what prompted in 2018, was when some of the SDs looking at this and actually calling the representatives, asking them, did they ever, we've got all these things, we're representing the public, this is where we stand, are they ever going to do anything on these? We're going to look at them. And we were told no, they had no intention. We're just trying to make people feel included. That's dishonest. And so a couple of the SDs voted to completely overdo the thing, and as a response to that, that's when we went, that was part of what drove them to say, we're going to vote on every single one of these things. And that's good. But I would like to propose an amendment to the 80% amendment and pick up the word platform.
That would be out of order.
Oh.
This is an amendment to the amendment.
You can't have an amendment to the amendment? Okay, thank you, sir.
Just a comment, I'm not sure this is for or against 80%, but the platform is not legislation. So I disagree. We're not pretending to be legislators. That's not what we're doing. We are trying to be the heart, soul, and moral compass of our party. That's what we're trying to do. We're not legislators. Nobody in this room, anybody except we're going to be legislators next time? No, we're not legislators. It's not meant to be laws. It isn't. It's meant to be a statement of our position of what we believe in. That's what it's meant to be. Now, we is the critical word in that sentence. Who is we? One of us? 10 of us? 51%? 60%? 66 and 2/3? 75, 80, 90? That is an arbitrary number that we pick in this committee, or the SRC eventually, of what we need. What do we believe? Okay? And if you're in a 40% and 60% don't believe it, I mean, that's technically 40% of Republicans in Texas believe in that, right? 40%. Is that we? What we're debating here is what we mean by we believe these things. What does we mean? And I think it should be a high percentage because, not because it's legislation or even that it influences legislators. I think that's what the priorities are for. But I need to be able to tell my kids, I'm a Republican. Well, Dad, what do you believe in? Well, I believe in all kinds of things. What does your party believe in? I mean, 51% of them believe this. No, we need to have a high percentage. There needs, I make it 90 personally, because actually to make it 100 has to be unanimous, or it doesn't get in, or it doesn't get out. Point is, what is we? And that's what we're debating here. What does we mean? So I'm in favor of the 8%. I don't think it's necessarily going to shrink the platform. I don't think we necessarily should shrink the platform unless we go with that top 100. Then we shrink it. That's arbitrary. The top 100. That's great. But we're not designing this to shrink the platform. If anybody thinks we are, we're not. That's not what we're doing here. We're trying to find what we need. What do we believe?
Grace, were you trying to get recognized? Leslie has spoke, so you actually got priority there.
So, I really appreciate the amount of work and heart and soul that goes into the platform. I hate to see all that work and that heart and that soul go to waste. I feel like there are really important planks, and I feel like there's really obscure planks. And I think the obscure planks take away attention from the more important issues in there, and they cause, basically invalidate a lot of the platform. The truth is, it's so large, and yes, we're not trying to shrink it, but I would support it being smaller because I like to make thoughtful, conscientious decisions. I'm given that platform in a very limited amount of time to very deeply think about each issue, and I think that it really robs a lot of the meaning behind it, the way that it's done right now. And so anything to kind of raise the bar a little bit, I think would be wise, so that we can be more effective on the most important issues and set aside some of these very small, obscure issues.
Okay, we've got several of your members. I'm going to remind you that the first sentence says planks are voted by majority vote. Our debate is continuing to talk about reducing planks. Let's try to keep our debate germane to the 80%, please. Leslie?
I'd like to remind y'all that in this body, 2/3 is the highest bar that we put on ourselves, and 2/3 would be like 67%. So 80% is way higher than what anyone does as far as passing issues. So I'm not for the 80%, and I think that if you were to call some of your people back home, they would be concerned about that 80% too.
I will go to that.
I don't know if Mr. Nichols has spoken before.
Mr. Nichols has spoken. Actually, Mr. Charles hasn't spoken yet on this. John hasn't spoken. We'll go to you next. Ed,
ST17, I just noted that on the principles last time the lowest vote was 92%. That's what we're talking about with this 70 or 80%. I don't know what the priorities was last time. That was
John?
That's really a question. The 80% only applies to the preamble, the legislative priorities, and the platform principles, correct?
That's correct.
that's what I was going to get to Mr. Reagan's very poignant, clarifying question. Being that we're discussing only the preamble, legislative priorities, and platform principles, I believe that those should be the most clearly distilled things to come out of this convention. Again, each of those, each legislative priority, each principle is voted on separately, almost hands-on. So I am still in favor of that 80% specifically for the most clearly distilled values that comes out of this convention.
If we have priorities, and maybe I'm thinking
Senate District 11. If we include legislative priorities in that 80%, the body will vote like on 8 priorities or 10 priorities or whatever it is. But now are we changing that then to say that we're going to take legislative priorities that all delegates have voted 80% or on? I might be confused
No,
about
there's
that.
still, the rule still exists that you take the top.
The top 8 of 15.
Okay.
It does change, it just gives weight to the number of votes that are cast for each one, and then prioritizes them, and then we take the top 8.
Okay.
This would not modify that.
That wouldn't modify that. Okay, thank you.
I'm not taking testimony if you're trying to testify.
Oh, I thought the rule said you were going to do it from 2:30 until 11 or 10:59.
That's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow?
Testimony starts tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Were you waiting to speak?
Mr. Chairman, if there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. You got a motion to call the question? There's a second. All in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The question's been called. Now the motion is on striking 70% and changing it to 80%. All in favor of striking and changing to 80%, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. It is now 80%. Now we're back on the full language of rule number 12. Okay, everybody want to make a motion. We're going to go over here first.
Mr. Chair, James Paynalo, ST 29. James Paynalo, ST 29. I'd like to move to add a paragraph and make it section A.
Make it section what?
A. It'd be a new paragraph that I would suggest putting in A. And I'll read it out to you.
Let's stuff it in some empty space. Is it big?
I'd say it's medium small.
Okay, medium small. Fire away.
All right, so which I'm proposing to add would be, and I'm not married to every single word or concept here, but the operations committee of the SREC shall send by electronic mail a link with an up-down survey of the then current platform preamble, legislative priorities, and the platform.
Yeah, wait. Hey, sir, I don't know what the operations committee of the SREC is.
That's why I said I'm not married to any of these words.
Okay, so,
but it's a survey that they get at the beginning. Once this RPT knows who the delegates and alternates are, they get a survey of all this stuff. They vote ahead of time. It's due 7 days before the temporary platform committee and the legislative priority committees meet. And that way they have data to go off.
Man, we got everybody yelling at me.
Sure.
Everybody pause real quick. Read me your language real quick.
Sure. All right. Starting again from the beginning, the operations committee of the SREC shall send by electronic mail a link. Sorry.
I just want to hear it first.
With an up-down survey of the then current platform preamble, legislative priorities, and the platform principles that was approved at the previous convention with a due date of 7 days before the first day of the assembly of the temporary platform committee and a temporary.
Okay, sir, you are out of order.
Okay.
This is supplemental rules to the convention. They don't bind anything after Saturday night. This is not the place to do that. This is simply how we govern this convention.
Right. Oh, so this would be a rule that I put in place for the 2024, and
You would have to make an amendment to the general rules of the party if you want to accomplish that.
Okay.
That's the wrong place for it.
All right.
You're free to make that amendment when we get into the body of the rules.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the points of order, but I got to hear what's going on first before you scream, because then I'm just going to rule whatever I have to think is right. So, I'm lost here as who's first. I'll trust which one of you's up next. There you go. That's first.
In Rule 9, so we take testimony today, 2:30 to no later than 11.
Let me look at our rules. Give me just a second. This would apply to amendments made to the general rules, not to the supplemental rules. That's what this rule references, not the supplemental rules. But you're correct, that's.
But do we know what that's who is testifying?
I was going to testify on what y'all were talking about.
Well, that's not open for testimony, sir. I'm sorry. I know you want to talk to your member and have them testify on your behalf. They can debate. You're welcome to.
Well, it's too late. You've already passed the rule.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to testify. This is to testify on proposed amendments from delegates and alternates to RPT rules. I swore we struck Monday and we started it and did the fine Wednesday and Thursday. I'm sorry, Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay, no, that's what's in print. Okay, now we're back over here. Kathy?
Senate District 21, Mr. Chairman, I would move to make an amendment to D. Strike the first sentence that says platform plan shall be considered finally adopted if a majority voted in favor, strike that entire sentence. And then in the next sentence after the word D, I would insert platform planks, comma.
After, where do you want to insert it?
After the word D,
Okay.
add in platform planks, comma.
There you go. Is that your language? I did hear a second discussion.
Point of clarification, does this now include everything in the platform?
It would if we adopted it. Kathy, you recognize for your
Yes, sir, I think we've already popped this one to death pretty much, so I'm just adding platform planks into the 80% rules that we've provided and not making a majority vote for a platform plank.
Yes.
SB 28, I'm going to speak against this amendment. We have another way of approaching this. We can strike second sentence.
That's it. So just speak to the amendment, please.
I'm speaking against this one because there's another way of doing it.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's go to Nathan.
SD12, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really, the spirit of everything we talked about was doing just this, that having everything that we're voting on here that really truly represent where the majority of people stand. And a 50-50 deal, if you have a divided party, we don't really stand for anything that's got 50% vote or 52%. We don't really stand for that or represent that. That's not part of us. And so we ought to be honest with the public. These are the things we stand for. And then our representatives also, if they are doing legislation, they can look at stuff and say, man, we have had a solid buy-in. We better have that in mind when we start voting up here. and whether it's, who is to chair our committees, in the House or whatever it is, they need to know that there's a unified front and not a divided party sitting out there. We expect them to keep this stuff in mind. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to speak against this because I think we do know what Republicans stand for. I mean, to say that even though we have a very long platform doesn't mean we don't know the difference between our party and the Democrat Party or any other party. I think we do know that. We do have a set of principles. I am not in favor of limiting the platform planks at all. There are things that come up. I mean, executive orders. Now we may want to do something with that. Vaccine mandates. I mean, every election cycle, there are different things that I think that our party is very different than the other party on. And that, I disagree. I think we do stand on our platform, even though it's lengthy, because we also have principles.
Call the question.
All right. There's a motion for previous question and a second. All in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The question now occurs on the motion to strike and add platform planks, the highlighted language. All in favor of adopting that language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. There's no precedence for a roll call vote. All in favor? Well, we don't have a precedent for a roll call vote of names. Is that what you're asking for? Yeah. There's actually, unless you can show me something that would require a record vote, we have no process for a record vote. I'm happy to do a show of hands. It's live stream, so all in favor, raise your hands. All opposed, raise your hands. It's on the record. The ayes have it. Did you catch it? They're not amused. All right, we're back on the full language of rule number 12. Discussion. Any further discussion on rule number 12? All right. All in favor of adopting the language in rule number 12, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're moving on. All right, rule number 13 would be in order. Move to accept rule 13 as written. Okay, we've got a motion to accept rule 13 as written. Second. There's a second. Discussion. Any discussion? All in favor of adopting rule number 13, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Moving on to rule 14, or to the senatorial district caucus rules. Rule 14 would be in order. Got a motion to adopt rule 14 as written. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of adopting rule number 14, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Moving on to rule 15. Is there a motion to adopt rule 15? Motion to adopt rule 15. Is there a second? Is there discussion? Jim?
STA, I just want to make sure that when we got in the second paragraph of 15, Is this consistent now with our 3 minutes for everybody except the chair and vice chair moving 5, or did we move that to 10, or was it 5?
This is in the caucus now. This is not on in the general session.
Okay, do we need to necessarily make that consistent? I wouldn't see any reason.
I can tell you the caucus scripts are drafted already in this day 5.
Okay, there you go.
That
I'll
helps.
kill me trees.
Any other discussion on Rule 15? All in favor of adoption of Rule 15 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Rule 16 is now in order.
Move to adopt Rule 16 as written.
Motion to adopt Rule number 16 as written. Is there a second? Second. Discussion on Rule 16. Yeah, we'll stand easy for just a second while we digest this one.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Who's speaking?
I'm
sorry.
SC5. In number 2 of 16, when it's talking about only voting on the device, and then in number 1, it talks about paper, what's the device?
I'm sorry, I made my best effort to take all the clicker stuff out of this because we do not have the clickers available. So we do need to amend anything you find that says has anything to do with voting on the clickers. Okay, so is that all we need to strike? Voting members may vote on the device assigned to them. Is there any objection to striking that language? Hearing none, we're going to delete that. My apologies. This rule had all kinds of alternate clicker language in it, and we had the clickers available in 18. And I did my best to get it all. There was some remnants left over. Okay. Anything else you see there, Dwayne, we need to work on? I'm going to go to you first.
Going back to
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
going back to this Mark Russell from SD30, going back
I can't hear.
Going back to the first paragraph of 16, it's talking about non-contested elections. However, the roll call shall be taken when the request meets the requirement of RPT rule number 7. I'm either in the wrong set of rules or I don't understand number 7. There's an error in that language.
Yeah, the general rules for RPT are regular general state party rules.
So it's regular general rules.
That's right.
Thank you.
Members, we've referenced the full document title early on. If there's no objection, we'll change that to read let me find where we referenced it before so it's consistent. I see you there, Kathy. Finally, we referenced the rules, so, or was it in the rules of procedure? Okay, and then rule number 1, the general rules of the Republican Party of Texas is what is called out. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm working through 3, 4, and 5, which all appear to still be from the days when we had clickers. And you might want to suggest the language that we need, I guess you could do that. A method other than electronic voting that's got to be taken out to close the voting period, all that needs to be removed.
Okay, stand by, let me take a look at 16, I believe was before, pre-clicker. Okay, this was the rule as it was in 2016 before we had clickers available. You're talking about the highlighter? Yep. Now it's highlighted. Just waiting on the highlighter. That's how it was, and then we modified it in 18 to accommodate some of the SDs that had the clickers. Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SD 13, I move to amend by deleting the language pursuant to the Texas elections code.
Well, we're not.
We're on
15.
Well, we're on 16 for our current, but let me explain to you. We're on 16. Rule 15 was the way 16 was in the 16 convention. Eric, this might help you. So this is just the way it was. We're not touching this language yet. We're actually on the language above it, but it's got clicker language in it. So I put the highlighted language to show you what 2016 was before we had the clickers. If someone wants to make a motion to substitute the language, then we can take on your concerns after that.
And I'm happy to make that motion. So SD 13, Rachel Hooper, I move to substitute the 2016 language for this rule.
Okay, second. Is there any discussion on the substituted language? Okay, all in favor of substitute?
Read it first.
Sorry, I'm trying to help secure as well. SD 14, at this point, I would amend the substitute.
Well, I need to vote on get the substitute up first, and then you can go to work.
Okay, I thought, thank you.
All right, thank you. So the motion is for the substitute to substitute the language. Any further discussion? All in favor of substituting signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so hang on, okay, now we've got this language up. Let's perfect it. Rachel, I'll recognize you for a minute.
Thank you. Rachel Hooper, SB 13, I move to strike the language pursuant to the Texas elections code.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to strike pursuant to the Texas election codes. Or discussion?
I think it's for alluding to RPT rule number 7 in the first paragraph. A better amendment would be to do this allocation of votes according to RPT rule 23A. Which sets out the way to do it.
That's out of order. That the only thing that's can be considered at the moment is the motion to strike. Do you have any question or comment on the motion to strike?
So it's not amendment to amendment yet.
How are you going to amend the motion to strike?
Strike what days?
You can try to unstrike it. There's nothing else to do there except discuss whether to strike or not. You can add something in a minute, but right now Rachel's motion to strike is on the floor.
Chair, just a more clerical thing, since we just changed the same wording prior to the substitution.
But that's not in order at the moment. The motion to strike is in order. Do we have any discussion on the motion to strike? All in, Kathy?
I'm just gonna speak against one more time. I just know that county chairs are gonna have a really rough time with everything we do, Stan, if we're not gonna follow the text, or we're not subject to the Texas Elections Code anymore. I think it's a standard.
This is the supplemental rules governing the convention at the moment. Any other discussion on this motion to strike? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Okay. Get the lead there. Okay, now, I'll recognize you for that correction. Is there any objection to changing RPT Rule 7 to the language we did just a minute ago, the general rules? Hearing none, we'll change that. Jim, I'll recognize you for an amendment.
After the caucus chair shall clarify the allocation of votes by districts, add the words pursuant to RPT Rule number 23A. It's a pretty robust rule.
Right, I'm gonna have to get you to state that again, just
okay.
Okay. Catch up. Okay, now where are we going?
At the underneath votes by district is there, it's the third paragraph. Last sentence, it just got amended. The caucus chair shall clarify the allocation of votes by districts in accordance with the general rules, or in accordance with Rule 23A of the general rules of the Republic of Texas. No.
Give me just a second, Bert. Sorry, Jim, it's not gonna be, we're not gonna take it till you say it at least 4 times.
Yeah, more is less, that's my earlier.
All right. Here we go.
Okay. By districts, pursuant to Rule 23, capital A, of the general rules of the Republican Party of Texas.
23A is is county conventions and Senate district conventions.
It goes on, I believe.
You have a 23A that deals.
So A1 is precinct convention, A2 is county senatorial district convention.
Yeah, pretty long, yeah. Yeah, it goes all the way to 24. Yeah, but general rules for state conventions up to be until Rule 33.
That's right. Well, it actually would work because that is the same allocations that move forward. Delegate allocations. That does work. My apologies. That does work, Jim. Those allocations are the ones that are the way to vote in your caucuses. Okay, is that your language?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor of adopting the amended language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, we're back on the full Rule 16. Discussion on that rule. All in favor of adopting Rule number 16, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Rule 16 passes. Okay, so let's get to the Senate District Caucus agendas. These are pretty straightforward. Rule 17 is in order.
Move to adopt Rule 17 as written.
Okay, so motion to adopt Rule 17 as written. Is there a second? Discussion?
I wish to replace RPT with the previous language.
Yeah, without objection, we'll change RPT rule consistent with the way we've been drafting it. Any other discussion?
Yes. SD 14. I would move to insert a new item number 5 to the agenda after the announcement of order of business. before it'll become the American flag. After this one. For his request, I think they're going to be honest with you for this discussion. I'd like to input the item there, candidate resource committee election, and strike that language from item. And strike that same resource committee from item 10. Yeah, give us 1 second.
You want the elections twice?
No, that's why I'm moving it.
Oh, down the bottom. Here.
And that's why it's 2 pieces. And I can speak to it as soon as I get a second.
Second. All right, I'll recognize you to speak here, man.
My SRAC persons have stressed the value of the CRC in state and being able to support down ballot candidates in local elections. The CRC, this opportunity when we have everybody here and together in one room is a great opportunity to request people to participate and in that great effort. Right now, it's included in announcements. By the time we get done with the business of that session, most people start leaving to head to the general session and don't stick around for announcements. So it's been requested that we put this as a priority for the SD caucus.
Any other discussion section? You made the original motion for Rule 17.
I did not. So before I'm off.
I apologize. I've gotten lost. Somebody keeps talking in my ear. All right, so we're going to strike it out of 10. It's still down there.
It is on ours, and also.
My apologies. Okay. Any other discussion on that that movement, the order of business? Hearing none, we'll take that without objection. Now we're back on to Rule 17 in its entirety. Any other discussion? All in favor of adopting Rule number 17, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Rule number 18.
The live document has not deleted the previous rule 16.
Okay, you may have to refresh.
So I've refreshed a couple of times, so I just want to make sure that the secretary is.
Go back up. Let's just make sure it's still there.
There's 16.
For some reason you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to the adoption of Rule number 18.
Yes, point of information, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking with my constituent who's here, who was wanting to testify, and we looked at Rule 9. So on our temporary rules committee proposed rules of procedure, in reading number 9, where it says the committee will take testimony on proposed amendments from delegates and alternates on Monday from 2:30 till 10:59. There's nowhere in there that says it cannot be testimony on the rules that we are currently adopting or editing, whatever, whatever the language is. And so I believe that says that we can take testimony today, since it does say Monday, June 13th. Is that correct?
I don't see it as that, because in the discussion, we were clear about this being amendments to the general rules. However, if you would like to make a motion to consider that rule, and if you'd like to suspend these rules in order to take testimony, and 2/3 of this body wants to go with you, I'll recognize it to speak. If you'd like to go back and reconsider these rules or suspend that rule altogether, we do need to clarify that. That's going to be a problem. It's only going to be a problem for a couple hours.
Correct. Would I be in order to do that? Would that be an interrupting motion?
No, it's not an interrupting motion. We need to finish with the business, and then you would be in order to first reconsider.
Correct.
And then move to suspend that rule to allow us to take testimony. 2/3 of your members want to go with you on that, I'll certainly allow you to speak. This is your commitment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're back on, I'm sorry, did we finally adopt it? You would be in order now. I'm sorry, Janice?
I'm sorry?
You are in order now. We finished the last rule. We were waiting. We're in between motions.
Okay.
Which rule is it you're wanting to go back on?
Well, if we vote to
Well,
suspend.
I think we would first need to, correct me if I'm wrong, we would first need to suspend Rule 9 of the procedural rules, is that correct? And then,
It's cart before the horse. If you get the motion to suspend, but we don't reconsider that, then what have you done? Just pick one and go with it.
okay. Well, I'm just not sure which order, but I would like to, I'm going back to see
There's
what.
a 2/3 threshold for both of the votes we're about to take. So
Yes, sir. Okay, I think, is it Rule 12? Is that where we were? Where the 80% rule was, is that correct? Rule 12. I would move to reconsider Rule number 12.
Okay, motion to reconsider rule number 12. All in favor of reconsidering rule number 12, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All in favor, raise your hands. That motion fails. We require 2/3. Do you have any other further motions?
No, sir, thank you.
Question, Mr. Treasurer. On Rule number 12B, which talks about the legislative priorities committee, and list of ones that are 5. I thought that was 15.
What's the question again?
On Rule number 12B, it refers to the legislative priorities committee, proposing a higher resolution. I understood that this was 15, and we cut back to half. Was that the way to vote on it?
I'm not sure where you're at. What's the question again? We can't hear you.
5 versus 15. John Carr said SB 22.
I don't remember all the action on the vote. I believe it's reported properly.
That was here.
I was just asking because I wasn't here.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, John. We've got it reported properly.
Mr. Chair, as a point of information on if memory serves in the past, the legislative priorities committee has offered to the floor more priorities than the final number that are adopted, and then the ones that receive the most votes on point.
That's correct in the general rules. We're actually 12. We're way beyond 12. We just scroll back up to answer a couple of quick questions. Janice, I'll tell you what I'm going to do because at my discretion we can take testimony. I you're pretty passionate about speaking on that, sir. I don't want to open up the floodgates tonight and get us bogged down on this. Sir, I will recognize you for 2 minutes to speak on the rule. And then if this committee wants to then make another motion to reconsider, I would entertain that. If you take the mic, please state your name and your Senate district. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Clint Stutz, SD3.
Do we, is that working?
I don't think it is.
Here, take my wireless. Take this one.
Y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Clint Stutz, SD3. I was going to speak on Rule 12, and I'm not even a platform guy, but the preamble is the thing that most of us agree on, 90-something%. That is what defines us, basically. The rest of it is the big tent part of it, okay? And it's something we can take to our legislators and say, hey, a certain percentage of us support this, and we'd like to get your support on some legislation. Now, as to testimony in this committee, I don't see anything in the rules that you passed that says we couldn't testify on stuff in this set of rules. This is a big thing that y'all passed in Rule 12 that we didn't have any say on. Unless we pulled our member off to the side before a vote, and I was like, y'all called the question when I was talking to her about it. We had no say, and our next recourse would be at the SREC meeting. And we'd have to, lobby them to overturn what you did. So if your rules say testimony from 2:30 to 10:59.
I would ask you to speak on the rule that you'd like to speak on, not challenge me on my interpretation, sir. That's for the members to do. I recognize you to speak on the rule that you wanted to address.
Okay.
I'd ask you to refine your remarks there. Do you have more remarks to that?
Nope.
So it's just a procedural remark that you were upset with. All right. We're back on number 18.
Mr. Chairman, first, may I go ahead and ask for the reconsider, motion to reconsider B12.
What did we just do?
We just voted to reconsider.
We just had a motion to reconsider 12 and it failed. Action on it. Yes. Mr. Chairman. What's your point of order?
And I'm loath to do it, but these folks have come and they want to talk. I think that we should give them the opportunity. So given the fact that there's been testimony perhaps that's swayed certain members of the committee to vote differently on a motion to reconsider, I would ask that the chair reconsider its ruling on the motion from the gentleman to reconsider Rule 12B, and at that time, if that is successful, then to allow testimony on the same procedural line.
Okay, you raised the point of order. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, my point of order is that the chair should allow a motion to reconsider now that the chair has allowed testimony that might change the viewpoints of some of the members who voted no on the prior motion to reconsider.
Let's do this. Let's take a motion to suspend rule number 9 for the evening. Would anybody like to make that motion? Before I rule on your point of order, I would take a motion to suspend rule number 9. And we can sign up and line up for testimony.
SD 14, so
There's a motion to suspend rule number 9.
Second.
And a second. All in favor of suspending rule number 9? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay?
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. All right. You're welcome to call division, sir. Okay. All in favor of suspending rule number 9, please raise your hand. 15, that motion to suspend. 16, that motion fails.
Request for information.
State your request.
I'm just wondering if I'm missing it somewhere. I know usually previously in the rules when we did legislative priorities, we had several 15, from the Legislative Priorities Committee, and then there was something in there that allowed the top vote getters of those legislative priorities to become the legislative priorities of the RPT, but I can't even find that section in the rules here that lines out that process.
It's the general rules.
It's under general rules, is that?
General 34. 34.
34C addresses what you're talking about.
So would our supplemental rules conflict with that?
Did we amend that?
Point of information. Is it possible that in rule 15B, that's a typo, that should have been 15, not 5? Is that possible?
Well, it says 5, unless there was
It's in conflict then.
some weird rule. I think you're right.
Those 34, they're in direct conflict, actually.
Is there any objection to editing rule number 12B and changing it to 15 to be consistent with RPT rules?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I will object and ask for a ruling on my order.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Justin Nichols, SD 26, I will object and ask for a ruling as well on my point of order.
Restate your point of order.
The point of order was, now that we have testimony on the issue of 12, that there is now a requested change to 12B. The chair should properly entertain a motion to reconsider Rule 12B.
So your point of order is in reconsideration of Rule 12.
Now, my point of order was that the chair improperly denied the gentleman to my right's request to file a subsequent motion to reconsider Rule 12B.
And I'm allowing that motion to reconsider now so that we can modify this. I'm not out of order because I'm complying with this request.
I apologize.
I got you. The problem is this rule is now a conflict and it's got to be modified.
And Mr. Chairman, because it needs to be modified, I think that we should apply Rule 9, which is not be suspended, and allow testimony on it, whatever that testimony may be.
Are you rising to a point of order against rule number, the way rule number 9 is handled?
I am.
Okay. Your point of order is well taken and sustained. Sign up for your testimony. We'll take testimony on rule number 12.
Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
I would like you to go through rule-wise exactly how you determine that we're going to take testimony that you just ruled.
As it's been debated and several members have risen, rule number 9 does not specifically address the general rules of the RPT. It's been argued that this rule addresses all proposed amendments, which amendments are being made to these supplemental rules. That is, I agree with the point of order. We've got people here that want to speak on this. How many want to speak on this? We got 2. You guys flip the coin. See who wants to go first.
Well, I kind of already did, so.
I'll kind of cool the room back down. I know you're heated. If you want to speak on one of the rules, we'll take your testimony. Let's do that.
You're bringing the wireless mic here.
Yeah.
Stand in front of the camera.
And are we reconsidering Rule 12? Is that what we're doing now, or?
I'm gonna take your testimony on Rule 12, and then we're gonna have a motion to reconsider. I expect to be made after that, because we do have a cleanup there, so that would open that rule back up.
I do implore you to retake that up, and just consider that none of the delegates had any say in that important rule. That was taken out of our hands, and our only recourse would have been at the SRAC meeting, and that requires a whole big campaign on Facebook beforehand, getting people riled up. And you don't want people showing up at convention all pissed off and such. So please just take that rule back up, put it back down to the 60%. It didn't hurt anybody. And once again, the preamble is what we all stand for. The rest of it is the big tent. And your platform committee does tons of work. I've been in those committees and subcommittees. I see what they do. They do it with care. They wring their hands and they worry about, ticking people off. They do it deliberately. And just let them do their work, respect their work, and let it be a big tent. Thank you.
Hello, Rick Cook, SD23. This is really about 12D. And one of the things I heard when you were debating all this earlier was talk about a whole bunch of the planks having a lot of abstentions. So maybe one of the things that we might want to think about is whether or not you should have a threshold on how many people actually voted before you pick a majority of the people who voted on a particular plank. Maybe it should be a majority of the delegation or something like that, as opposed to 80% didn't vote on a plank, but 11% voted yes, 9% voted no of the 20% that actually voted. So now this is a plank because of the people who voted, a majority said yes. But like I said, it was 11% of the people who showed up who passed that particular plank. Just a thought.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. I'll recognize you.
Jorge Landivar, SD9. Do y'all remember the early 2000s? This party was not 100% pro-life. This party has never been 100% pro-life. As a matter of fact, as early as 15 years, 20 years ago, this party was not even 80% pro-life.
Yes.
Yet we had pro-life on the platform, and we all fought for it. And that's okay. The principles should be the thing that we are nearly 100% in agreement on. And the platform should be the things we fight over, and 50% or whatever, some smaller amount than 80, gets to decide what goes in and what goes out. It allows for things that are new, up and coming, things that are changes. You got to remember, we used to have a pro-choice senator from Texas. Very popular senator from Texas was pro-choice recently. Republican, very popular senator from Texas was pro-choice recently. Right now, we have a Texas senator that's offering an anti-gun bill. That's not very popular in this room. But if you said go against Cornyn's new bill as a platform plank, would that reach 80%? Maybe some people would be afraid of pissing him off. You got to allow the platform to be a little divisive, a little contentious. It's got to be the things that we argue about, and we're not all in agreement. There's many things in the platform I don't agree with. There's a lot of things in the platform that I love. That's okay. Putting a high bar or for things like legislative priorities and the principles shouldn't be for the platform as a whole. Otherwise, we would be very, very watered down, milquetoast party. We wouldn't even have pro-life as our big thing. That came because a small number of people came and convinced a bare majority, and that bare majority grew and grew and grew. Thank you.
Lauren Landivar. Oh,
Can y'all hear me?
The battery's starting to get weak. You may have to speak up.
Lauren Landivar.
I still need you to talk to the mic.
Okay, can you guys hear me right now?
You use the handheld.
Okay.
But that's perfect.
Whatever I gotta do. Lauren Landivar, I'm a delegate from SD9, and I also would like to see this changed back down. I think 80% is too high of a bar for things like the platform. I can understand on the preamble because previous people have already said that's where we have our core beliefs. But there are other items that maybe people don't know about, but maybe it's really important to people and it's in line with our values of small government and of individual responsibility. Maybe other people don't know, maybe some people don't know what they are, but we have, a decent majority who know what it is. Like, I just think that it's too high of a bar to put on this. So anyway, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi there, Davis Ford, SD 24, and I'm going to ask you guys to rescind your change that you made on rule number 12. I think it's not a well thought out change. Just so you know, I'm the guy who wrote the original Rule 43 regarding the platform, that everybody gets a hard copy of the platform. If you're running for office, you have an R in front of your name, you're supposed to get a copy of the Republican Party platform and read it. And originally you're supposed to say whether you agree, disagree, or undecided on the platform items, each one of them. Okay, because it's gotten longer is not our fault. It's the fault of the legislature. If you want to make a good change, let's do this. Let's say anyone who doesn't have a conservative rating of at least 80% in your voting record in the state legislature, you don't get to run again. Let's put that in at 80%. What do you think about that, guys? Will that work for you? Let me tell you, right after this rule, I wrote the original article in 1996, and by 7 distinct miracles of God, it passed. It didn't pass in the Rules Committee. It lacked 1 vote, but we got a minority report, went to the floor of the convention, passed 10-1. And that 10-1 ratio is still out there. There's still those people who are going to be pissed off that you're cutting stuff out. People went to the precinct convention, they went to the county convention, they went to the state convention, and they got their item passed. And now you want to cut it out because not everybody agrees. As the gentleman pointed out, there's a lot of stuff we didn't agree and don't agree to this day. I'll tell you another little story real quick, that I went to Washington, D.C. after we got Rule 43, and I talked to our state Republican legislators up there in D.C. Most of them avoided me, wouldn't answer my questions or whatever. I went to the office of Ron Paul, Congressman Ron Paul, and caught him walking out of his office, and as you can see, I'm a little bit on the big side.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, Ron Paul had a copy of the platform in his desk, dog-eared, sticky noted, and used that for his legislation.
Thank you.
Amy Hedke, SD 22. So anyway, he had this platform with all the sticky notes that he'd been reading and reading and reading and reading and reading. And he used all those points in his speeches to speak with Republicans of all kinds of demographics. Close enough? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, personally, I'm not really opposed to the 80% threshold. Make it 90. Pick a number that you want to be how many of your fellow activists you disenfranchise in this next midterm election. You have a Republican governor who shut down the state during COVID, who finally gave us heartbeat bill and constitutional carry as he backpedaled from shutting down the state. And he's going up against a guy who came within 3% of beating Ted Cruz. You guys have a lot of work to keep your activist base motivated and ready to fight. And the more input you get in your platform, the more Republicans you're going to get on your side in November. Not only that, you have dear old Biden sending a ton of his Democrats fleeing the party right now, but they aren't interested in coming to the Republican Party yet because they don't trust you guys. They don't. But the more stuff you have in your platform, the more opportunities you're going to give them to serve as a welcome mat. So however you end up doing this, good luck. I don't envy you that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Janice, I'll recognize you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we could reconsider rule number 12.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider rule number 12. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All in favor, raise your hands. We got it now. Okay, rule 12 is now open.
Mr. Chair,
I'll recognize you, Chair.
I'd like to make an motion that on D, we strike platform planks from that language of the 80%.
And put it where?
We could go back to the original first sentence. Okay. Strike platform planks from this, and then add the words back to the original. Can we get to? Okay. Second.
Discussion?
Can I speak to my motion?
You can.
I already stole previously Scott Bowen's 3-tiered system. But again, it's like a church doctrine. And I'm going to use my own faith, Christianity, okay? There are certain, we all belong to various denominations that are Christians among us here. But there's certain things that you have to be, which are the principles in order to be a Christian. Those would be, the Trinity, the virgin birth, the resurrection and death of Christ. So there's certain things that we all agree on. The planks, the platform planks are like the doctrine of the church. It is a stance on various articles. Not all of us probably agree with every piece of doctrine that's in our church. But there are people that come to our church because that is what they subscribe to. And I agree with several of the speakers who said, this is how we get grassroots involved. This is how we address issues that come up, like vaccine mandates or executive orders. This is the work of the grassroots. And I was here in 2000, and prior to that, when we put the pro-life plank in, it took 3 or 4 years to get all of that in. And now that's a solid tenet, a huge difference between what Republicans are and Democrats are. We do have differences, so to argue that our platform is too long and that we're not identifiable and, what do we stand for? We know what we stand for, these basic tenets. Now, we may disagree on the various things in the platform, but that's what is the work of the grassroots, not for a committee of 31.
SC21 Kathy Hagler. Again, I want to defend the language that we have, and I want to speak against the amendment. Again, one more time, we are not talking about trying to make the platform smaller, and I love what Mr. People said about we're trying to define who we is. What's we is we 70%, is we 95% of us. And using Terry's analogy, we may all be Christians, and some of us may decide we want to dunk and some want to sprinkle. But we're talking about what the scriptures are going to go in our Bible. This is our canonization here of what we stand for as a convention. And so we need to at least give it a grade of a B. I'll say again, if your kid comes home with a 79, are you happy about that? When your kid comes home and says, Mom, I made a 60 on my math test, you don't take them out for a steak dinner? I mean, that's not an achievement. An achievement means it's good enough to get in our Bible. I want it to have at least a score of above average, and the lowest B you can get in our schools is an 80. And I really don't think that's a greatly high standard. I really think that's could be improved, but I think 80 is probably the best we can get. So I speak against the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ed first, and then we're over here.
Yes, I'd like to amend the amendment. So I'd like to delete the word shall be. And then, in the new language, right? And then after adopted, replace the rest of that sentence. So the platform claims considered finally adopted shall consist of no more than the 300 platform claims with the highest weighted vote. And delete the rest of the sentence. Which one? So delete the majority vote in favor.
Is there a second to this? Motion fails for lack of a second. I'm back on, I've got SD1, you had your hand up for everybody else. Right, Dan. I got you.
Carl Wise, SD1.
Got you now.
Carl Wise, SD1. I am going to change my position on this. I do think that it possibly does, a large number probably does water down our planning. But if there are certain points that get people to come and vote, then I think it's probably worth it then. Even if they are, points that are, the vast that just barely majority agree on, but if we give people out to vote and they're going to vote on that issue, they're going to vote Republican on that issue, and it probably, I think it's probably a good thing. So I intend to change my vote on that.
And SD16, I guess I'm really confused, Kathy. I'm sitting there reading the other, like you said, one, it doesn't include platform. No,
Sir, please address your comments to the chair.
So,
Add another note.
all right. So it does say platform claims, which we're trying to correct now. That was what the change that was made before. So we're trying to get rid of platform claims to make it a simple majority. That is one change. The other change is we're trying to get back the percentage vote from either, if we want to leave it at 80 or make it 70, for the preamble and legislative priorities. That said, one of the key things that was just mentioned out here in the audience, if you remember, it wasn't much more than 10 years ago, we barely were able to get the pro-life claims passed on the floor. There was considerable discussion, and we had maybe 55% of the vote 10 to 15 years ago. Now you want to turn around, that's why this really has to be changed. Right? And I still, again, I think this is pretty obvious. I'm kind of concerned and confused on what I'm hearing from some of the members.
Thank you. Let's go to Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SD12 is one for using an example of abortion. As one has been fighting that ever since I became a Christian in the late 70s. In '84 at the state convention, in self-defense, I put someone on the ground who turned in self-defense who turned out to be a Texas Supreme Court justice. I recently moved over to the Republican Party because he had been a Democrat, but because he saw the Republicans had the power. We heard tonight one person, and with all respect, talk about, well, you know, you open this up and more people will join you. Well, they join you because this party is sliding and becoming more and more pastel. If you go back and look at the Republican Party platform of the 60s, the Democrats of the 60s, our platform today is that of the Democrats of the 60s, and theirs is the Socialist Party of the 60s. We are continuing a slide to the left towards a socialist society, and so as people talk about being more and more, quote, let's talk about making Big Ten, we need to first talk about who we really are and where we stand before we become, before this country, we do complete our total slide to the left. And so this is we need to know, the other problem that, again, let me finish what I started earlier on this thing when we what prompted this, part of what prompted this going to say, hey, we want everybody to vote on every one of these things was because we wanted them to have to at least read them. And we, at that time, we had found, and personally, I had gone to my representatives asking me, have you even read the platform and know what's in it? And I found one that said he actually read it. And so if we think this means something to them or it affects it, they weren't even reading the darn thing. So now just as political protection to take it and read it, but for most of them, this platform is irrelevant. And where we need to focus, we need to focus, does need to be on the priorities, but at the same time, we need to something that where they can see we have a solid commitment to this thing so that we can hold their feet to it, whether it's abortion, whether it's gun control, or whatever it is. We need a unified voice, not a divided where they can say, well, you know, I only half of the care about it, so I don't have to worry about it. Thanks, sir.
State your point.
Yes, Mr. Bittler was talking about percentage. I don't believe that's part of the motion.
Yeah, but that's, what is it you're asking?
My question is, are we properly discussing the percentage of the motion is only with respect to strikes with that?
Does, I'll tell you why, because you effectually change it from 80% to 50% by adding that language. Right now, we changed it to 80% for all platform claims. By putting it back and saying the majority, you are effectively changing 80 to 50 for platform claims. So that debate is germane to this amendment.
Can I make a motion to amend the amendment?
Depends on what you want to do.
John, can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, I can clearly hear you.
ST 22, is it in order to make a motion to amend the pending motion? I move to change the 80% to 60%.
That's out of order. The only thing we're doing is to highlight the bold language there. I'm going to go to Justin, then Ed, then Rachel. I'll work Ken.
Mr. Chairman, I will move to amend the amendment and change the word majority to 2/3.
It won't be right. So you want a 2/3 majority.
If a majority of 2/3 voted in favor, so a majority is a change. 2/3 would be my proposed amendment. 2/3 majority. I don't know what the right. In other words, instead of 50 plus 1, it would be 2/3.
Okay.
However we want to write.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, discussion. I'll recognize you for speaking.
You know, I do think, and I appreciate the body allowing, and particularly the chair allowing people to take testimony, and I thought some great points were made. And I think that this is ultimately a compromise and takes into account the representative-elect's and Mr. Bowen's three-tier notion that there is a higher standard for those essential items. But that said, just saying 50% of delegates plus 1 need to agree to something to make it part of the platform. For example, there's a platform that says we believe anyone should be able to take the bar exam no matter where they were educated. I think, and I don't mean to make that personal, but what I mean is I think it's not unfair to require a small majority, a little bit more than a majority and less than a super ultra majority to get something into the platform. I think that we debated this thoroughly, and this would be a compromise that I would be willing to agree to if the body is so inclined.
Point of information.
State your point.
Do we have, I'm sure someone is looking at the actual data from the last time we had blank by blank voting. When you get to the end of the ballot, essentially, how much of a drop off is there in terms of how many abstentions there are?
Abstentions don't count.
Well,
well, okay, so yes, they do. Stand by. The vote for on the ballots or on the Scantron is a weighted vote. It does take into account for the weighted vote, and number of votes cast, ballots out, and abstentions does count as weight. So what data do you have to support this question?
So at the end, which is about when the highest drop-off was,
right,
there were 7,355 votes to include, 731 to exclude, and 628 abstentions. So less than 10% abstained at the end of the ballot.
Okay, and that's for the online convention 2020, right?
Yes.
Which is an atypical scenario. If you go back to 2018, what does it look like there? We were actually using Scantron.
We don't have that information.
Good, so I'm not recognized for debate, but when I am, I'll speak to where I'm going with that.
Got you next.
I'll pass on that.
Okay, can you get to mine? I'll recognize you. Okay, sorry, you wanted to.
Yes, I do.
We're on the amendment.
I do have everyone speak to the amendment. To the amendment, to the point. I looked at the numbers, and when we were in person, it does not weigh out the abstentions. The only reason the abstention was weighted in 20 is because it was all electronic, and everybody had time to go through each vote. I personally don't have time to read everything in the 2 hours that they give us. So one of my biggest points is if we go with blank by blank voting, I ask every member of this committee to urge your caucus chair to make an announcement and remind all delegates as soon as you get that platform report, start marking yes or no whether you agree. So as soon as you get that Scantron, you just have to copy, because I'm very slow. Anyway, my point to this is in 2018 there was nothing that, as was pointed out before, there was nothing that had less than 70%. So it seems reasonable.
Are you want to speak on you were actually next, or were you wanting on me?
Well, Rachel Cooper, SD 13, I want to ask you if I would be out of order if I moved to table Rule 12 until a time certain tomorrow, where we have the opportunity to hear from some of the members of the platform committee if they'd like to speak.
It would be in order to table. What I can tell you is, stand by. I took the testimony because everybody got heated. These are not drafting amendments. We are drafting original rule requests. So rule number 9 is actually out of order to allow testimony, but we took it tonight because there's people passionate about this, and I want everybody to have to be able to speak. Are you considering taking this back up and having a whole bunch of testimony tomorrow? And your motion to table is absolutely in order. I'm just asking you if is that your intent.
Let me, if I may, speak to my motion. It is because I've received a number of messages from people I really respect and people you probably know, who would like us to really think about what we're doing on the platform plans.
Okay, I'll entertain your motion to table. You go ahead and then restate it, please.
Rachel Cooper, SD 13, I move to table our vote on Rule 12 until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Second.
further discussion on the motion to table, all the amendments will go with it. So where it's at right now is where we're going to pick back up. Grace?
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Table?
Yes. Just because, bearing in mind that these rules can be amended by the delegation, so according to rule number 13, except for those rules mandated by the Constitution or statutes of the state of Texas or the general rules of the Republican Party of Texas, a supplemental rule governing a general session may be amended or suspended by a majority vote of the convention. So if the delegates, they're definitely well within their rights to discuss this issue, and they also are going to be given the opportunity. And at that point, we can continue the business of what we're doing here, and the delegates, of course, can take it up at the convention if they want to.
Yeah.
I also speak against the 21, Senate District 21, I also speak against the motion. We have now opened this large can of worms twice. I don't want to open it 3 times. I think we need to deal with it, get it over with, and move on. We're still doing supplemental rules. We haven't even started the general rules, so I think we need to get on with it. So I would vote against the motion to take.
All right. Anybody else? All in favor of moving to table this until a time certain, 10 a.m., signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. Nays have it. We're back on the amended language to 2/3. That's all we're talking about right now. So.
All right. So what I was getting at with my point of information is that I think a better compromise on this might be, instead of setting a 2/3 threshold, set a threshold that is a majority of everyone who has cast a ballot in favor of the platform thing. So 50% majority that you actually need 50% of the entire convention who is still there to vote, not just 50% of the people who got that far in the ballot. And that would serve 2 purposes. One, it would make sure that everyone whose vote is actually counted in favor of a blank has actually read it, has gotten to the end, and agrees with it, and that truly represents the entire convention. And then it also supplies a soft incentive to the platform committee to think hard about whether every successive blank is something that is important enough for them to include. Because if they create a ballot that's too long, then, or if they create a platform that is too long, then not enough people are going to get to the end, and the blanks that are at the end will get a short shrift because people aren't going to read that far. So I think you preserve majority rule. You don't set an artificial threshold for passage, and I think majority rule is an important principle. But also, we make sure that the final product is truly representative of the entire convention. So I would say vote against this amendment to the amendment, but I will offer one that would have language like that I think would achieve something similar, but preserve majority rule and also provide an incentive for making it to the very end and making sure your voice is heard. Every delegate's voice is heard on every single platform.
Let me be clear on how these are tabulated. Abstentions do affect the vote. It is a weighted vote, the way the Scantron machines work. It is in the rules that it's at the ballots. It is tabulated under weighted strength. Look further down in D. Weighted strength does matter, and when there is a ballot taken out and an abstention, the weight of the abstention goes away, and only the weight of those that cast a vote applies.
Yes.
So that does satisfy your request.
No, it does not. If okay, I'll put it this way: if 100 people submit a Scantron and 10% of them have abstained, okay. So say this is the vote. Okay, you've got 100 people who voted, like submitted a Scantron on blank number 257. 10 of them left it blank. 50 voted yes. 40 voted no. Okay. Under the way it is now, you would ignore those 10, and then you would look at the remaining 9 votes and say 50 out of 90 is a majority, so it passes.
No, sir. It's weighted by delegation strength, and the abstentions take away from the available weight.
So
it's not a simple majority.
But in the final total, Your final total,
The
they
final-
still count. So,
If the weighted strength was 50/40.
right, yeah, okay, that's fine. If the weighted strength were 50/40/10, yeah, the abstentions would be weighted with everything else, but in the final tally, they would still be counted as abstentions, not votes counted.
They are counted as abstentions, but they take away from the available weight to be cast, so they do impact the total vote at the end.
Okay, I'll use an extreme scenario to illustrate the point. If you had 31 Senate districts and everyone abstained except for one person in one Senate district, your final voting strength would be mostly abstentions and a small vote yes. But that small vote yes would be a majority of those voting because all of the abstentions would be removed from the final vote.
Actually, an abstention is a vote.
An abstention is a vote, but it's not a vote that's counted when determining the majority.
But you're tabulating that by county delegation, by their weighted strength.
That was Bear County, it's my county, it's not.
However, the abstentions take away from it. So let's say your county carries 100 delegate votes, and 50 of those abstain.
Right.
Now your county only carries 50 votes because those abstentions took away from the added total.
Yes, but it's the final total of all of the delegate strengths put together that determines whether something passes or fails.
I'm not sure your points are the word.
So the point I'm making is that if you have a lot of abstentions and then you win a majority of the people who are left, if it's a bare majority, that platform plan probably shouldn't pass because it's not representing the will of the entire body. We can have a better proposal here if instead of setting an artificially high threshold on planks, we set a threshold of a majority, 50% plus one, of the entire voting strength of the convention, abstentions and all. Yes, so that would be a better way of doing this. I'm saying we can achieve what we're trying to achieve. Yeah. So I would submit that as a separate motion after this one ends.
I'll take the point of information.
I'm still not certain that abstentions count because it does say the weighted percentage in favor or opposed. It does not say those that don't vote.
Let me put it this way. So 10 people, so you have voting strength of 10 in your county, and 10 people show up. Because one decides not to vote, you don't then get to cast his share. He showed up and didn't cast it. So now there's 9 votes available to weight. That's all that can be cast. So abstentions do count. And the fact that they subtract from the weighted vote, they do matter because that takes away from the delegation of weighted strength. Because they have a right to protest, cast a protest vote of an abstention. It does affect the weight.
But in the final tally, it doesn't.
The final tally adds all the weights up. It's exactly the same. Those weighted votes are all totaled at the end, and the total weighted vote of the convention is measured. That's why we vote by weight.
Yes, because the abstention is not counted the same as the vote. It is ignored in the final total.
It's not ignored. It takes away from the weighted strength. So we're way beyond the debate on this 2/3 majority, and I've enjoyed the conversation. But unless you have any other comments on the 2/3, we need to move on. Anybody else want to? All that we're talking about is the 2/3 addition. Question. Let me get to him real quick, and then I'll recognize you.
I'll just note that with the 2/3, it would have had no effect on the last 2 platforms that we voted on, would have excluded no platform claims.
Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting 2/3 majority, or 2/3, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. All in favor of adopting 2/3, please raise your hand.
What are we going for?
On the 2/3. I'm gonna wait till you, just if you would stop somewhere, so. 17, there's not enough. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, now we're back to the,
I'd like to see who's voting against in case some are abstaining.
sure,
I'd like to complete.
the nays, raise your hand. All against, raise your hand. Thank you. All right, we have that language there. Okay, we're back on the bold language. Edward, I'll recognize you first.
I'm in favor of restoring the split between the platform planks and the preamble priorities and principles. There's on the doctrine metaphor. I'm going to speak for a Jewish perspective and say, in Judaism, when you have a question about what does our faith say, we take that question and we look to the teachers throughout history and say, well, this one said this one said this, and this one said this. It's the idea. I feel like that's the idea of the division between the set 3-tier system, the Big Ten planks, Big Ten of allowing a lower majority on the planks themselves allows for a broader perspective of the 10,000 people in the room and conservatives across the state by proxy.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cook's testimony, just raising his hand, SC 27. Mr. Cook's testimony a little while ago was, to me, of all of them, very compelling. Because he mentioned this whole issue that Mr. Bowen is bringing up, that it isn't really representative of the body if only 10% say, in the worst scenario, would it even be cast the vote? Because then we got 50% of 10%, really, can that be a thing? So I'd like to be recognized to make a motion. Your Honor, Mr. Chair. So I would, not changing anything there except the period of what has already been provided or voted in favor, add a comma at the end of favor, provided that 60% of all eligible voters, of all eligible votes are cast or were cast. I think that would address the issue of, do we even have a sizable number of votes cast, from which then we can say, okay, then this selection, this vote does have some weight.
Is there a second? Discussion?
I'm going to speak against that. That's just not the way our democratic system works. General elections, you count the majority of votes cast. Not how many people are eligible to cast a vote, but the majority of the votes cast. I don't see why we should be doing anything different here. We count the standard procedure and parliamentary rule is count the majority of the votes cast.
Further discussion?
So I'm in favor of this change, but I want to be careful about the language, and I think there may be needed. Because when we say eligible votes, I want to make sure that is as a percentage of the ballots submitted. So if someone leaves early and doesn't cast a ballot at all, which happens, people do that, I don't want them to be counted as an abstention. I would like to look at if there are 5,000 ballots submitted, and then on a particular platform plank, only 2,500 people actually voted that question, then it would be below the threshold. But I don't want it to be as a percentage of the entire World Health Convention. So I would, I guess I will submit an amendment, just kind of workshopping this language in my head as I talk.
You want to amend the amendment?
Amend the amendment
Stage one.
We're too deep.
We are not too deep because he's adding language. We're back on D. He added language to D, so we're actually only one D.
This is part that's not underlined. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So, provided that 60% of all, I'm just gonna say individuals who submitted a ballot voted on that blank, or cast a vote on that blank. And how would you calculate? You would look at the claim.
Stand by. Stand by. We don't have a second. I don't have your language. Let me get your language here first. Let's get a second. This will be the. Go back and tell me what your language is.
Okay. 60% of individuals who submitted a ballot voted on that blank. Yeah, or voted on. That's one. Okay. Yeah, you take out. Okay. So
is that the language you're looking at?
Yes.
Is there a second?
The second.
Okay.
It's almost a point of order because we just voted on 2/3, which was already an amendment to the amendment. We have not accepted the first amendment, which is platform plank shall be considered, and then striking platform plank in the second one. So this is an amendment to the amendment to the amendment. So we are already too deep because I'm sorry, James'
that is a point of order.
was a second amendment already.
You are correct. So all of it is that you actually, we are completely out of order. So what we need to do, the top one is what we're actually on. I apologize, we got out of order here.
Yeah.
Let's, stand by. Let me run the meeting, thank you. Okay, let's take care of the yellow language first, all right?
We also need to add the contract.
Right.
That's part of the motion.
That motion was actually out of order as well, because we already had the top language that we hadn't adopted yet. So we were adding on to that. So let's go back to, can you go back to Ray's language? I actually do what you're asking me to do since I. Go back down. Okay, this is an amendment to the amendment. You're actually right, Kathy. It just getting tired, guys. All right, so any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
All right, since this can't be further amended, I think what I would ask is for this not to pass, and then after we've made the decision on the overall amendment, then we could return to this and see if we want to take it up using the modified language. But I think as it stands, the phrase eligible votes is too vague.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, like it's SC 16, let me make sure I understand what we're voting on now. So, I've got it highlighted, but I want the explanation from the chair, what it means if we vote yes or no.
If you vote yes, you adopt that language as the amendment. It adds it to the black language above it.
Okay, so in that case, that means although they're making a 2/3 vote, we have to have a minimum of 60% of everybody that is available to vote actually vote. Is that correct?
On that point, as I understand it.
Okay, so that's a double
Let me just make sure, because there's two things that have to happen in order for one thing to pass or fail. Correct?
That's the way I see it.
For each line.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Okay, make that go away. Just delete that. Back on the amendment, the bold amendment. Any further discussion on the bold amendment?
Yeah, I guess I'll speak to it. I'm in favor of this. I just think after we pass it, we could come back and make further changes.
And amend it now. We're only waiting right now.
You can do it now. The only thing you can't touch is 2/3. You want to amend that language?
What happens to the structure in platform classes?
That's part of the motion that is affected by the highlight. So you adopt the highlighted language, the striking goes away too. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? All in favor of adopting the amended language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. All right, now we're back on the full language of Rule 12.
Now we bring my motion to have all subparagraph B amended to align with the general rules.
Absolutely. So your motion is to change 5 to 15.
SD 14 second.
I'm really not sure how that happened, to be honest with you.
By the way, there's John Carr.
All right, motion is second to change 5 to 15. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would recommend instead of that, where it says include in the report, and skip all the way to resolutions declining, and let the other documents define the number, and just leave this the same as platform includes in the report.
Okay, right now we're only on John's motion to strike 5 and add 15. Any other discussion on that? Okay.
James Taylor, SC 29. I think that increasing it from 5 to 15, I think having that many legislative priorities that we're considering just really waters down the grassroots ability to fully commit to whatever legislative priorities we end up with. I know that we also vote later to take the top half, but I think that we should reduce things to 5 to 15. It's too much.
Yes.
So I urge people to keep it in mind.
Last thing in my motion, this simply puts it in line with the general rules that are already there, and it ceases any conflict between these rules and the general rules.
Anyone else?
Point of information. If there is a conflict, which rule takes precedence?
The general rule would take precedence because it can't be suspended, and the supplemental rule would be out of order. Any other discussion? All in favor of striking 5 and adding 15, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's now 15.
Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Delaney from SD4. I move that we replace the language in section D back to the 2018 language. We've talked about this for 2 hours. And obviously we need to stand up for the will of the people and keep those planks that they worked hard for. And we wasted a lot of time on this, and let's restore that language in 2018 language. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion to substitute item D with the original language. Is that how you're saying your motion? Is that your motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second. We've got a second. So the motion is to substitute D with the original language that we started with before we amended it. We are drafting rules.
Point of information for
State your point.
Can we, y'all are doing this. important language of the 2018 rule on there.
That was it.
It's just,
That's it without.
it's without the 2/3 and the 60%. Those are the only changes.
That is the original language. Yeah. Any discussion on the motion to substitute? Let's go to page 3.
SC 12, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just reiterate, you're just encouraging the continued slide to the left as we've been going for the last 30 and 40 years. And if you don't stop, we are going to be the new Democratic Party.
We'll go to
I'm going to speak against this motion because, again, I was rather contented with the 2/3 and 80% balance that we had, but that we just spent 3 hours working out as a reasonable compromise among with the input from the crowd.
Dwayne, we'll go to you.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. I support this amendment. I was very conflicted about this whole situation at the very beginning. And I totally get the drive to go to 80%, I totally do. But the turning point for me was when I see people that are willing to come up on a Monday night, and as a whole, I haven't seen one dissenting voice that agreed with the other deal. And so I can't block that out. And so that has swayed me, and I would be supporting this one change.
Thank you. Rachel for SD13. I support this motion because I think this is a good example for us as a body to stop and think about what we're doing. We've had some time. I really appreciate the chair allowing everyone to speak tonight, the speakers, some of the contact that I've had from people made me realize I think we were too quick to act here. I think all the facts need to be put forth. Mr. Sarles' information is excellent, but all of the, we need to have clear communication with the delegates about something so important that we're doing here. And I'm not ready to change it to the changes we made earlier. I'm not ready to do that yet. I don't think that's smart for us to do.
Harrison, we'll go to you and Ed.
So, I think I want to speak in favor of the substitution. Before the gentleman made the amendment, I was actually going to do the exact same thing. But I think in the spirit of what we are trying to accomplish here and to move forward, I think this is the best path forward, going back to the original language. I know we spent a lot of time on that, but let's use this as a lesson going forward so that we can actually look at these objectively. Because overall, like it was already said before, these can be changed again. So again, we are spinning our wheels, and we have 3 more pages left to go. So thank you.
I speak against this amendment. I think we've gone through this again. These changes that we had proposed actually would not have affected the 2 plastic dimensions that we've done with white pine coating. So it's helping to increase the certainty that the platform is representing the body, but it hasn't excluded anybody today. In the past, before we went to plank by plank coating, we had cases where the platform switched back and forth every 2 years as delegates changed on some issues. And so we've gotten to the point where we don't have those issues now, but if we did have something, we're close. Having something above 50% helps prevent that from happening.
Josh.
SD15. I just
give you all an idea of the kind of things that barely passed, or I guess not barely passed, but would have actually failed. 76.9% we voted in favor of making 17-year-olds not responsible, criminally responsible for stuff. We were going to raise it to 18. I didn't know if y'all knew that, but also by 79.6%, we voted to take all of our statewide elected officials off of our ballot. We said we were going to create an electoral college in each Senate district, and then the Senate would get to decide who our statewide officials are, every single one of them. And that passed by 79.6%. So I'm just saying there are some really crazy things out there that 80%, I mean, people just go in there and they vote for everything. They just vote for everything. I mean, you got to have, no matter what we put on there, 50% of people are just going to vote for everything. So we have to have some kind of standard. The platform committee, when we first implemented this, created a lot of things that said, you know what, we're going to just put this in and let the body decide. And all those things passed by 80, 19%. And now we're in a position here where we're looking at things that are just kind of ridiculous, but anything that gets out of there is going to pass. And we have to give the people that are actually paying attention a voice. We're taking their attention away. It's like whatever gets passed, it's going to get passed, especially for 50, 60, and 67%. It is not going to give us an actual voice because everything that gets on there will pass.
We're going to go Scott, Terry, John, James, then Leslie. Scott?
So I'm against this, and then I think 66% is a healthy threshold. I think part of the reason you get strong majorities on these bikes, even for the ones that seem a little out there, is because by and large the platform committee does a good job. And they vet proposals strongly, they catch things before they make it to the floor. And I think if we saw a genuinely leftist proposal that we knew would be destructive to the conservative cause, not a structural change in the government was probably not going to happen, but something that would be a big shift in our approach to an issue toward the wrong side, then I think it would get enough attention that delegates would know to vote against it. I think 50% is too low, because you're right, there are some people who just vote for everything. I think anyone who's been involved in a local bond-election knows that. But I think 66% is healthy, 80% is probably too high. And so I'm in favor of not accepting this amendment. I was also in favor of setting a threshold for the number of people who vote, period. But if that's not the direction we want to go, I think 66% is still healthy. And the other reason it's good is because when we do take these platform things to our legislators, we ask them to implement them, we point to the fact that a strong majority of the delegation voted for it. So, like Mr. Charles said, in the last couple of conventions that we've had this system, I believe just about every link has cleared the threshold, and just about every resolution. That even includes the censure of fire code, which I'm voting for that. But I think the threshold is healthy, but 50% is probably too low.
I got you.
I won't say very much because I've already spoken a couple times on this, but I just want us to realize that we live in a representative government. And I think whether you do the 80 or the 66, I think that limits the very nature of the new political ideas is most of them start out at barely getting 50%. That's how it was in 1984, my very first convention, when we started fighting for the pro-life plank. We built the numbers every single year. So I think to implement that rule, I like, and I support this going back to the original language, because I think that to do otherwise says that, Texans will just wait for an idea to be already accepted before we accept it. And I see how things are a process over the years. I've been doing this for 40 years, and it's always a process.
You aren't that old.
John Carter, SB 22. I want to take this from a little bit different perspective. If, as Mr. Sullivan says, that all the plans that pass passed would have passed anyway, then why would we want to raise an issue that divides us as a party? We saw how the folks who spoke were energetic, dedicated. They want their voice heard. So if it's not going to make any difference, why would we want to create an artificial line of division? I think I'm in favor of that motion.
LSD 29. I'm in favor of the motion. I've often picked up a lot of people with issues on the platform. And originally, I was in favor of heightening the threshold, not the rhetorical sound or the voice that was out. But after hearing testimony and hearing no testimony for the increased threshold that we approved earlier, and thinking more on it, indeed, I often can refer to this platform and the wide diversity of planks within, and pick up new grassroots people, and then they get exposed to other planks in the platform, and they become more open to other Republican platform principles and planks. And so, yeah, I've used it effectively to get a lot of walkaways, and I think that's important to keep in text with.
Edward, then Justin, then Matt.
I just pulled up my record of the sort of information of the 2016 vote, one of the first times that we did electronic voting. The report has yes count, no count, yes percentage, no percentage. There is no separation for abstention, but also the lowest level of support was 68% on the repeal of the Constitution Amendment 17 to go out to our question on the Senate. 68%. We're talking about things that are just lower than 80%.
Thank you. Justin?
Chairman, I'll move for the question.
Sorry?
I'll move for the question.
We got a motion to call the question. Is there a second? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, one of point of information. In about 2 or 3 minutes, the chairman of the Question Procedure will walk through the door. Do you mind if he says anything before we vote?
I'm not going to hold the vote up. We've got, unless he's going to be here right now.
Said he's on his way.
Stage one.
Can't hear a thing.
We're not currently in a vote. I'm about to take a vote on the motions to substitute, but the problem is that we've called the question now, so there's no testimony that he's going to be able to turn over. So we're going to go ahead and take the vote. The question occurs on the substituted language on item D. All in favor of adopting the substituted language on the screen signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay. Division?
The one actually didn't call no chance. How do you know? All in favor? Let's do a show of hands. 14. All opposed? 12. The ayes have it. 14-12. The substitute language is adopted. We're back on rule number 12. Any further discussion or amendment on rule number 12? All in favor of adopting rule number 12 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would like to
Name and district, please.
I can't think of the word. Go back to Rule 17.
Microphone, please.
1628, and it's reading with your permission, sir, I'd like to go back to Rule 17, and I can't think of the word.
Okay, so you're wanting a motion to reconsider rule number 17.
That's correct.
Do you have a second? Second. All in favor of reconsidering rule number 17, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
That's not 2/3, sir. We're moving on. Who's calling us, Steve? I'm sorry?
The motion to reconsider. The debate's
In the motion. Sorry?
Just as information, I realize I was really fantastic. Just as information, I wanted to change the time to re-adjourn from 8 o'clock to 8:30 Friday morning. For reasons already stated.
This is the Senate District caucuses and that.
That's already been advertised. People are
That's in the schedule. That would, I mean, we wouldn't get that done. I appreciate it.
That's why I see we're changing that.
Okay, our next consideration is going to be on Rule 18. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Any objection hearing none? need a quick recess. I drank a whole lot of water at dinner. I got one of these, and I just wasn't gonna make it. We got 45 minutes of room left. All right, rule number 18. Number 18, we got a motion to adopt as written. Is there a second? Second. Discussion?
2 years ago.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. So we're gonna get this done. Rule number 19. Second? Second. All in favor? I'm sorry, is there a discussion? Non-caucus business, speeches may occur at any time at the discretion of the permanent caucus chair, other than during taking a vote. That's let elected officials have the speech. You ready? Yes. Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Rule number 20. Motion to adopt that language? So moved. For a second? Second. Discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Is there a motion to adopt the supplemental rules and send them to the SREC? So moved. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have supplemental rules.
Can we get a hard copy?
Yes. As soon as I can get you one, I will get you a hard copy. Probably tomorrow. Well, we're supposed to have really have some staffers that they were not population, and then there was some drive across. Okay, members, in the little bit of time we have left, did everyone get the email from Convention Secretary Virgil Cruz?
Yes.
This was some items that he felt like we needed to consider that they wanted to do in cleanup. If this body would like, we've got a little bit of time here to run through them real quick, and I could cut those onto a Word document, we can look at them. His hope was that we would create some drafting rules for the rules as we drafted them that had standard nomenclature, TEC versus Texas Election Code, office holder. Virgil's really good at picking this stuff out. I think Kathy worked on this with him. If there's a motion to take up this document, we can run through it real quick and agree on some drafting rules that will kind of align our rules. So I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on whether to take this up? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so what I'm going to do, this will not be on the drive. Let me just quickly. I would prefer we just kind of take this as a committee of the whole. If you'll just recognize, take recognition by the chair, let's work through these quickly. Number one is section, subsection. We need to, Virgil's idea was to pick one. Kathy, you jump in here because you helped draft this.
He said that at the bottom, he would suggest using capital S-E-C-T-I-O-N in all instances. I agree with that.
We have any other comments? Does everybody agree using section would be a good idea? Okay. Is there any objections to that? Okay, so we'll take that under advisement on number one. Number two,
It spells out the first instance, maybe not after that was for the issues.
so it was his opinion that we could use the initials after it was defined in Rule 1.
We would probably forego that if Rachel Hooper is successful in her mission.
But right now she's not, so let's,
Well, she's batting 1,000 so far.
well, we might get that chance, but we'll have that discussion. But if we come to that, Dwayne, you got an opinion?
I would oppose that one simply because those of us who follow the Texas Ethics Commission use the TDC as well. And that's also an adjunct to the fact that I know that the charge from down here is to eradicate it from everything.
Isn't it TUEC, Texas Art Ethics Commission?
You file later incorrectly.
Thank you. That opinions?
So another reason I would be against making this change, I would be in favor of using the words Texas election code in each instance, and the reason is it makes the document more searchable. So if you try and search for TEC, it's going to bring up every instance of those three letters being together in any word. But if you type out Texas election code, if you're looking for statutory compliance in the rules, you can Control F every single one and find yourself all the way there.
Very valid.
So I would support leaving it.
Any other comments on what we should use?
So we would just spell it out every time and never use TEC.
That would be, that would help in the search process. I do agree with that. Any other comments either way?
That's just gonna get rid of it all. That's all.
Well, that's a discussion, but as far as drafting rules are concerned. Okay, so everybody in agreement on Texas election code rather than TEC?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can adopt that one. Office holder space, office holder no space.
That's Virgil.
That's Virgil. Anyone have any preference? What was Virgil? Using the single. Virgil thought it needed to be single word. I'm not the grammar guy. Mr. Pickle, single word. Any objection to using it as one word? Good idea. Okay, let's move on. Email, electronic mail, email.
Email without.
Spelled out for searching.
Electronic mail.
Email without a hyphen.
Email, no hyphen.
He's given us a report that there was no hyphen in 7 instances, a hyphen in 5 instances. Electronic mail was used in 2 instances. Both are considered correct. There's 3 options there. Email with no hyphen. I particularly like just email with no hyphen.
Correct.
Everybody have any opinion otherwise? I'm not no hyphen.
I prefer the hyphen.
Okay.
Is there a hyphen and angle
After you're recording this. The one we're using.
We'll clean this up and get you a drafting document too, so you can work on it as we go. So email no hyphen is the consensus? Yes. Okay. Not later than, no later than.
No later than.
I concur with Virgil's preference of not later than, because in many legal documents, that's just required.
Mr. Pickle, what would be the legal way to do it? Not later than. So we have no later than and not later than. Okay, show of hands on not later than. Okay, no later than. All right, let's do not later than without objection. Kathy's circle on there, and then we'll take a copy of hers and clean this rules of the Republican Party, the rules of the Republican Party. Do we have official title on the webpage? I'm not sure that we actually do. Well, that's general rules for all conventions.
This is talking about national rules.
Context, the word title would be in the beginning.
The rules of the Republican Party italicized was his suggestion. Any comments?
I would do it at the RNC, so we should do it because this is the RNC.
I would just add the rules of the Republican Party documents.
Okay, so any objection to the rules of the Republican Party, always referring to the RNC rules italicized?
That's how we get the documents. It's a rule or code we all take out. We use tougher.
Okay.
I think purpose here is when we're referring to this document, those rules of Republican Texas, he's just giving the example of in the
Yeah, I don't know. We don't refer to the rules of the RNC rules in our rules anywhere. Yeah, I agree with you. So how about the rules of the Republican Party of Texas?
Italicized. That would be
fine. Okay. Any objection? Texas election code calls a primary general election, runoff primary, suggestions of some using the formal terms and never capitalized. So he's suggesting we use lowercase e and always use elections in lowercase e.
Properly. I agree. General primary election and runoff primary.
Okay, so he's suggesting if we use the word general primary election, runoff primary election, that we always use the word election and it's always lowercase. Any opinions, strong opinions there?
I think we should use Birch's language so you can see it.
You got that right. So, okay, so we'll, Kathy, just circle general primary elections, runoff primary elections. We'll draft that up. County Executive Committee. Might be better to spell that out for the same search reasons. CEC might cause problems.
That's, it's not that uncommon, everybody refers to it as CEC. So if you spell it out the first time, you said the official name, it's top search.
So I think that changes, what Mr. Carr is saying is correct. It verbal addresses that. So as long as it is spelled out in each rule at least once, then you can say CEC for the rest of them, because if you search county executive committee, it'll take you that way.
Take to the rule. So the idea was to spell it out in the first time it's mentioned in each rule, and then you CEC every time after that.
Yes.
Sure.
After the first county executive committee, put in parentheses CEC.
Yep.
And then after.
Use parentheses every time?
At the first mention of county executive committee, put parentheses CEC. And then every time after that, CEC.
But it gives a reference to the referral.
Within each rule.
Okay.
So when you go to the next rule, you would spell out county executive committee. We would do that so that if you search the document, so that if you search the document for the words county executive committee, it will show you each rule where they apply. So if you only say CEC, then it could be included in another word, it could refer to something different. So that way you can find every rule with at least once.
Okay, so should county executive committee be capitalized?
If it's the proper name of a particular county executive committee, Travis County Executive Committee, yes.
So for purposes of our rules, it should be lowercase. Okay, so lowercase and in parentheses CEC the first time, then CEC every time after that. Everybody in agreement? Okay. Is that it? Oh, dang. Hold on.
He's very thorough.
I'm surprised
Okay, he suggests that we always capitalize temporary and permanent when referring to temporary and permanent committees.
Again, if it's not in the word temporary, it stands alone. It refers to a particular, specific committee position.
The temporary rules have been capitalized, temporary committees is not.
Correct.
Okay. I think
Yeah, and it
number
does
9.
say we're referring to a specific committee.
Right. No objections to number 9. Okay. Number 10.
Striking permanent because National Law Relations Committee does not exist as a temporary committee. So it's not necessarily National Law Relations Committee.
Okay, so he's suggesting always using national nominations.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so he's just suggesting using national nominations committee and not using permanent, as it is always a permanent committee. There is no temporary version of it. Any objection to that? Number 11. Man, that's getting into stuff I don't care about. Well, that's your realm, Jim. Does that look good? Is number 11 a good rule there?
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about code.
Rely on you guys to point it out. That's why I use the word processor with grammar correction. Seating of alternates in Rule 25. I'm sorry.
That's a substantive change, so it has to be motion.
Yeah, that's one he would like us to consider during the draft.
No, actually, it is a clerical thing because on the second line of Rule 39, the congressional district shall nominate one, and spelled out one, and then in parentheses, the number 1 presidential elector, and then the last couple sentences of that rule have a provision that 1, the person elected, and 2, if a vacancy occurs. So,
okay, is there any objection to taking 12 and 13 under advisement when we get to those in our rules report? No objection. Okay. So everyone agrees to these rules, these drafting rules. We'll take Kathy's list. We'll clean up something. I can't promise it'll be in your hands first thing in the morning, but we'll get it printed as quick as we can. Kathy, do you want to clean that document up and email it to me? I will if you don't, but I just need your notes. I don't know what that means.
Handle it.
Okay. Okay, y'all ready to just delve into Rule 1 tonight?
just for sure, we have a document called Proposal for Clarifications of the Republican Party of Texas rules governing comments as state conventions that has just a few recommendations. Since those are specific. Okay, these are pointed to specific rules. This is we need to take that up when we come to. Yeah, so I guess my question is that we have like 3 or 4 different documents right now that have some like this that have specific changes to rules, others that have a wish list of items to be addressed from the ST conventions that don't pertain as of yet to specific rules. Do we have a means by which we're intending on taking that up? Or is each district responsible for taking that wish list and trying to turn that into actual?
Since I would say since Virgil sent the wish list out, let's do our best to at least refer to it and consider it while we're drafting. If it's most of the things are going to be just grammatical and things, but they are substantive, so we need to consider them in the committee. So we'll place this document under advisement as we work through those, and I'll trust that committee members will reference that.
My question is also on the document in the shared folder titled Rules Received from SDs, which is
the rules received from SDs, that I have a whole bunch of stuff, resolutions and things that were just vomited to me.
Yeah.
That came through RPT. I have no idea where they came from, but I threw them out there to y'all. they at least have the Senate district they came from. I would trust that those members of those Senate districts would get with whoever had submitted those. They need to take those up. I'm not going to draft the rule for those.
That was my question. So we're expected as members representing those districts to take up that information.
Absolutely. I think that we can probably look at Virgil's concerns and try to take those up. Kathy, you bet your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make are we ready to start amending, like to amend Rule 13B?
On that document?
Those are on the general rules. It's fixing what that document is about.
That document is actually not, so you're talking about, you're wanting to start amending rules right now. We're going to lose the room in 24 minutes. Well, 13B would be out of order because your supplemental rule has coming in order.
You know, y'all defeated my supplemental rule.
Did we, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we took it only to
We can do any order we want.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Point of order.
Is it recess or adjourn?
Yeah, it'll be recess. Yeah, you got the intent because we actually haven't taken that document up yet in our agenda. So, ask your motion.
Okay, so it's in the general rules, Rule 13B, trying to address the question that was asked by the document that was sent in. And what I would be doing is adding a statement where it would read county or senatorial district convention. A quorum to convene a county or senatorial district convention shall consist of a majority of the delegates, and I would add who checked in at registration. I would delete registered as attending and then insert being present. So that would read shall consist of a majority of the delegates who checked in at registration being present.
Is there a second? See, if you let that die, we go to bed.
That was just a quick fix for the first one.
I got you. So this is the one that Virgil had submitted on 13B?
Yes, sir.
Kathy, I need to put the rules on the table. They're not on the table. I need to create a localized document for those. I do not have that done, so they're actually not in order. Your motion is going to be out of order at this time. Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry?
You'll call me first.
I'll recognize you first tomorrow.
I'd like to make a motion to recess.
We got a motion to recess until 8 a.m. Tuesday morning. Without objection, hearing none, support.
Final